Quirkless Deku dies saving Bakugo and returns with MAHITO'S power, with all might. He builds a consent-powered domain to face Sukuna, hopepunk, guest rights, and house rules. This is what if Deku was MAHITO'S reincarnation. This is movie, and please give feedback on this video and suggest ideas for next video. You can support me on my Patreon, link in description.
They said a quirkless kid should lower his eyes and learn the safety exits. Izuku Midoriya learned the roofs instead. He found them after school when the Halwa YS emptied and the echoes of laughter Bakugo stopped sticking to the back of his tongue. The roofs gave him wind and angles and places to practice moving. Not fighting, just not being where fists and words thought he'd be. He called it mobility training because running away made his mom's smile wobble. Inko Midoriya's smile was a pastel thing, soft edges, hard courage. Kindness is a strong choice, baby, she'd say, tucking a green curl behind his ear. Even when nobody's watching, he didn't tell her roofs have terrible railings and great views. He didn't tell her he'd timed every stairwell at Aldera Middle. He didn't tell her that when Bakugo's friends shoved, Izuku's feet already knew where the next foothold would be, where the lockers were loosest, which corners tilted toward light. The morning it happened, the city smelled like rain that changed its mind. Izuku walked the river route because it gave him 5 extra seconds to breathe before the school gate. The tear carried candy wrappers and reflections of buildings that tried hard to look taller than they were. A scream snapped like a wire. Move, the voice cracked through the underpass ahead, Bakugo's voice, only not shaped into menace. Raw surprise peeled it open. Izuku broke into a sprint without deciding to. His backpack thumped. Years of scribbles about heroes and quirks fluttered inside like caged birds. He hit the tunnel's mouth and saw it. Not a villain, not a sludge, not a person. A smear of shadow pulled itself off the concrete like it had always been a stain waiting for an excuse. Limbs guessed where elbows should be. Eyes tried on different sizes until the tunnel lights looked right reflected in them. It smiled like it had just learned what a mouth was for. Bakugo stood half-crouched, fierce out of habit. Fear beating in his neck. His explosions coughed tiny misfires. The air felt wrong, like the tunnel was a straw and something huge on the other end was sipping. The smear spoke, but the sound tripped and bled. Hungry. Flesh is a key. Blood is a door. Host wakes. Izuku didn't know those words. He knew this. Bakugo was in front of it, and Izuku was good at moving. He shouted, "Kachan," and threw his backpack. It sailed, a clumsy comet of worn canvas and desperation, and hit the thing in its learning mouth. The smear reeled, hands momentarily arguing about where to be. Izuku slid knees low, sneakers squealing, shoulder grazing concrete, and knocked Bakugo out of the line of being eaten. They tumbled. Bakugo swore, explosive sparks stuttering harder, spinning in air like fireflies that forgot how to be. Deku, what? Run! Izuku wheezed, and learned something dreadful. Courage is a staircase you build while you're already falling. He shoved Bakugo toward daylight and turned back on instinct he couldn't name. The smear had finished arguing with its own hands. They were talons now. It lunged, not like a predator that understands bones but like hunger wearing a puppet costume. Izuku grabbed a loose pipe from the wall. It bent in his palms. He thought about angles and momentum like his notebook taught him. He swung at the eyes because that's where stories always aim. The pipe cut through shadow. The tunnel hummed. The smear laughed a child's first laugh. Giddy. Wrong. Human, it said. Pure. No trick. Good key. Bakugo yelled. Izuku never learned what. Because the smear used its many hands like a net and plucked Izuku off the ground. He didn't weigh much. He'd always known that. The thing did not bite. It folded. Its mouth was a curtain pulled aside to reveal, not mouth. Don't! Bakugo roared, and the tunnel gave him back a handful of sparks that only burned his palms. Izuku had a half second to see the river again, upside down, and think, Mom will be so sad if I die. Then the curtain closed. Being swallowed did not feel like being inside something. It felt like the world forgot to include him for a few heartbeats. Sound collapsed into a line. The line sharpened into an edge. The edge turned, and there was a seam. He hovered no up, no down over a plane that was not a place but a decision no one had finished making. Two worlds rubbed against each other there, like molars grinding until dreams squeaked. On one side, he knew the taste. Concrete dust, exhaust, paper shops with plastic baskets out front. On the other, Eve. Writhing looked like a building remembering it used to be a mountain while a festival of screaming tried to be music. Far away, too far and too close, someone laughed with all the teeth they owned and a few they borrowed. The laugh came 4 times, and each time it made the seam flex like a vein. Sukuna, a name Izuku didn't know yet, wore the laugh like a crown. Izuku didn't fall, he drifted towards something that wanted him. The smear, no longer a smear, had a body built from bad guesses and a purpose it wore like a uniformly wrong hat. Around it, broken pieces of feeling crawled into shapes, resentments that grew legs, fears that found claws, cursed spirits. The seam whispered not with words but with the itch of a healing scab. Cursed, cursed, cursed. They swarmed a figure sitting on steps. That chose to be there. A boy made of angles and smiles that were wounds you could survive. Stitches decked his face like a polite threat. His eyes held the littlest ocean. He regarded Izuku with interest, like a cat smells rain. Host, the not smear breathed, chittering. Brought human key, flesh, blood. Mahito tilted his head, not cruel yet. Curiosity gets to arrive first. He's pure, he said. And his voice made the seams light become threaded. No mutation, no gift. Of all flavors, that's the one you can really taste. Izuku tried to move and learned that bodies are metaphors when you leave them behind. His arm felt like an idea of arm. He paddled anyway. The effort made a sound. Mahito slid down the knot steps and crouched. You can't run in here like you think, he said conversationally. But you can change in here if you think hard enough. The smear trembled, smaller now that it had delivered its offering. Hungry, you said hungry. I did, Mahito said, and patted its head like you might soothe a dog that remembers being a storm. He looked back to Izuku. You look like love worked on you. People who've had love chew different. Izuku's voice came out hoarse with a distance in it. Don't hurt Kachan. Mahito blinked, then smiled. It was almost sweet. Even when disassembled, humans want to save someone with a name. Interesting. He lifted a hand, fingers like quiet knives. I was going to open you. But we're so close to him now. His gaze flicked to where the laughter ate buildings. Doors open themselves when kings walk. I'll still take a bite. Uku made a choice without understanding its grammar. He thought of his mother's hands guiding a sewing needle because she could never afford to waste thread. He thought of All Might posters and how Pei looks larger than a wall if you angle it. He thought of Bakugo's lip curling in fury and how even that was better than the blank hunger in this place. He thought of the roofs and the steps and the way everything was a path if you let it. Mahito's palm touched Izuku's cheek. No cheek. The idea of cheek and a cold bell rang in both of them. Idle transfiguration, Mahito murmured, and the scene whispered no. Not to him, to the act, to the premise, because Izuku was not in his flesh, and soul touching soul at the seam did not have the rules Mahito knew. The bell rang again, louder, and Izuku pushed back. Don't, Izuku said, but it wasn't his voice's strength that mattered. It was the shape of the meaning. He wanted not hurt, he wanted protect, he wanted keep kindness intact like it was a bone that supports breathing. The seam likes decisions. It chose that one for a moment that lengthened. Mahito's expression slipped from sweet to fascinated to annoyed. You're very noisy for a boy without a curse, he said. He pressed harder. Everything is soul first, then flesh. If I rewrite you here, your body will politely obey when it catches up. Come now, let's see how you look when you're. Izuku swatted his hand away. Not physically, with the memory of a hug, with a million small lunches neatly packed, with the last bit of a lullaby hummed in a kitchen under a bulb that ticks when it warms. Mahito's fingers smoked where those memories touched. He hissed, then laughed. Oh, that's interesting. The smear faithful, starving lunged at Izuku's back, deciding any bite is forward motion. Izuku turned no body, but he turned and let every staircase he'd ever climbed align behind him like vertebrae. He moved through the smear the way a staircase moves through a house. It came apart. Mahito stood. You aren't a key, he said, delighted and offended. You're a lock. Sukuna laughed again in the distance. The seam shivered. Mahito glanced toward that sound and frowned like a child who wants to break his toy himself. Thank you, no time for delicate, he said, and his hand went from knife to mallet philosophically. He slammed his palm into Izuku's soul not to reshape but to claim. Izuku showed him a notebook full of hero analyses and a drawing made at 8 years old. A stick figure with a cape and a smile too big for its circle head. He shouted his mom's name in a way. That means I'm late and I promise at once. He took the hand smashing into him and squeezed, not to stop it, but to pull it closer inside a shape that had room for one more. Mahito blinked. What are you? Something cracked. Not in the seam. In Mahito. The stitches along his face tugged as if new thread tried to turn them into veins. For a heartbeat, he wore Izuku's earnestness like a poorly fitted coat. It didn't stick. It registered. Mahito snarled. You don't get to write on me. You don't get to write on me, Izuku said back. They pressed, 2 stories trying to occupy the same spine. The seam, tired of being a corridor, decided to be a room. Light grew. Voices layered. The smell of river and rust and burnt sugar braided itself into something like Sunday afternoons. Hungry, whispered 1,000 small curses, banished by a boy's stubbornness and a monster's curiosity making love to his contempt. Mahito drew a circle in the air, an egg of intention. Izuku drew the same circle, and filled it with rules his mom would approve. If you enter here, you must not harm anyone who means to protect. Domain expansion, Mahito said, and the egg answered him with a shape he did not consent to. He grinned, offended, and pushed harder. Izuku pushed back with gentleness sharpened to an edge. The seam couldn't host their argument much longer. It picked a winner by refusing to let either win in the way they wanted. It made a third option: break them and stack the pieces. A laugh rolled across the horizon like masonry. The egg unfinished domain, half Mahito half Midoriya cracked owl, on lines that looked a lot like smile marks. Mahito's eyes widened. He's coming, Izuku finished, without knowing why he knew. The knot stairs split. The knot tunnel opened into angles that made dentists dream about cathedrals. Izuku felt the river as a word again, and the concrete as grit under a real shoe waiting for a real foot. He felt his heart finding its beat like a drummer hears the crowd. Mahito grabbed Izuku's hand. Izuku didn't pull away. For one horrified, somehow tender instant, they stopped being adversaries or ingredients. They were neighbors who understood EY shared a wall and the landlord was a king with 100 fingers. Fine, Mahito said, voice low, almost amused. If we're both not keys, let's be the door. The seam obliged. It folded them toge. There the way a mother folds a shirt the right way even though a kid tried first. Something tore. Something mended. The smear screamed like a sink backing up. And then Izuku was tumbling, head over heels, into a tunnel that had been waiting to be a tunnel again. He gagged on air. The world hit him with ordinary dust motes, a poster for a cram school peeling from damp cement, the dazed sound of a boy saying a curse word like prayer. Deku? Bakugo's voice shivered between incredulity and rage. What, how are you? Izuku tried to answer. A cough came out, then a laugh he didn't recognize, buried deep, as if it belonged to another throat that sometimes borrowed his. He pushed himself up. His backpack lay in tatters. Notebooks spilled like confessions. The tunnel flickered once light throbbing like a faltering heartbeat, and the smear's outline pulsed on the wall before collapsing into a stain that looked almost apologetic. Bakugo's eyes narrowed at the stain, then at Izuku. You're fine, Bakugo said. Accusation soldered to relief. You were gone. Izuku met Bakugo's gaze, and the seam inside him shifted like someone testing a mattress. He felt, for a flicker, what it would be like to press on Bakugo's soul the way a potter tests clay. He recoiled from his own curiosity so hard he nearly retched. I'm okay, he said, and meant I'm not okay at all. Bakugo stepped closer, palms sparking. What did you do? I moved, Izuku said, because that was true and because the rest tasted like needles. I threw my bag. I ran. Liar. Bakugo's voice was steadying. Anger was a routine that calmed him. There was something. He gestured at the air where a curtain had been. If you got a quirk and didn't tell me, Izuku shook his head so fast he felt stitches that weren't there tug. No quirk, he said, too quickly. I swear. A laugh small, private echoed inside him. We don't have to lie, we can simply not tell. Izuku flinched, then breathed. Not mine, he told himself. Neighbor. The neighbor smiled without malice. Mahito, pleased to be an inconvenience. Deku? Izuku realized he'd gone very still. Kachan, are you hurt? Bakugo stared, then scowled, then looked at his palms. The skin was raw where his own explosions had kissed it. I'm fine. You're the idiot who, he stopped. The word jumped sitting half-finished on his tongue like a bug he didn't want to swallow. Whatever. Don't die if you don't want me to owe you. He shoved past Izuku toward daylight. He didn't say thank you. He didn't have to. Izuku heard it in the grip he used to yank Izuku to his feet as he passed. It hurt a little. It was perfect. They stepped out into the river light. The city had kept going. Cars hummed. A woman yelled at a dog with a sweater. The sky decided rain wasn't worth the paperwork. Izuku blinked too much. The world was loud and simple and he wanted to kiss the sidewalk for being concrete. Don't tell anyone, Bakugo said suddenly, still not looking at him. Not because I care about your weirdness. Because they'll make it about me. Izuku almost laughed, almost cried. Okay, he said. Bakugo shot him a look that meant I will explode you if you make me feel feelings. Then stalked off toward the school gate, shoulders square like always. Izuku stood very still under the bridge until his breathing remembered how. Then he picked up the remains of his backpack and found, tucked under a busted zipper, a page that had survived. His list of mid-range quirk countermeasures, no quirk required. He folded it carefully and slid it into his pocket like a talisman. So, said the neighbor in his chest, perched like a crow on a telephone wire. We did not become food. Small victories. We saved him, Izuku thought back, surprising hymns. LF by not being surprised to be thinking back. That's the victory. You threw a bag, Mahito mused. And you moved well. There's something lovely about motion without teeth. I will ruin it if you let me. I won't let you. I know, Mahito said, and for the first time, his smile inside Izuku felt almost fond. You are made of, won't let. What an inconvenient structure. Izuku zipped the backpack, with a patience that comes after nearly not existing. He stepped into the day. The scene inside him followed like a shadow that had learned to hum. Somewhere behind the buildings, laughter like architecture rolled again. Far away and too near. He walked to school. He was late. He was alive. He was not alone. And the tunnel kept its stain, as if the city had received a postcard from another world and decided to frame it. Sleep arrived like a stray cat. Suspicious, in fits, claws out. Izuku dozed anyway, curled on top of his covers with the window cracked and the city playing a soft drum outside. In the half-light, posters made their old promises. All Might's grin kept the wall from feeling like a wall. He woke before his alarm to a voice that wasn't a voice, perched in his ribs like a bird that knew too many words. Are you always this loud when you're quiet? Mahito asked, amused. I wasn't talking, Izuku whispered, because whispering made the apartment respect the hour. From the doorway, a nightlight painted the hall peach. He could hear his mom turning in her sleep, a gentle rhythm like braids hitting a pillow. Your soul chatters, Mahito said. It keeps laying out little tools on a cloth. This wrench is kind. This clamp is, don't hurt. This screwdriver is, move first. Very industrious. Izuku swung his legs over the bed and touched the floor with the care of a burglar who owns the house. We saved Kachan. A pause. You saved a noisy boy from the neatness of being eaten. You're proud of being untidy. He smiled into his palms. Even frightened, something in him felt awake in a way that wasn't adrenaline. What are you going to do? About you? I was going to carve you into a new poem, Mahito said, breezy. But you are very boring in a way I cannot unsee now. You keep writing, rules, where I would write, curiosity. I'm curious about that. Izuku pulled his hero notebook from the nightstand and flipped to a fresh page. The paper hissed with possibility. He printed a heading, Seam Physics Notes, V0.1. Two worlds rub. R's, call it city, and other, zone. Curses equals emotions that went moldy, born where people are afraid, angry. Smear pulled me in. Mahito sits close to the seam, eats ideas of people. Important. Soul first, body follows. Mahito tried to change soul. Seam said, no, because location rules. Sukuna equals laugh that makes geometry hurt. New thing. My will can push back. Memories equals hot iron to Mahito's hand. New thing x2. We share a wall now. Mahito in me? With me, next to me, right pointing arrow neighbor model. He chewed the pen cap, considered, and added. Danger. Idle transfiguration can hurt people if I let curiosity outrun kindness. Self-rule. No touching souls unless, A, it's a curse or, B, someone asks in danger and understands the risk. Self-rule 2. If I build a domain, it has to protect to function like a seatbelt, not a cage. Mahito watched, Kante, NT to be the voice of the chair creaking. This is either the bravest way to hand a razor to a child or the softest way to teach the razor shame. I don't want a razor, Izuku said. I want a light. Lights cast shadows, Mahito said. But without heat. He showered, dressed, checked the mirror 3 times to make sure his face was still his. His reflection looked back with green eyes set a little too earnestly under messy hair. For a heartbeat, the stitches he'd seen on Mahito flirted with his cheeks then vanished. He chose to breathe, not to flinch. In the kitchen, the kettle sighed. Inko shuffled in her slippers. Hair up in a bun engineered to survive a hurricane. Morning, baby. You're up early. Nervous? A little, he said, because lying to his mother is like stepping on a prayer. He set out miso and rice, poured tea, tried to look like a boy whose day is small and manageable. You're very brave, she said, touching his shoulder as if reminding herself he was there to touch. Her eyes searched his face for shadows. Remember, you don't have to be anything but kind. He tucked that sentence in his pocket next to his folded, mid-range countermeasures list. I know. On the walk to school, he took the river path again. The underpass looked normal graffiti, old tide marks, a stain that could have been oil if the air didn't do that faint wrong temperature thing around it. He didn't step closer. He did not step away. Knock, Mahito suggested. Later, Izuku said, I have homeroom. You are a tragedy that sets its own intermission. He almost laughed. Aldera middle received him like a vending machine that eats coins. Hallway noise filed down his edges until he fit its slot. Bakugo arrived late, hands wrapped, anger on him like cologne. Their eyes snagged and looked away. The classroom did the thing it loves, loud invisibility. Izuku felt hands in his pockets that weren't hands, riffling for fear. He checked himself. Steady, present, small. In math, the teach. R's voice lulled the room into a comfortable haze. On the window, a reflection wobbled. A little man with a paper face and a mouth too wide. It wasn't there when he turned. But the feeling was the high, R-raising alert that says a story is about to demand a new page. At lunch, he took his tray to the far corner by the emergency exit. The stain under the bridge lived in the back of his skull like a song with bad lyrics. He tore his bread roll in half and left a piece on the table. Then, quietly to the air, my name is Izuku Midoriya. I don't want to hurt anyone. The roll did not move. Good, he was not ready for it to move. You'll have to come to the scene to talk to it, Mahito said. It's rude but not nosy. I thought the neighbor policy was, no rugs across the property line without asking, Izuku muttered. And flushed when a girl glancing over probably thought he was rehearsing a presentation. He went back to class and wrote in the margins of his notes. After school, check the tunnel. Bring a rule. He reached the river at dusk. The city's light made the water honest about being dirty. The stain on the tunnel wall looked exactly like a stain until you looked exactly at it. Then it was an idea of a wrong placed precisely where right wore thin. Knock, he said aloud, because sometimes you have to be a person about these things. He placed his palm just shy of the stain. He didn't push, he didn't chant. He remembered his mother's hands guiding thread through needle's eye and the patience not to pull when it snags. His heart found a steady walking pace. His breath went polite. I'll be the rude guest, Mahito said, and reached without reaching. The concrete cooled under Izuku's palm. The world did that indifferent. T-pause it does for car accidents and births. A stretch of seconds that can contain days. A thin curtain moved and Izuku stepped into the scene with all the care of a boy entering a stranger's home. Used because the stranger might be his landlord. He did not fall this time. He arrived. The steps Mahito liked to sit on had decided to exist again, out of habit. Around them, curses swam, little ones. Mostly. A fear that itched like a label in a shirt. A worry about bills with teeth too dull to break skin. They circled, muttered, avoided the steps. Mahito lounged, stitches softened by boredom's kindness. You brought company, he said. Eyes on the shape hovering to Izuku's left. A smaller, quieter presence that smelled like school glue. The smear reborn, still learning its limbs, still loyal in the way need is loyal. Izuku lifted a hand, and lowered it. I brought a rule, he said. Mahito brightened like someone who has been offered a toy labeled with a warning. Say the words. Izuku let his breath make a circle. The seam pricked up its ears. In here, he said, if you mean to protect, you cannot be harmed except by your own consent. Silence. Then soft laughter, not cruel, not kind. Mahito tilted his head. You don't even say, can't be harmed. You say, cannot. Declarative. Irony will punish you for courage. It's my only weapon, Izuku said. Mahito stood, stretched, eached up the way you test a ceiling for strength. You know, most people who come here ask for things. Power, knowledge, to change somebody into better furniture. You brought a seatbelt and a bedtime. It's not for you, Izuku said. It's for me. Good, Mahito said cheerfully, and moved. He was cold intent and hot curiosity braided, palm finding Izuku's chest with the gentle decisiveness of a surgeon opening a present. Idle transfiguration thrummed like a tuning fork waiting for a right note. Izuku met it, not with fight he had none but with architecture. He remembered stairwells and ROVs in the river path and emergency exit doors that stick in summer. He let his soul be a building whose walls were load-bearing kindness. Mahito's hand curled around a pillar and squeezed. The pillar held. Mahito laughed, excited now. Again, they collided soul against soul, not to kill but to see which story would be the floor. The seam thickened. Curses flicked their tongues. Far away, Sukuna's laugh re-shelved the horizon. Izuku tried something new. He imagined his hand in his mother's, not as weapon, not as shield, just as promise. He slid that promise between Mahito's fingers like wire and bent them, not breaking, shaping. Mahito hissed through his teeth. His stitches tightened, then loosened with thought. You are terrible at being prey, he said. Fine, we escalate. He stepped back and drew in the air with a deliberate finger. A cracked egg again, an outline that said domain in a language geometry speaks when no one is judging. Izuku mirrored the gesture, trembling but steady. He filled his shell with a single sentence. Harm cannot travel where it is not welcome. The seam loved this. It clapped without hands, the sound coming from the idea of applause. The eggs kissed, shuddered, and knit. For a bright second the world a cathedral of intent, they made a room where curses hovered at the doorway like mosquitoes unwilling to learn about glass. Then Sukuna laughed. Laughter used like a hammer is a kind of doctrine. It came from the other world and arrived everywhere at once, ripple following shock. The knit split not neatly. The seam tore. Mahito's knot step cracked. Izuku's knot pillar splintered. The little smear wailed like wet paper. Izuku felt his heart in the city, a real heart, skip hard enough to stumble. The stumble stretched 1 miss, 2, 3 into a nothing with the taste of tin. He realized with a distant confusion that he had stopped being alive there while being very busy trying to stay himself here. Ah, Mahito said, voice oddly calm inside the arrhythmic snow. Dying is such a useful convex mirror. They were both falling now, but not down. Falling like a chessboard pushed and pieces spill into definitions. The seam, offended by G made to host 2 clashing religions, rule and curiosity. Under a third, Sukuna, chose a purge. Stop, Izuku said, without breath, without lungs, because stop is something you can say with the posture of your promise. Please. Mahito grabbed his wrist. It looked like aggression. It felt like etiquette. If you won't be key and I won't be lock, he said, then we die together and let the carpenter decide what we are. The tearing became a soft pop, the way a jar finally lets go its lid. Izuku's body in the city surrendered its rhythm. His knees hit concrete. His head found his shoulder. His breath did not happen. In the seam, colors inverted the way a bruise blooms in reverse. The curses went silent in respect or hunger. The little smear vanished, as if embarrassed to witness. Dying was not pain. It was a quiet hallway in a hospital that never filled its beds. He stood in it. Fluorescence hummed. A clock insisted but refused to inform. Down the hall, a vending machine contained names: courage, patience, water. Water, water. A figure rounded the corner. No stitches, no smiles, all presence. Not Mahito, not All Might, not anyone he could name. A someone of old effort carrying a lantern like a debt. You keep asking for rules that protect, the someone said. Voice wind through train doors. Do you know the cost? I do, Izuku said, and discovered he meant it. It costs my favorite shortcuts. It costs always going second. It costs making a place where the bad thing has to ask me to enter. And if the bad thing laughs, I don't laugh back, Izuku said, but I learn the rhythm and build around it. Quote, the lantern bowed. I am one of the ones who learned cost too late, it said. The circles of light around its feet looked like footprints only visible in certain weather. If you build a room with your promise, we can stand there with you. We? A breath like pages turned, voices layered kind, weary, stubborn, furious, none claiming ownership, all recognizing a shape. Izuku did not understand. He did not need to. He felt less alone without being crowded. Okay, he said. The hallway's clock ticked once. The vending machine dispensed nothing. The entrance light passed through him and left something on his chest that wasn't weight. He woke to a sound he recognized. His name said the way you say, "Please don't go." "Inko," a woman shouted above him, so close to his ear it rang. Call someone." A stranger's shadow leaned over him under the bridge. He felt the world like a wall he'd been thrown gently back against. Breath returned to high, with a cough that made the stranger yell again in relieved panic. He sat up too fast and came apart into sparkles that weren't light. Not visible ones. The sparkles were ideas of shape and the choices behind it. His hands changed. He didn't order them to. They simply obliged what his soul had been learning. Skin smoothed, then textured. Bones revised themselves like a draftsman adding a brace. The right hand decided to be a glove, no seams, only intention. The left decided to be a tool, a blunt thing made for insisting a door open without breaking the lock. He gasped, and that small shock of panic was enough to snap him back to his ordinary fingers because the rule he'd written was still pasted to his heart. No touching souls unless he tore his hands off the air like you remove a sticker before it sticks wrong. They were hands again, just hands. The stranger, the shouting woman, stared. "Kid, you fainted. Are you okay?" I'm okay," he croaked, terrified and great a few. "And sore in places that don't have names. I have low, blood pressure." She frowned at his flailing lie, decided life is short, and patted his shoulder. "Eat some salt," she prescribed, and went back to her dog, who was wearing a sweater like a promise. Mahito sat very still in Izuku's chest. "Well?" Izuku asked, shaking. "Well," Mahito said, thoughtful to the point of sobriety. "We died a little. You saw the polite post office where unpaid bills wait. Something gave you a receipt." And now he tasted Izuku's fingers from the inside, curious and not hungry. "You can do what I do. With buttons on." "Rules," Izuku said, dizzy with relief and fear. "We keep the rules. I keep mine," Mahito said. "Which is? See what happens. You keep yours, which is? Don't break love. Somewhere between those, we exist." He stood. His knees said, "Careful," his ribs said, "Explain later." He texted his mom that he'd be home a little late because he'd helped somebody under the bridge, true, and then he walked along the river to let his body memorize being a body again. "Summon something," Mahito suggested lazily. "A tiny thing. You can do it now. Call the emotional lint that schools leave in children's pockets." That sounds like a cute way to say a very not cute thing. "Do it," Mahito coaxed. "We must find out whether your seatbelt domain translates into little animals." He found a bench and sat. He lost his eyes and thought of the way chalk dust floats when you clap the erasers. He thought of how worry looks on a classmate's face when a parent doesn't answer a phone. He thought of the feeling of being left out of a joke and pretending you didn't want to laugh anyway. He cupped those small hurts the way his mom cups a match to protect it from wind. A moth landed in his palm. Not a real one, a little thing with paper wings stitched from whispers, body made of the weight of held breath. Its eyes were thumbtacks. It tilted its head and made a noise like a page being turned carefully. Izuku's heart tripped. "Hello," he breathed. "I won't make you hurt anyone." The moth flexed its wings and released a barely visible dust that smelled like old library glue. It felt loyal to the purpose he'd named for it. Scout, not bite. Warn, not sting. Mahito's chuckle warmed his sternum. A curse that would prefer to do something gentle. "You are a hazard to taxonomy. We're not calling you lint," Izuku told the moth. "You are button." It seemed to like that, or he liked that and projected. Same kindness, different route. He opened his hand and button drifted up, circled his head twice like a halo with stage fright, and melted into the shadow under the bench to practice being a rumor. Izuku stood. He felt tire lines drawn under his eyes. He also felt an answer sitting in him like a sunrise has to happen because the earth turned whether or not anyone watched. He cut through side streets toward home. On a narrow lane, voices snapped panic in cheap jackets. "Wallet," a man barked. Knife jittering at the end of his own bad day. A teenager in a convenience store vest held very still, eyes going glassy with that special brand of shame reserved for being threatened by someone who isn't even good at it. The scene magnetized Izuku's legs before his head could argue. He stepped into sight, hands where everyone could see them. "Hey," he said, trying to sound older than a boy with more notebooks than muscle. "This isn't the direction you want your story to go." The man swung the knife toward him with a snarl that included bills overdue, a mom with a cough, and 100 other things. Izuku didn't look at the blade. He looked at the air around it, where fear's fog gives curses their due. Already a little crawly thing born from humiliation and the knife man's own self-disgust was unfurling. Testing little claws on the teenager's shadow, Izuku acted. He did not touch the man's soul. He did not touch the teen's. He reached for the crawly thing and cupped it like you catch a moth to relocate it outside. His fingers were normal. His intent was not. He whispered, "You don't have to bite. You can be less." He felt the ugly little fear creature's structure its enthusiasm to become a needler in someone's sleep. He turned that enthusiasm into something like a yawn. Its claws smoothed into felt. It looked at him like a dog that has been given a bed. Then it dissolved into buttons dust and went where rumors go when they nap. The knife man blinked. "What? Take a breath," Izuku said as gently as he could while his heart tried to drum a password on his ribs. "Give him the wallet back. Then go home." The man's mouth wobbled between spit and apology. He threw the wallet like it had burned him and ran. The teen sagged in a way that made Izuku want to call someone's aunt. He didn't. He just nodded, and the teen nodded back, some new math happening behind his eyes about how stories can also go like this. "You just robbed a curse of dinner," Mahito observed mildly. "The ecosystem will file a complaint." "I'll fill out the paperwork," Izuku muttered, and button tick-tick-ticked against his ear as if approving. He got home late. Inko was waiting but did not pounce. "She's good at not scaring the deer you want to keep in the yard." "Eat," she said, and slid him curry that had been told to be warm and remained so out of affection. He ate. He told her he helped someone, true, and that he might join a study group, possible. He laughed at a joke that wasn't good because it was kind. He washed dishes. He hugged her a second longer than usual and told his beau. Die to remember how that felt when the scene tried to replace feeling with architecture. In bed, the neighbor shifted. "You are going to be insufferable to real monsters," Mahito said, almost fond. "You gave your curse a name and a job." "I gave it a bedtime," Izuku said into his pillow, smiling. "There's a difference." He slept. No stray cats. Real cats. The city obliged with uneventful night sounds. Somewhere, though, on a roof that belonged to no one and to everyone, a tall man with a smile trained to be a lighthouse stood very still. He was not in his prime anymore, but he had learned to int himself at trouble and arrive before the scream finished being a question. He looked toward the river, where the air had learned a new trick that evening and would never forget it. He heard a loud GH from another world and filed it under, later. He heard a boy's name in the way the wind bumped a traffic light and filed it under, now. "I am here," All Might said to the empty rooftops, testing. The words against the shape the city had taken while he blinked. In the apartment 2 neighborhoods over, Izuku dreamed of a room that would not let harm through its door unless the harm raised its hand and said please. In the dream, people stood with lanterns that shone a light no power grid could sell. He stood with them, and Mahito sat on the back of a chair, fingers steepled, curious whether kindness could ever be interesting enough to keep him awake. Morning arrived with the respectful knock of rain that had finally decided to commit. The rain kept its appointment. It came in with morning, respectful and persistent, painting the city in soft reflections and giving every neon sign a twin in the puddles. Izuku walked to school without a notebook in his hands for the first time since he'd learned letters. His fingers itched for the comfort of bullet points, diagrams, counters to counters. He tucked them into his jacket pockets and followed the river instead. "You're refusing your ritual," Mahito observed from his ribcage perch, voice light as a paper cut. "Interesting. Asceticism looks stubborn on you." "I'm practicing remembering instead of writing," Izuku murmured past the collar of his jacket. The rain made the underpass stain pulse faintly, like it had a heartbeat of its own. "I'm not a file cabinet. I'm a room," Mahito said, amused. "Yes, you keep building it even when you sleep." Izuku didn't stop. He didn't knock. He let the stain exist without an audience and let the world be bravely ordinary. Greasy steam from a ramen stall. A delivery truck's beeping apology. Someone laughing into a phone at a joke whose punchline was nothing but timing and love. Aldera Middle smelled like wet socks and floor cleaner. Class 3C buzzed around him as if Thursday were a high. That's forgotten where the flowers were. Bakugo's chair sat tilted back on two legs in a way that dared physics, which obliged him out of professional courtesy. Their eyes met once, Bakugo's hard, Izuku's soft, and slid aside. There were no apologies left between them that either could make and remain themselves. At lunch, Ochako Uraraka from 3B stood beside his table as if trying to remember whether they'd ever been introduced. She had rain beads dotted across her bangs, a constellation that would be gone once it dried and never recorded by any telescope. "Hey," she said, "Midoriya, right? You helped that Konbini kid last night." Her smile wasn't the kind that tripped, it had good shoes. "My friend's cousin works there. He said some green-haired angel talked a guy down by, breathing at him." Color crept up Izuku's neck. Convinced the story it didn't want a knife. "That's a weird sentence." She grinned. "Good weird. Anyway, thanks. You made a ripple." Izuku started, then stopped. He swallowed the reflex to subtract himself from the moment. "You're welcome." Uraraka's gaze sharpened kindly, as if she were weighing the cost of gravity on a person who keeps choosing to stand. "See you around." When the bell rang, the world rang back. It was soft, too soft for anyone but a boy who had fallen through the seam to hear first. A tremolo rolled through the floorboards. The air tasted like tinfoil pressed to a filling. Izuku's heart did not speed up. It steadied. He stood without thinking. His chair scraped a chord that tuned the room to pay attention. "What now?" somebody groaned. A teacher stuck her head in the doorway. Her expression had the wrong parentheses around it. "Everyone under your desks. Lockdown protocol. This is not a drill." Bakugo's chair snapped down to 4 legs. He was up in the same heartbeat as Izuku. Their wild, different energies met in the aisle and didn't collide by sheer instinct. Kids ducked under desks with screams that hadn't picked a note. The hallway swallowed the sound of steps, too many, too irregular. Something was moving through the building that didn't respect corners. "Hungry," Mahito said, "not with appetite but with diagnosis. Not one of mine. A found thing that thinks it's a person and a person that thinks he's a found thing." Izuku moved. Notebooks stayed in desks. He didn't look for a teacher's permission. He looked for a window latch. The class was 3rd floor. The rain-slick ledge outside was a suggestion that didn't want to be polite. He didn't ask it to be. He climbed out, fingers good, shoes good, pulse good. Bakugo was right behind him. "You're not leaving me to be bored," Bakugo hissed. "And if you die first, I'm gonna." "Not die," Izuku said with a certainty that surprised him, not bravado, not delusion, just posture. He edged along the ledge toward the stairwell window that looked into the atrium. The rain slicked his hair to his face and whispered a warning about hubris. He listened without obeying. The atrium below had become a short film with bad lighting. A man stood near the trophy case, soaked, shaking, misbuttoned. He had a look Izuku recognized from the convenience store, not evil, not chosen. Just a person who had walked too far into a corner. His arm had dissolved into a nightmare of bent rebar and fused lockers, an improvised limb with angry edges. The limb clanked, scraped, reached. Behind him, the air collected into a haze with little teeth. "The heroes never came for me," the man said to nobody, voice tight with the ritual fury of someone who has practiced this speech in the shower for years. "So I came here, to the fancy kids. Let me in or I pull it all down." "He's not trying to kill," Mahito said softly. "He's trying to break the door that didn't open when he knocked. The door is everyone who looks like you looked in primary school." "Then I'll be a different door," Izuku breathed, and before fear could be bored, he smashed the window latch with his palm, slid inside, and dropped to the landing 2 flights up. Bakugo swallowed a curse and followed, palms faintly sparking, trying not to look interested in saving anybody but looking interested anyway. "Hey," Izuku called, because leaving a man alone with his grievance is how grievances make children out of bystanders. "We can talk." The man's arm of junk flexed. An edge of locker door scraped the floor, raising a fine white scream. He looked up with the wet-eyed surprise of somebody who didn't think the audience would participate. "Kid," he said, "go hide." "I can't," Izuku said, walking down the stairs as if he had trained his whole life to walk downstairs while speaking truth. "I'm not good at it." The haze behind the man thickened, little mouths tasting the air. "But," the curse moth fluttered out of Izuku's sleeve and circled once like a halo that knows its job. Izuku didn't need notes. He needed the smell of old glue and the memory of his mother lighting a candle when the power failed. He felt the rule inside him like a brace under a floor. In here, he said. He opened his hands. He didn't draw a circle on the ground. He became one. If you mean to protect. His breath met the seam through a crack that only he could find, because he had become the kind of person who could find it even in a school atrium that had hosted pep rallies and midterms and once. A dance where 7 girls cried for 7 different reasons. The air bent. It recognized him. It tasted his rule and liked it. You cannot be harmed. Something invisible knit. The atrium's sound changed. Footsteps landed on softer meanings. The haze hesitated at the edges of a knot room blossoming from the boy in the damp uniform. The man with the rebar arm felt it as a pressure that did not threaten to crush, just to contain. Like hands around a face, not to control it but to keep it from shattering. Don't come closer, the man warned, panic ebbing into confusion. I don't want to it. Just, he gestured with his wrong arm and the lockers in it squealed like they remembered their original assignment. Hold books, not become a weapon. You didn't choose that arm, Izuku said, stepping into his own promise until it became the floor. But you're choosing me right now. That counts. From the mezzanine, Bakugo cursed under his breath like an amen. Teachers peered out from stairwell doors. A dozen phones hovered. Their owners suddenly conscious that filming might change this into a different story than being there changes it. The haze of little curses pressed forward, nose for pain. Drawn by the man's shame and the student's fear, Izuku lifted his palms not to them, to the idea of them. You can become less, he told them. You can nap. You can do no harm in this room. They wavered. Izuku felt his rule falter and grit his teeth in polite stubbornness. The seam hummed, remembering the egg he and Mahito had tried to make, remembering Sukuna's laughter turning the yolk tea. Oh crackle, and remembering a lantern in a hallway who had said we. Light came, not light exactly, but the behavior of light, clarity without brightness. It spilled from nowhere and everywhere, thin as gauze, and threaded the air between Izuku's outstretched hands like a loom deciding to be a web. The hazes' mouths closed, the little curses curled up like cats who have agreed to be your guests as long as you don't move your legs. The man's rebar arm sagged. The lockers groaned. He sobbed once, a small sound bitten in half, and sank to his knees. I didn't want to hurt kids, he said in a rush. He confessions come out when the body senses a safe room. I just wanted someone to pull me out. It's so loud where I live. He flapped his wrong arm. Miserable. I woke up with this. I thought it meant I could do something. You can still do something, Izuku said quietly. Let me help you put that down. This is where I would touch his soul and see whether it squeaks, Mahito murmured, lazy but attentive. You will not. No, Izuku said aloud, to Mahito and to the man together, and knelt 2 arm lengths away. He rummaged in his jacket without looking away from the man's eyes and pulled out the frayed strap of his destroyed backpack. He had saved it the way you save a scrap of cloth that was once part of a life you still love. He looped it around his own wrist and the stair rail, ND then extended the free end to the man across the gap between them. What is that? The man asked, baffled, almost laughing in the way tears sometimes sound like mockery when they are relief. A promise you can hold, Izuku said. If you pull me, I'll pull back. If you fall, I'll sit down. We'll both look stupid in front of these kids, and nobody will get hurt. Okay, the man stared at the saint. Rap as if it were a ticket to a movie he hadn't been able to afford. Something slipped in his face, not resolve, not surrender. Something more practical, like a knot loosening because nobody was looking at it. Okay, he whispered, and took the strap. The rebar locked in his flesh shivered as if receiving an instruction from a supervisor who finally arrived. With gentle, deliberate motions the key, ND practiced by people carrying boxes labeled fragile, the man untensed. The junk unwelded itself with complaints that ended in relief. Pieces of locker and pipe slid to the floor in a clatter of declawed noise. His arm became, if not right, then at least wrong in a way that could be brought to a hospital. The haze dissipated into Button's tidy dust. The knot room shrank to a breath circle around Izuku's chest and stayed there. A promise kept warm for later. Sirens arrived fashionably late. Pro heroes in rain-caped uniforms cut through the crowd with theater and training. Present Mike's voice so, FTN to a register below showtime. All clear, folks. Good job staying calm. Smintos shaped a wall into a bench so the man could sit. Snipe's long trenchcoat shed rain like it was allergic to getting sentimental. And then the atrium disgorged a legend. He came in the way a storm does when the sky decides to brag. 7 feet of theater, blonde hair that refused to obey, a grin that encouraged gravity to take a number. Young citizens, boomed All Might, and the hallway nearly stood to salute. Even dripping rain had the good sense to hold its breath. Izuku's knees tried very hard to forget how to be knees. The rule in his chest did not falter. It pulsed once, a careful I see you to the man who had put down the blade he had mistaken for a hand. All Might took the scene in with a fast glance that set everything into its labeled box. The man with the half-healed arm. The student body. The hovering teachers. The dust of something that was not chalk so politely it could have been. His eyes blue like the sky gets when it believes its own poster landed on Izuku. Oh, he said, softly enough that only Izuku and 3 very attentive curses could hear. You. Their gaze locked they're established by accident in one breath and intention in the next. Izuku wanted to explain everything and hide in a locker. He settled for standing as if his mother were watching from the mezzanine. And would tell stories about this at dinner. All Might gave the school exactly what it needed. A burst of thumbs up. Splendid composure. Exemplary community instincts. He promised the faculty a debrief. He promised the man a hospital. He promised the rain it could resume breathing. He promised the kids a future where they would tell this story well enough that it would be true. Then, somehow, without moving urgently, he was beside Izuku on the stairwell, voice tuned for one listener. Can you spare a moment, young man? Izuku nodded. His mouth had become shy. His hands remained steady. He rule in his chest wrapped itself in a shawl and waited. All Might led him up a floor to a music room blessed with cheap instruments and good acoustics. The door shut behind them. A trumpet case coincided offering them chairs and decided to mind its own business. The hero's huge shoulders softened. The grin lowered its wattage. I watched what you did, he said, and his voice had the quality of police tape put up to protect. Not to threaten, not the what, only the how. Izuku swallowed. I didn't want anyone to be hurt. I believe you, All Might said. His eyes did not blink like cameras. They blinked like windows in a storm. And I believe you have something unusual. Izuku could have said quirk. He could have said curse. He could have said nothing. He took off the jacket of Shaw Me he'd been wearing since primary school and folded it carefully on the piano bench. I can touch what fear leaves behind, he said. Knowing each word would change the map of his life and living with that. I can make a room where harm has to say please before it enters. I can rethread things. But I won't touch a person's soul unless they ask me to, and even then only if it will protect them. All Might's brows lifted at soul, but he didn't flinch. He stepped a little closer. It felt like a lighthouse adjusting to point instead of blaze. You speak as if you've been to a place most do not know exists. I got lost, Izuku said. Something tried to eat me. Something else tried to rewrite me. We made a compromise. I came back with a neighbor. A flattering euphemism, Mahito murmured, leaning in Izuku's sternum with wicked curiosity. Say hello, idol. Izuku's voice didn't change when he added, his name is Mahito. He does not share my ethics, but he shares my rent. All Might's gaze scanned Izuku's posture the way a surgeon reads an X-ray. He nodded once. Good, I don't need your textbooks. I need your rules. I have one important one, Izuku said. And it's not or negotiation. I won't break love to fix a problem. Something like gratitude flickered across All Might's face too fast to be staged. Young man, he said, you may have the most dangerous power in the world. I have seen how such things end. If you will permit me, I would like to help you direct it. I'll take all the help you have, Izuku said, and felt a tide go out inside him that had been trying to pretend it was flooring. But I won't be your weapon. No, All Might said. You'll be your own, and you'll be a shield, and sometimes you'll be wrong. My job will be to help you be wrong safely. They smiled, and for a moment Izuku saw the man behind the poster, the one who measured his breaths and rationed his time and chose not to say the word pain when the world needed hope. After school, All Might said, Dagoba Beach. Don't bring notes. I don't, anymore, Izuku said, and his cheeks got warm because throwing away a superstition is strangely intimate. Dagoba Beach was a junkyard politely pretending to be shoreline. The rain backed off to let the sky smoke. Waves shouldered plastic and rust with weary kindness. All Might stood amid the wreckage as if he'd been painted into a different mural and then walked out of it. Training ground, he announced, sweeping an arm. Perfect for lifting leaping, and the unsentimental disposal of what no longer serves. He deflated like an inflatable parade hero punctured at the edge, steam curling off him as muscle turned to scarecrow. Skin around his eyes creased into a shape that belonged to a man long at war with a calendar. And perfect for talking like a person. Izuku didn't gasp. He'd seen videos, rumors, the way legends shed skin. Still standing close to the truth of All Might's fragile body felt like being trusted with a friend's real name. "You're hurt," he said. "I am," All Might answered without embarrassment. "And I am not done." He leaned against a refrigerator and it did not dare creak. "Show me your room," Izuku breathed. "The seam is everywhere and nowhere. It likes to be invited nicely." He let his heartbeat set the tempo, let the surf mixed with bottle clatter play accompaniment. He lifted his hands, then realized he didn't need to. He was the circle. "In here," he said, and the wind tugged his hair politely. "If you mean to protect, you cannot be harmed." The world shifted 1 mm. Tear to the left, the kind of movement only a boy who had been a bruise between two realities could appreciate. All Might felt it in his ribs as a relief he hadn't budgeted for. The flies hovering over a cracked buoy drifted a foot and, in their tiny minds, forgot why they were upset. All Might stepped forward and then back as if testing a new floorboard. "H&H, he said softly. "A seatbelt. I can't keep it wide yet," Izuku said. Breath steady but work showing on his mouth. "If something really big laughs at it, it wobbles." "Big things laugh a lot," All Might said dryly. "We will teach you to be ruder to them." Mahito clicked his tongue inside Izuku. "Finally, a mentor with flair. Ask him to punch your soul. I have always wondered what that does to the wallpaper." "Noted," Izuku said without smiling, and then realized what word he'd chosen and snorted. He didn't write it down. He kept it. All Might limped, not quite limped, refused to limp over to a mountain of tires and slapped one with affection. "Before we punch any souls," he said, "we will test your boundaries. What happens if I try to bring harm with me?" Izuku's heart didn't like that sentence, but his trust did. "If you mean to protect me, the rule will not let you." "What if I mean to protect you by hurting you so others cannot?" "That is not protecting me," Izuku said, a little fierce. "That is protecting the idea of me. My room knows the difference." All Might's grin returned like sunrise peeking under a curtain. "Excellent. Consent built into the foundation. You are a nightmare for villains and an inconvenience to allies. Which is to say, a real hero." He beckoned. "Let's try something simple." He produced a baseball from his pocket, scuffed and tired. "I will toss this at your shoulder," he said. "Nothing unethical about that. I aim to miss, but I'd like to see if your rule will ask the ball to be polite." Izuku centered himself. He let the room be a breath around him. All Might threw the ball. LL entered the not room and like a thought interrupted by the memory of better manners slowed, adjusted, and nudged Izuku's sleeve with the apology of a door that decided not to slam. All Might clapped once. Again, he threw harder. The ball carved a small wake in the air that condensed into dew when it touched the rule's skin and drifted down, soft as a changed mind. "Now something ruder," All Might said, scanning the detritus until his gaze found a rusted metal pole. "You tell me when to stop." Izuku nodded, throat dry. The pole came in a clean arc. Izuku's room gave it weight like a guest cloak and hung it on a hook. It thumped against the sand at his feet, and the shock traveled up Izuku's shins without pain, only information. He laughed, then a small, startled sound, the joy of discovering a cupboard where you thought a wall was. All Might's eyes creased at the edges again. "Good. Laughter is a training tool. So is fear. Let's invite both and let neither sit at the head of the table." They worked. Hours came and went like generous aunts, present, useful, occasionally too much. All Might turned trash into drills and drills into parables. Izuku learned to widen the room a little without losing clarity, to narrow it a lot without suffocating anything inside. He learned to shape the rule like wire. A hallway for escaping civilians, a blanket for a panicked stray dog, a saw. Yes around a child holding a broken bottle so they could put it down without cutting their fingers on their own story. He refused to touch a human soul. He practiced on the feel of fear itself, the crumbs curses leave. He drifted a hand through old nicotine guilt huddled under a bench and turned it into a paper crane that flapped twice and folded itself into the tide. He blew on a worry that lunged to a broken umbrella and made it a boat that sailed happily until it forgot it had ever been heavy. "You're making toys out of teeth," Mahito said, oddly thoughtful. "I don't know whether to scorn it or applaud." "I'll take either." Izuku whispered, panting. By late afternoon, Recovery Girl tottered down the ramp in a raincoat dotted with cartoon frogs and an umbrella that had once been an advertisement for a clinic and was now a shrine to longevity. You didn't think you'd have all the fun without me, she chirped, planting herself like a flag. Toshinori, has the boy complained about stabbing pains behind his eyes yet? Not yet, All Might said cheerfully. But I assumed you'd come prepared for when he does. Always. She offered Izuku a lozenge that had never been candy but tasted kind. You do something with rooms. Show Granny. Izuku did. He opened a breath of safety toward her. She tested it with the absent-minded ferocity of an old soldier. She pressed a finger into its boundary and smiled when it did not yield. Consent-based, she muttered. Lovely. Do you get to build exceptions? I don't want to, Izuku said. Then you're smarter than most generals. She tugged his sleeve until he sat on the bumper of a half-digested van. Put your hand on my wrist. He froze. All Might's head turned sharply. He opened his mouth to say something fatherly. She flicked him across the knuckles with the handle of her umbrella without looking. Not his soul, you handsome maniac. His hand, my wrist, skin on skin. Now, boy. Izuku obeyed. Her pulse tapped against his fingers, steady as an old song. Now, she said, gentle and implacable, I want you to imagine my pain. Not to remove it, to name it, and then I want you to imagine a way to make space around it so it doesn't push other things off the shelf. Quote. Izuku closed his eyes. He did not reach. He listened. He felt the long corridors of Recovery Girl's years, a museum of small hurts and great fixings, an aisle where grief had sat down once and refused to budge until bribed with candy. He did not touch any of it. He imagined a shelf with a lip so items could not slide off during earthquakes. He imagined padding, labeled boxes, light that didn't hum. The not room around his heart breathed out, and then in, and he heard Recovery Girl sigh, in a way that meant thank you for not trying to make me new when I have worked so hard to be me. She patted his knee. He's trainable, she informed All Might. I know, All Might said, and the words carried the weight of a choice being approached from a long way off. They worked until the sky browned into evening. At one point, a group of beach joggers slowed, stared at All Might carrying a washing machine on his shoulder while a green-haired kid walked backward under it, hands up, shepherding a feeling through the air like a goat too proud to be carried. One jogger clapped. The others followed because clap rhythms are infectious. Izuku blushed and did not drop the goat. They rested. All Might sat on the hull of a half-buried skiff, one hand pressed lightly against his side where pain lived like a tenant who paid on time and never left. Rico. Very Girl clicked her tongue and handed him a candy shaped like a fish. He accepted it with theater that didn't hide the gratitude. Izuku lay back on a slab of driftwood and watched clouds argue about coming back as rain. Button traced small circles over his chest. Content. He didn't want a notebook. He wanted the way his body remembered the feeling of a room expanding without popping. You're different, All Might said, not looking at him, not just from students, from everyone. I'm not special, Izuku said, honest. No, All Might agreed, and that made Izuku blink. You're stubborn in a new direction. I have seen brute force, genius, cruelty, mercy. I have not seen someone make mercy into a weapon and keep it from blunting. Izuku thought of his mother's hands, of Bakugo's unsaid thank you, of Uraraka's rain beads, of the man in the atrium putting down his own arm. I don't want a weapon, he said softly. You will carry one, All Might said, equally soft. Some will call it that. Some will be right. Your job will be to remember what you call it when nobody is asking for a name. Mahito lounged like a cat in a sunbeam that existed only to make cats smug. Ask him the thing you refuse to scribble. Izuku turned his head. Can you keep training me? All Might smiled the way a city breathes when the electricity comes back after a storm. Until you don't need me, and for some time after, if you'll let me. They made a plan that involved no calendars and many mornings. Meeting at the beach, lifting not to get stronger but to listen, stretching not to be limber but to remember, practicing the room until it could fold into a pocket when not required and unfurl to cover a street at 5 seconds notice. Practicing saying no to the seduction of, I could make you better, when it whispered at his fingertips. Your neighbor, All Might said at the end, casual as a hand on a railing, how is he with rules? Mahito preened invisibly. Tell the poster I will not steal his teeth while he sleeps. I only want to count them. He likes to see what happens, Izuku said. He won't help me unless he wants to. But if I keep the room bright, He's less bored. All Might's laugh was a surprised rumble. We'll bore him with kindness. Try, Mahito purred, delighted. They stood to leave. Izuku hesitated with one foot already turned toward home. There's something else, he said, heart doing a small, curious double step. When I died for a minute. Recovery Girl made a tiny stabbing motion with her umbrella's tip at the word. All Might's eyes went winter clear. I saw lanterns, Izuku finished. Like people who had been something important and still were, but not alive. They said they could stand with me if I made space. All Might's throat worked. Song. Anything old and bright swam under his skin and glanced off a memory that had made him the man he was. He set a hand gently on Izuku's shoulder. Keep that to yourself for now, he said, voice careful. Some things grow best in quiet. Izuku nodded. He didn't reach for a pen. He reached for breath. They parted. Recovery Girl winked and suggested he drink water like it owed him money. All Might melted back toward the city lights. Big again, small again, a miracle that refused to stop showing up. Izuku watched him go and felt the peculiar ache of being chosen before you're told you are. On the walk home, the seam did not tug. The stain under the bridge did not blink. The world made room for him as if it had always intended to, and simply hadn't been asked politely enough before. At his apartment door, Inko met him with the tired smile of a mother who has decided to trust the day or die trying. How was school? Loud, he said truthfully, and stepped into a kitchen that radiated a dong. Esticity powerful enough to qualify for a provisional hero license. He chopped scallions while she tasted the miso. He washed the bowl twice because the first time didn't feel like goodbye to the day. When he closed his bedroom door, the room listened for tears and found none. Button perched on the lamp and clicked like a clock with opinions. Mahito cleared his throat in the opposite of a body. You were not boring today. Thanks, Izuku said, and folded himself onto the bed. I liked today, even the bad parts. We will have worse parts, Mahito reminded him, not unkind. Your seatbelt will fail. Kings will laugh. Then I'll build another, Izuku said, closing his eyes. And if it fails, I'll build around the failure until even the laugh has to ask permission. Mahito's chuckle turned into something that was not a lullaby but worked like one. Do you know you're ready to stop writing everything down because you're finally writing it into yourself? Yes, Izuku whispered, surprising himself by knowing. I'll remember. He dreamed of a room that began not with walls but with agreements. A floor that promised not to drop you. A ceiling that promised to reflect your voice back gently and correctly. Doors that promised to open if asked, to hold if needed, to never lock anyone in who wanted to leave. In the dream, a man with stitches leaned against a chair and rolled his eyes ndly as if at a child showing him a rock that is, inexplicably, absolutely the most important thing in the world. In the dream, a shadow of a hero laughed a laugh that made no one flinch. Morning would come, and with it trash to move and runes to practice and rules to argue with until they shone. Somewhere on the other side of a seam, a king with too many smiles turned his head a fraction, as if distant music had included his name in a lyric. The crack between worlds fluttered once like a second eyelid. Izuku slept with his hands open, as if even in rest he was ready to offer a promise and hold one. Dagoba Beach had learned Izuku's footsteps. They sounded different now, still light, still quick, but with the kind of balance you hear in someone who has stopped asking the ground to explain itself. He warmed up without counting. He stretched until his breath stopped making bargains with his ribs. The sea shouldered the junk as always, the sky kept its gray promises, and All Might, already there, looked like a painting that had walked out for air. Morning, young Midoriya, the #1 hero said, voice pitched lower than showtime, warmer than weather. Today we'll make your room bigger without making it worse. I can do bigger, Izuku said, shaking out his hands. I don't want worse. Every city planner's lament, All Might chuckled. He thumped a sun-split refrigerator and it consented to become a platform. Up, Izuku hopped. All Might joined him with less hop and more arrived. From this height, the coastline looked like a zipper half undone, teeth of rust and tide interlocking badly. You felt your rule harden yesterday, All Might said. You widened it enough to shelter a crowd and you didn't lose clarity. That's rare. The danger with widening is dilution. I don't want the world inside it to go foggy, Izuku said. I want people to feel more themselves, not less. Then we'll build a fence you can carry, All Might said. Not a wall, never a wall. A fence that asks questions. You're inventing hospitality with geometry, Mahito murmured from his ribcage perch, fingers steepled in the opposite of a body. Be careful. If you make it too comfortable, nothing wants to leave, including enemies. Good morning to you too, Izuku said aloud, and the edge of All Might's smile said he'd heard the half of a conversation heroes learn to hear. They started small. All Might tossed old buoys. Izuku let his rule catch them the way a trampoline catches without betraying gravity's dignity. He set little corridors through the air so gulls took the same paw. Twice and looked slightly offended about it. He learned to let waves keep their crush while telling the spray not to slap. By the time Recovery Girl arrived, umbrella like a lily pad, expression Lee. Kay, a school principal who knows 3-card Monty when she sees it. The boy's shirt clung to his back and his smile had sand stuck to it. Open, close, she said, tapping his sternum. And breathe on purpose. You boys invent new ways to faint. She turned her attention to All Might like a lighthouse swiveling to find a ship with opinions. And you don't cough until I can scold you about it. Yes, ma'am, All Might said with a soldier's gratitude. Now, her eyes landed on Izuku's hands. Soul safe mode. Izuku stilled. The words tasted like responsible danger. Okay, explain it, she said. Because explaining is a way of making sure you aren't charming yourself. I can reshape curses, he said, and other things, if I let my curiosity outrun my kindness. Soul safe mode is the leash I put on the curiosity. I only touch things that aren't people. I only change directions, not destinations. And I don't push a soul. I move the air around it. Recovery Girl's mouth did the small quirk that is older than a smile. Good boy, show Granny. He didn't conjure button. He didn't need a friend. He needed a test. The beach had a skittish population of small curses born from forgotten ECEIPTS and fights about who should take out the trash. He coaxed one from a peppered shadow, a skittering thing with bottle cap eyes that wanted to make joggers trip so it could laugh in a voice like plastic dragging asphalt. Izuku said, calmly, you can be a windbreak. It trembled, offended and tempted. He didn't touch it. He adjusted around it, turned the draft that fed its mischief until the fun went out of cruelty and collected instead in the thought of shelter. The thing shuddered and unfurled into something like a beach screen, a patch of air that took wind on the chin for anyone who stepped behind it. It hummed, content, the way a dog hums in its sleep when the house is safe. Recovery Girl leaned into the windbreak and nodded as it held. That's soul safe, she approved. Non-sapient redirection, a clever use of paying attention without taking control. She flicked a glance at All Might without moving her head. If he keeps this up, your job will be mostly to remind him he's mortal. All Might's laugh rumbled like a truck passing. I can do that. Izuku eased the windbreak into the tide and watched it dissolve into a bruise of calmer water. He felt Mahito's interest like a cat nose against his ear. You could rethread sharpness, too, the neighbor suggested, casual as weather. Blades are only ideas that refuse to share. Make them generous. I don't want to lie to metal, Izuku whispered back. If it wants to cut, it'll cut. I'll move people. Oh, you're going to be that kind of hero, Mahito drawled, amused. Annoying. Good, Izuku said, and meant it. All Might led him inland through the debris field. Time to practice partition, he said. A domain that keeps intention from crashing into intention. You can't change people's minds. You can make their lies slippery. Lies? The ones you tell yourself when you're scared, All Might said. The ones that make fists. They stopped beside a pyramid of tires that looked like a sleeping dragon convinced itself it was furniture. All Might crouched and drew a rough oval in wet sand with a stick. Step in. Don't draw a circle with your hand. Be the circle. Izuku stepped. What's it for? All Might asked. Say it. Don't make it too pretty. It's for keeping harm at the door, Izuku said. Protectors walk in without bruising. Bystanders don't trip. People who mean hurt forget how to aim. Sharper, All Might said. Not moral, practical. Izuku took a breath that had heft. In here, impact becomes hold. The sand darkened as if agreeing around his shoes. The air pressed gently against his arms. A suggestion of a coat rack ready to take a weight. All Might tossed him a slat of wood. It struck his forearm with the certainty of a wound and stopped there, kissing skin, refusing to continue. The force went somewhere, not gone. Redirected like a friend who takes your bag when you're pretending it isn't heavy. All Might's brows rose. Good. He walked in and out of the oval, testing for seams. It's sticky where you stand. More tenuous 2 paces left. I can anchor it to me, Izuku said. Or to a thing. Don't anchor it to heroes unless they ask, Recovery Girl called, umbrella ticking like a metronome. You'll make us too brave. I'll ask, Izuku promised. You always say that, she sniffed. Keep saying it. They pushed the partition outward. Izuku widened the oval not by stretching but by setting duplicates. Little rooms like tent circles stitched together so their seams overlapped without crumpling. He learned to leave a gap and then fill it, to keep a doorway CL. Ear for EMTs and another for panic to leave. He practiced making rings of different ideas, an inner zone where harm became hold, a middle one where trip hazards gave up, an outer where lie thoughts lost their shoes. By mid-morning, he could hold a patch of beach big enough to stage a small rescue. By noon, he could shrink it to the space between a crying child and a broken bottle so the child could put the bottle down without cutting his own palm open on embarrassment. By 1, he was shaky from the inside out and Recovery Girl flattened a mint into his mouth with the penance of a saint. Lunch, All Might ordered. They ate on a dead boat that had learned humility. Izuku's rice balls tasted like someone had said his name nicely while they cooked. He drank water like it arrested the sand in his bones. Do you want the showy version? All Might asked after a while, voice like driftwood, weathered, useful. The showy version? Izuku said. Domain, All Might said, and the word did not belong to him. But he still spoke it with respect. The proper one, a room that stops being a metaphor and starts being law. Izuku's throat attempted a swallow big enough for the ocean. I do, but not to fight a king. All Might said gently, to practice being impossible in small ways. We draw a small egg. We tell it one rule. We do not cry when we nosebleed. Recovery Girl brandished a ND kerchief with the speed of a gunfighter. I am ready to love you through your poor life choices. Mahito leaned forward inside him, humming. Oh good, eggs that crack are my favorite genre. Izuku stood. The world shuffled politely back from him, not far, not fearful, like people make room in a kitchen for the person carrying the hot pan. He picked a patch of sand where the tide would rewrite if he made a mess. Okay, he told the air, I'm building a porch. Not a house, just a porch where certain behaviors are expected. All Might watched, hands on hips, grin dialed to solidarity. Recovery Girl watched without blinking. Which is a kind of love. Izuku lifted his palms. He didn't draw. He remembered the feel of a circle made of breath. He whispered the purpose, because shouting makes rules brittle. In here, he said. And meant here is as small as I can manage without lying. If you strike, your strike becomes hold. If you run, your run becomes path. If you lie, your lie becomes true about what you're afraid of. The world objected softly. It doesn't enjoy being cornered by courtesy. Sand remembered being ground. Air remembered carrying voices where they didn't belong. The seam pricked up its ears. Domain. Izuku began. Mahito leaned in, amused and alert. Finish it. Expansion, Izuku said. Something egged itself around him. Invisible membrane peeled itself from air, sealed itself to breath. Found purchase on the tiniest edges of intent. The beach trembled, then decided to humor him. Color didn't change. Light didn't dim. Definitions shifted one step to the left. All Might tossed a bottle cap at his shoulder. It stuck there like a magnet finding a fridge. Recovery Girl stepped forward, knee wobbling, and the sand under her foot agreed to be a ramp instead of an ankle turner. A gull screamed a lie. There's no food here, and the sound snagged on Izuku's rule and returned to the bird as a tiny compulsion to go check the very spot it had just scorned. The gull, offended, obeyed the truth of its own hunger. Izuku breathed. The membrane vibrated with his pulse. He felt everybody's orchestras under their skin, not songs. Not thoughts, just the percussio. End section reminding blood to be diligent. He did not reach. He stood there and let the porch hold. The nosebleed came not as a betrayal but as a tax. He tasted iron and did not flinch. Recovery Girl dabbed him briskly while All Might, eyes bright, tested the boundary again with a tap that would have bruised a rib outside the egg and inside became a hug that resented itself and complied. 30 seconds. 40. A minute. The membrane wobbled like a soap film flexing for a child's breath. It started to thin. Release, All Might said. Izuku opened his hands and let the porch be the ocean again. The egg collapsed with a sighing pop. The sand remembered being sand. Light resumed its ordinary hobby. He blinked sweat out of his eyes and grinned, shaky and fierce. I did it. You did, All Might said. And his voice pitched lower in wonder. First draft. Polite. Dangerous. Recovery Girl tucked the red handkerchief away with satisfaction and a threat. Your brain will file a complaint later. Drink. He drank. The water smelled like plastic and victory. They did it again. Not bigger. Cleaner. Izuku made the rule shorter. Impact becomes hold. He stripped out the lie clause Bako. Say it felt like he was picking pockets in a crowd. He kept the path trick because evacuations are made of paths. His egg came quicker for being simpler. It held steadier. The tax was lower. Again, All Might said softly. They set up cheap targets. A row of bottles balanced on a fridge door. All Might's flicks would have shattered glass. Inside the porch, the bottles leaned backward, held by a hand that wasn't there, and nodded without breaking. Izuku widened the porch to include a ladder that had been thinking about falling for 2 weeks. It decided to wait until someone asked nicely. Again, Izuku added a partition line inside the egg, a faint seam where hold got stronger. The inner ring made harm not only catch but cradle. He stood in it and felt like a human seatbelt stitched to a human spine. Again, he anchored the porch to a tire so he could move out of it and it wouldn't pop. The anchor hummed like a tuning fork until it found the exact pitch of his promise and sang it back to him. Between each attempt, they rested as if the resting were part of the work, which it was. Recovery Girl told a story about a stubborn apprentice who tried to heal a broken soldier's shame and got bitten for his trouble. All Might told a story about a flood where he learned the difference between hero as dam and hero as arc. Izuku listened as if he were being taught a choreography for a dance that had very little music and truly terrible shoes. By late afternoon, the sky put a bruise on the horizon and the wind got ideas. They called it for the day, and Izuku started down the slope toward the bus stop when the city's distant hum tilted. A crack, concrete complaining far away, the particular alarm that doesn't need sirens to be a siren. Construction site, All Might said. HEA. Decanted like a dog who hears the baritone under the floor. 2 piers north. Go. They didn't have to say, you, me, together. Their legs consented to the spelling. The site was a spiderweb of rebar and yellow tape. Men in hard hats very recently remembered prayer. A crane had done what cranes sometimes do when bolts are introduced to rain and money. Shifted wrong. Its arm hung a shrug away collapsing across a stuck commuter platform. A dozen people were stranded under it as if hiding would make a shadow less heavy. A skinny villain in a dirty bomber jacket strutted along the catwalk swearing at the world through a grin. His quirk turned any edge he touched into a more edge shiv. The city would later call him on the news, if the city had time to be glib. Heroes never show up where I live, Shiv spat to the platform. Voice amplified by confidence and bad acoustics. So I came where the heroes live. How do you like me when I'm vertical? All Might didn't answer with a speech. He didn't have the seconds to spare. He went big without going biggest enough to be seen, not enough to bring the crane down with theater. Civilians first, he said to the air. I've got them, Izuku breathed. And his body agreed before his doubt could audition. He sprinted, slid under a sawhorse, and flung his hands out through instinct that had become practice. In here, he said, no egg, no porch. Just a room blooming from the space between breaths. Impact becomes hold. The platform's edge buckled inward, then waited. People who would have fallen found their shins cradled by nothing visible and did not. Screws that had planned to be projectiles forgot how. The crane's swing slowed at the edge of his rule and spent its momentum like a sigh instead of a punch. He widened the hold to include knees and wrists and shoulders. Places panic injures when nobody is watching. Up on the catwalk, Shiv laughed and dragged his palm along a beam. A line appeared in the metal like it had been taught to want to split. Let's carve the day, he suggested to nobody, and then to Izuku when he saw the green hair and the deliberate stance. Hey, mascot, nice club you built. Can I cut it? You can try, Izuku said, and took 3 more steps forward, widening the room until it hummed through the scaffolding. Shiv jumped down 2 levels, boots ringing on steel. His palms squeaked on a support column. The squeak turned into a bad idea that arced toward a bolt under pressure. He was a minor villain with a major talent for collateral damage. His edges did better on infrastructure than flesh. Which would have been a relief if infrastructure didn't topple places people try to live. Kid, a worker yelled, white-knuckled around a rope. You shouldn't be. All Might is here, Izuku said calmly, as if the sentence itself could brace a spine. And so am I. Lies, Mahito noted, meaning Izuku wasn't sure if it was enough. But good ones, the kind that don't owe interest later. Shiv lunged. All Might intercepted tidy, heavy. A palm to the chest that translated velocity into, sit down and think about choices. Shiv hit a wall that had missed safer work in its youth and slid into a pile of rebar with curses shaped like bricks. The crane groaned. A bolt cried out in a language of friction. Izuku's room caught the sound and asked it to wait. It waited a fraction of a second. It would not wait a full second. Steel is not a person. It does not care about hope. Izuku didn't lie to the steel. He widened the path claws. If you run, your run becomes path, he'd said on the beach. He made the crane's inevitable drop a path toward not people. He bent its opinion of down 2 degrees left. The arm moved, not a fall in intention revised. It swung into a cavity of dirt that had wanted to be a hole anyway. The ground winced. A shower of pebbles applauded. The platform shuddered and then believed in itself. People crawled, ran, slid. Izuku's partition line sorted them without shouting mothers and briefcases. A teen with a skateboard, a man who'd freeze if anyone told him to go faster. He built little ramps under their feet, polite suggestions. They obeyed without feeling ordered. Shiv surfaced with a spiteful grin, leapt, and raked his quirk hand along a railing to create a lashing tongue of blade. All Might blocked with forearm and made a sound he didn't choose to make. The blade turned to hold as it entered Izuku's room and wrapped his hero's arm like a seatbelt, pinning him to a safe wall instead of cutting him. The pinion hurt. It did not bleed. All Might looked at Izuku with a shock of pure admiration. Clever. Working on it, Izuku panted, and then to Shiv, please stop. Shiv laughed. That your power? Pretty please? No, Izuku said. This is. He shifted. Not his face. He had no interest in scaring a civilian with stitches. But his stance adjusted the way a house adjusts when you add a room that makes the wind choose a different path. He let MAHITO'S knowledge of how strikes begin slide under his rule, just a whisper of shape, nothing to do with souls, only kinetic grammar. He reached around Shiv's intent and turned the edge into a handle. Shiv slashed. The blade brought its meaning into Izuku's room and, like new employees on their first day, accepted the name tag it was given. Edge became handle mid-swing. Shiv's eyes went wide. His wrist went clumsy. The weapon he had made betrayed him into a grip that could only hold, not hurt. He stumbled into his own hold and sat, his mouth open to complain. All Might, free of the band that had refused to be blade inside the room, obliged the villain with a gentle bop that turned the complaint into snoring. The crane finished declaring itself settled. The platform breathed. Izuku closed his hands and let the room shrink to a coin inside his chest where it could rest. A firefighter with forearms like good arguments clapped him on the shoulder hard enough to bruise someone who hadn't spent the day teaching harm to hold. Whatever that was, kid, she said, do it again. I will, Izuku said, trying not to shake with the delayed realization that he had, in fact, almost died a lot. And had found he could keep living at the same time as not remembering to be afraid. All Might joined him with a wince he didn't offer to the cameras. Field test passed, he murmured, too low for microphones. Partition works. Handle trick is elegant. Don't get cocky. I'm just, Izuku exhaled. The exhale turned to a laugh he didn't earn and earned anyway. I'm glad nobody broke. Good measure of success, All Might said warmly. Then to the press already sprouting like mushrooms. Citizens, let's give our firefighters a hand. Cameras tried to snag the green-haired kid's face. Izuku let his own room nudge their attention toward the man in the bomber jacket being hauled politely to a medic, toward the workers clasping hands, toward the crane that hadn't been a headline because Somio Nei had stood at the hinge and said not today. By the time they slipped away along a service road with the discretion of miracles, Izuku's legs had opinions and Recovery Girl's umbrella had a destiny in it. Ion and All Might's shadow had something older than pain in it. You learned a new trick, All Might said on the walk back. Not praise, not suspicion, just fact. I asked an edge to be a handle, Izuku admitted. Not his soul, just the part of the world that agrees with his quirk. Thin ice, All Might said mildly. Thin ice is still support if you know where to step. But say it with me. We do not edit people. We do not edit people, Izuku said, and made the sentence weigh enough to be a habit. They reached the beach at dusklight. The sky had chosen its bruise. The waves were carrying grudges expertly. All Might sat with a grunt that aimed at humor and nearly hit it. Recovery Girl looked over his arm like a cloud looks over rain. You won't show anyone your soft side but me, she grumbled. And All Might blinked like a kid being caught with a scraped knee. Izuku stood a few yards away and tried another small egg. Not to practice, to feel whether fatigue changed the recipe. It did. He had to make the rule even shorter impact becomes hold, and the membrane trembled immediately and demanded he believe it without decoration. He did. It held for a breath, then for another, then failed on purpose when he told it to. Good, Recovery Girl said without looking. Give up before the room takes you with it. They packed the day into their bodies and let the beach reclaim the rest. All Might walked him to the road. Before they parted, the hero turned that lighthouse smile down to candlelight. There is a power I carry, he said, careful as surgeons and priests. It is borrowed, it is shared, it chooses. I do not offer it lightly. Izuku swallowed. The word borrowed brushed something in him that had been a hallway in a dream. Lanterns. Footprints that glowed without needing a grid. I'm not asking for it, he said. I'm asking for you. Good, All Might said, and the single syllable contained an ocean of relief. And keep your lanterns in your pocket for now. Izuku blinked. You felt that. I have spent my life listening for things that help, All Might said. I don't always know what they are. I just know when boys who should have left are needed. He reached out, squeezed Izuku's shoulder with the weight of mentorship and the warning of mortality. Tomorrow, same time. Izuku nodded. The night took him home. Aldera's roof smelled like wet tar and rumor. Izuku paused there before going inside, because a day like this needs an intermission, and because a voice he had known since the sandbox will always find you best on the edge of something. Back. Yugo stood with his hands in his pockets and his jaw set in that particular angle between insult and vow. He didn't turn when Izuku came up. He didn't have to. You were at the site, he said, like a crime he didn't want to prosecute. Yes, Izuku said. You had a thing, not a question, an accusation of the world. I have a rule, Izuku said. That's different. Bakugo's laugh was a short, shredded thing. You think I don't see you? You think I don't notice when the air stops acting like it should when you breathe? You don't take notes anymore. You don't flinch. You throw yourself in and the universe catches you. Izuku looked at him. The way you look at someone you loved before you had the word for it and learned to love after you had too many. Kachan, he said, and let the word contain years. I'm still me, like hell, Bakugo snapped, finally turning, finally letting all the things he lets people see slam into the world in one go. Sparks stitched the space between his fingers when they clenched. Not rage exactly, more like electricity telling him he wasn't made only of muscle. You're more you. It's disgusting. Thank you, Izuku said, and some wicked sliver of Mahit. Oh, inside him preened at the backhanded compliment. Bakugo stepped close enough to shoulder bump. It wasn't violence. It wasn't affection. It was contact. If you get killed being a martyr, I'll find a way to explode your funeral twice. He said, and if you have a quirk now. I don't, Izuku said, reflex. Bakugo's lip curled, and not at him. At the reflex. Then whatever you have, Deku. Learn it so well it gets bored of trying to kill you. He swallowed something, scowled at the sky for threatening to understand him, and added, "Lo, good job." Today, the words landed like a handshake he refused to see. Izuku took them like treasure you don't count in public. I won't stop, he said. Good. Bakugo stepped away, explosions whispering like a boy practicing not to shout. Because if you do, I'm gonna be the one who has to save you, and that's annoying. When Izuku got home, Inko hugged him without asking what he had done to need that hug. He filled the kettle. He learned the sound of it just before boiling. He watched steam try to be a ghost. He slept without dreams. The next morning, the beach greeted him with a wind that wanted to pick arguments. All Might was ting with a stack of traffic cones and the look of a coach who has decided to teach you something 5 years early because you are the kind of student who will not break if thrown. Today, he said, we tune your porch against mockery. Sukuna, Izuku said quietly, and All Might's face went still in the way of men who refuse to flinch when presented with impossible nouns. If a laugh can crack your egg, All Might said, then your egg must learn to admire jokes without collapsing. How do I? By laughing first, All Might said. Recovery Girl arrived with a bag of hard candy and 6 jokes older than both of them. They set the cones in a circle, left gaps for doors, and played the stupidest game they could have invented. All Might threw pebbles at the egg while Recovery Girl told a truly abysmal pun about a skeleton who went to a party and had no body to dance with, and Izuku built his porch and taught it to breathe through the heckling. He failed in 3 flavors. Brittle, cracked when he tried for perfect. Leaky, let the pebbles in when he forgot to hold, and smug, stayed up but started to decide for people. He rejected all three. He tried again. He made the rule smaller. Impact becomes hold. Laughter becomes light. He taught his porch not to be embarrassed by laughter. He taught himself not to be. By noon, he could hold a circle while All Might performed a parody of All Might at full volume, and Recovery Girl clapped like a single grandmother at a school play. By 2, he could walk the circle with the egg traveling in his pocket and take it out without jolting. By 3, he was smiling like someone who had found a way to make courage funny. They broke only when the tide drew a line under the day. All Might stood very still. Recovery Girl squinted into a distance that wasn't horizontal. The wind went sideways. "Do you feel it?" All Might asked, head tilted. "Which it?" Izuku asked. "The world had many. The one that's a rumor with teeth," Recovery Girl said, and tapped the umbrella against her shoe. "Not today, but soon." Izuku nodded, skin prickling. He stored no notes. He put the feeling in his bones next to the kettle's almost boil in the W. Bakugo had said good job like an insult. That night he stood on his apartment building's roof and let the city print itself on him. The stain under the bridge had stopped pulsing. The scene lay quiet like a cat that isn't asleep, just ignoring you. "Show me how you would do it," he told Mahito. "Not a deal, not surrender. If you were going to make a room and you were me." Mahito laughed softly in his chest, a much kinder sound than he would admit to liking. "I would make a gallery," he said. "Walls whose art decides the mood. I would hang portraits of intentions and then move the lighting so knives decide they are spoons." "I can't lie to people," Izuku said. "You can make them honest by making dishonesty uninteresting," Mahito said. "Your egg yesterday turned hit into hold. What if you turned charge into listen? Not forever, for a breath, long enough to move a civilian, long enough to make a hero's not quite fist reconsider." Izuku thought of All Might's arm pinned harmlessly to a wall, of the handle trick, of the crane listening to a path. "I can try," he said. He drew the egg on the roof with breath, not chalk. He told it only one new rule. Noise becomes signal. The membrane shivered, thin as a prayer. City clamor came in and went out differently, honks turning into lookout calls, shouting turning into overhear, the rustle of leaves turning into nothing is stalking you this time. He held it as long as a kettle holds just before boil, and then he let it go, on purpose, with dignity. The city snapped back without offense. He slept hard, woke easy, trained again. On the third morning of domain drafts, All Might, after an hour of cones and awful jokes and laughter that did not wound, said, "Bring your neighbor." Izuku stiffened. "You don't mean." "I mean," All Might said carefully. "Invite the shape he knows, not the ethics. Learn the grammar of his power without borrowing his sentences." Mahito purred. "Poster boy grows teeth. He wants to see if he can survive me in small doses." "I don't want you to touch anyone," Izuku said inside, firm as floor. "Not even to help. I know the rent agreement," Mahito said lightly. "I will furnish. You arrange." Uku let a sliver of Mahito's idle transfiguration come to the table. Not the appetite, the understanding of how bodies choose to be themselves. He applied it to objects and echoes. He adjusted the profile of a flying pebble so the egg recognized it as holdable. He tweaked the outline of his own stance so when he set a boundary, it seated into place with less shaking. Recovery Girl watched his posture change a degree and muttered, "If your smile gets stitches, I'll whack you with this umbrella." "It won't," Izuku promised solemnly, and if the corner of his mouth twitched in a way that reminded him of a boy made of angles. He forgave himself and put the twitch away. They finished with a drill All Might invented on a dare from himself. Izuku set a corridor for a fake evacuation through the junk. Recovery Girl dropped terrible puns like caltrops. All Might ran the route at half speed with deliberate mistakes, tripping where a civilian would, hesitating where a child might. Izuku adapted. His corridor for humans who don't know they're brave yet. He learned which corners always hide fear. He taught the path to forgive second thoughts. When the last cone was collected and the wind had decided to be on someone else's team, All Might walked him to the edge of the water and stood facing out. "You have started sketching a domain," he said, voice almost lost to surf. "You haven't asked to finish it." "I don't want to become a god of a small place," Izuku said. The word god felt like the wrong language to describe hospitality. "I want to host people until they can stand outside it again." "You might be the first person I have met who can think that thought and not lie to himself halfway through," All Might said. He took a breath he had earned. "There will come a fight that lasts a very long time. Days. 10 of them, say." Izuku's skin cooled. Okay, you will be tempted to make your porch a fortress, All Might said. Promise me you'll make it a bridge instead. I promise, Izuku said, and did not feel burdened by the vow. He felt braced. All Might nodded. Then I can trust you with the last thing I know how to give. He didn't say what. He didn't have to. The IR arranged itself around a future like a stagehand setting tape marks for actors who haven't been cast. They parted with a casual wave that meant see you tomorrow, and the city is watching us grow in. Don't die until we can say the important thing out loud. The scene noticed him again that night, not with teeth, not with laughter, but with the sudden hush a room takes when someone tells the truth new to them. He lay awake just long enough to recognize the hush, then fell into it. He stood in the hallway with the vending machine and the clock that ticks only when it's polite. The lantern bearer waited with patience that had become an organ. Behind them, further down the corridor, other lights pulsed faint, different colors, different temperatures. He didn't need names. He felt agreement. I made a porch, he told them, as if nervous to report to older cousins. It holds. It doesn't lie. It doesn't like jokes yet, but it's trying. The lantern lifted, and warmth fell across his knuckles like encouragement. You're building something we can stand inside. When it's time, the someone said. Be careful where you put the door. I'll make more than one, Izuku said. And a window. He woke with the smell of rice in his pillowcase and the sound of rain in the sink. He stretched. Button sketched a tiny circle in the air and settled on the windowsill like an exclamation mark that decided to be patient. On the way to school, the stain under the bridge blinked without moving. Izuku didn't knock. He carried his porch in his pocket and, as he passed, let it flare wide enough to see a square meter of sidewalk where old women trip. He left it there when he went on, a habit for the day. At lunch, Uraraka found him again, this time with confidence in her voice like fresh paint. They said the crane didn't crush anyone because some kid did voodoo. Was that you? Not voodoo, Izuku said, smiling. Housekeeping. She laughed a major chord. Good. The city needs tidying. Her gaze softened, calculating kind in it. The kind that looks at the price of groceries and who is holding the bag. If you ever need somebody to lift the heavy side of a couch while you move it, call me. Deal, he said, and didn't take out his phone, and didn't write her number down, and still knew he'd remember. On the roof after last bell, Bakugo threw a rock at his chest and watched it slow without touching him. Watched it kiss his shirt and fall. Watched his own angry respect show in the twitch of his jaw before he kicked it into the drain. Cheater, he muttered. Practicer, Izuku corrected, and Bakugo snorted like a truce. At home, Inko put her hand on his cheek and frowned and smiled and didn't ask. He told her anyway, I helped today, and she said, of course you did, and I. Zuku filed the sentence under things that will keep me alive later. That night, on the roof, he tried the new rule Mahito had teased. Turn charge into listen for just a breath. He pictured crowds, stampedes, angry squads. A hero running in and forgetting to check if he's the loudest thing in the room. He imagined a porch that listens back. He built it small, held it close, invited the city noise in and gave it names before handing it back. He let it go. Down on the street, a couple in a fight stopped talking over each other for exactly long enough to say the thing under the thing and then resumed arguing. But with fewer knives disguised as forks. He did not smile. He didn't feel like a god. He felt like someone had remembered to open a window. On the fourth morning, All Might brought paring pads and a gleam that meant mischief. Volunteer, he said, and Eraserhead stepped out from behind a toppled vending machine like a rumor that had subscribed to vitamins. Aizawa's scarf hung with the disdain of silk. His eyes said he had been up all night grading and found the night wanting. Toshinori owes me ramen, he said. Let's see if your student can hold a room when the floor gets pulled out from under him. Izuku bowed on instinct. Good morning. Don't flatter me, Aizawa said. I will erase your quirk. I don't have one, Izuku said. Aizawa lifted a brow. Then I will erase your confidence. Mahito laughed inside him. Finally, a poet. All right, All Might said, clapping as referee and proud cousin. Rules. Aizawa does whatever Aizawa does. Young Midoriya tree. Not to let his porch collapse when he becomes very, very ordinary. Aizawa's eyes went red like a promise. The feel of being special fell away from Izuku like a coat. His room hesitated. He didn't. Impact becomes hold, he said. Steady, and the porch listened to his voice instead of his spark. It held. Aizawa flicked the scarf. It zipped, whispering rope home, and kissed Izuku's ankle. The porch turned the trip into a sit. He found himself on his butt on purpose, not humiliated, not trapped. He laughed despite himself. Aizawa's mouth twitched. Again, scarf cutting for wrist. Hold turned grab into grasp and let go. Again, Aizawa leaping, eyes erasing, hair lifting with a bad mood. Path guided the landing. Again, Izuku's egg wobbling under heckle and learning to enjoy it. Again. On the fifth exchange, Aizawa killed his room so thoroughly it became silence. Izuku's instinct reached for a notebook that didn't exist anymore and found breath instead. "You'll do," Aizawa said finally, turning away as if compliments burn. "If you come to my school, I'll try to expel you once on principle." "I'd be honored," Izuku said, and meant it. All Might laughed like a building remembering it has windows. "That's enough for today." They watched the pro slip back into the city's folds. A cat who had learned to be a teacher and sometimes remembered not to swat the kids when they were impressively stupid. Recovery Girl clicked her umbrella shut with satisfaction. "You're getting very good at not breaking," she said to Izuku. "Try not to make it your kink." "I won't," Izuku said, ears pink. They walked the beach one last time. All Might knelt to draw a circle in wet sand, not for magic, for metaphor. "One day soon," he said, "I will ask you something. You will say yes, and then you will have to build a bigger porch faster than any person has a right to." "I know," Izuku said, and the knowing did not frighten him. It made him taller on the inside. "I'll be ready." "Good," All Might said, and stood with the kind of effort a man makes when he decides to keep living 3 minutes longer than comfortable, because other people will need those minutes later. "Go home. Be a boy while you can." Izuku went. He passed the underpass and the stain that liked him. He didn't knock. He left a porch bead on the wall like a rosary someone else could hold for a second without seeing it. He waved at the river even though it's rude to wave at water unless you can swim. On the roof that night, he tried not to think of kings with too many smiles or 10-day fights. He failed slightly. He made a small egg and taught it a wilder joke. Mockery becomes music. It almost worked. He laughed at his own hubris and let it break without bleeding. He slept. In the soft hour before, dawn slotted itself into the city's ribs. A crack that wasn't a crack walked past his window. The scene looking in like a cat, unimpressed with the furniture, accepting that this house might do. He Ned on his side and faced it with the calm of boys who have decided to survive and the rudeness of kind people who have decided rudeness can be protection. "Not today," he said to whatever was listening. "I'm building." The seam, which respects builders more than kings, receded like a good landlord. In another world, far enough to be polite and close enough to insult, a laugh rolled once, irritated and interested. Sukuna turned his head the way men do when a distant song includes their name badly. He grinned. He forgot about it an instant later because kings aren't allowed to hold on to curiosity without making it law. Izuku woke to rain that remembered to be gentle and the smell of toast baked by a woman who kept loving like it was not dangerous. He brushed his teeth with the intensity of a monastery. He packed lunch with the care of someone who has decided to live long enough to share half of it. He walked to school like a boy who could host a miracle and still have the humility to be on time. And somewhere under the bridge, behind the stain, the porch he had left as a bead on the wall caught the toe of an old man who would have fallen and turned it into a step. The old man paused, looked at nothing, and smiled. Because some prayers are answered in the language of balance. The morning the city decided not to blink, All Might brought no cones, no jokes, no refrigerator podium. He brought a paper cup with tea cooling too quickly and a promise he had kept hidden inside his ribs for years. Dagoba Beach was quieter than usual, as if the waves had come early to listen. Recovery Girl stood upwind, umbrella closed, letting the air pick sides. "All right," All Might said, and his voice was not a billboard today. It was a kitchen light left on. "I told you there would be a thing I'd ask." Izuku didn't nod. He put his hands behind his back so they wouldn't shake and said, simply, "I'm ready." All Might smiled, not the poster smile, not the lighthouse. The smile ACH gives a runner who already knows the route. "One for all," he said, offering the name as if it might bruise if dropped. "A stockpiled power, borrowed and given. It carries people." Mahito sat up, inside Izuku like a crow when bread hits the balcony. "You invited a museum into your chest. Now you'll install a train station." "Busy boy. I won't let it change what I keep," Izuku said to both men. He trusted the legend in front of him and the neighbor in his bones. "I'll make a room for it." All Might's eyes brightened, rain blew. "Good," he said, and plucked a hair from his head with a wince he pretended to enjoy. He held it out, theatricality reduced to ritual. "Eat this." Izuku could have made a joke about fiber. He didn't. He took it, placed it on his tongue, and swallowed like belief was a vitamin. The taste was nothing. The change was not. It entered him like a thread through an eye already threaded. It found the porch he'd been building out of kindness and rules and set its sue. It cased down with the exhausted courtesy of a traveler who has learned to live out of bags. Electricity coiled and refused to call itself that. Wind warmed and refused to say why. Strength knocked on a door he hadn't finished painting. He felt the hallway again, the vending machine, the clock that ticks only when it's polite, and the lantern bearer standing at the bend. Light bloomed deeper down the corridor. Shapes resolving. A woman with a stance like a drawn line. A man whose hands had fixed things that weren't his to fix. A kid not much older than Izuku who'd learned the difference between courage and impulse. Faces he did not know but had felt his warmth. They held lanterns. They nodded when he looked. No ceremony. Just, "Yes, we can come when you build the room," the lantern bearer said. Voice a kind of quiet that makes noise reconsider its career. "Don't call us to rule. Call us to serve." "I don't want a court," Izuku said. "I want help lifting furniture." "Then we will be furniture," the woman said dryly. And the others smiled sharp, tired, ready. He opened his eyes into a world that had acquired a border. All Might was watching him the way you watch a soup when it turns from water to dinner. "How does it sit?" "Like an older sibling," Izuku said honestly. "Bossy, protective." "Not wrong." Recovery Girl stepped forward and thumped his sternum with 2 knuckles. "Mind your posture," she said, as if that could keep history from knocking his spine into bad habits. "Breathe. Your room will need more air now." He breathed. The porch adjusted. The egg he had practice. D swelled a fraction, impact becomes hold, and the new presence inside him hummed approval but did not try to rewrite his rules. It respected the sign over the threshold. "Good," All Might murmured. He leaned in, lowered his voice. "And if I fall, you don't wait for permission to stand up." "I won't," Izuku said, and both of them heard the vowels shake. Sirens unfurled somewhere inland, not polite ones, the kind that make the city's bones think of fire. All Might's head turned. Rain blue ringed with storm. "We begin," he said. Day 1. The first day did not announce itself with a supervillain monologue. It came as a tide that forgot to be one tide. Everywhere at once, small disasters woke and made introductions. Elevators stalled with the delicate timing of heartbeats. Trains slowed into tunnels and decided to be caves. Traffic lights did an impression of moral ambiguity. A hospital generator coughed into retirement. A half-dozen Nomu ugly collages of stolen intention and meat push. Ed through alleys like bad ideas in boots. Above them all, over a financial district that had learned to flinch at shadows, space creased. The crease had a hand. The hand wore gloves, all for one STE. PPED through a clumsy door that the world apologized for making. He wore black that looked expensive, expressionless grace, and a machine at his face that translated his absence of restraint into respiration. When he turned his head, you could hear how much he enjoyed the sound of his own spine. "Children," he said to an entire city without raising his voice. "Be good for the cameras." Izuku Rei. Ched the first scene with All Might at his shoulder and firefighters already swearing with professional fluency. A double-decker bus had found its center of gravity and misplaced it across 2 lanes. Tourists clung to top railings, eyelids spasming against the impulse to jump. The driver sat white-knuckled at the wheel, whispering apologies to a dashboard deity that had yet to learn Japanese. "Partition," Izuku said. He didn't shout. He didn't need to. He arrived. The porch snapped from breath to architecture. Impact becomes hold. The bus's tilt softened as if cushioned by courtesy. Metal, that had been rehearsing scream, settled into grumble. A toddler on the upper deck became interested in his own toes instead of catastrophe. All Might shouldered the bus, made gravity an employee, and the firefighters cut into motion with a joy that sounded like competence. Izuku widened the rule around the panicking crowd, not cutting them off, including them. Noise became signal in a 10-meter ring, and people started hearing instructions instead of their own blood. He did not make them calmer. He made their calm louder than their fear for just long enough to put feet where feet needed to go. By noon he had done that at 8 scenes. A bridge where bolts flirted with mutiny. A daycare where a pipe pretended to be a snake. a pharmacy where shelves dominoed with rhythmic malice. Each time he left a bead of porch behind. Small as a prayer, durable as a habit. Each time he felt one for all thrum inside and not take over. He was a host. He was not a passenger. Mahito clapped slowly inside his ribs. Look at you, room after room. You're going to be loathed by architects of chaos. Delicious. I'll host them if they come in peace, Izuku muttered. You'll host them anyway, Mahito countered, admiring. And make that hosting hurt in all the right ways. Toward evening, the sky went the color of bruised money. A news drone found Izuku as he trotted from a stabilized crane toward the next crisis and tried to sell his face to a headline. He saw his reflection in its lens-sweat dark hair, eyes that had decided not to blink, and let his porch nudge the camera's interest toward the people hugging each other on the sidewalk. The drone obeyed like a rich dog forced to sit. The first true fight crawled up out of a subway staircase with 4 arms and a talent for turning regret into claws. Nomu. The crowd screamed the name like a ritual to make themselves feel they were in the right story. Kid. A cop barked, too tired to be incredulous that children keep showing up. Wait for. I am waiting, Izuku said calmly, and made waiting a wall. The Nomu barreled into his room and discovered it had brought its own harness. Impact becomes hold. The first 2 swiping arms found their blah. They turned to handles mid-air and wrapped themselves around a metal post like toddlers, insisting this is a tree and it is theirs. All Might arrived 1 second later and didn't have to punch at all. He just had to say, no. With his knuckles, and the Nomu learned the alphabet backwards into the floor. A second Nomu came through the ticket turnstiles, skinny with speed, stringy as stress. Izuku widened his path rule: if you run, your run becomes path, and gave its momentum a corridor toward a bank of empty seats. The creature took it with the single-mindedness of things that think they're free and ended up exactly where All Might wanted it, trapped under a row of bolted chairs, flailing like a trapped thought until Aizawa's scarf, uninvited and very welcome, dropped from the mezzanine and turned quirk into boring. Aizawa looked down at Izuku, hair spiky with objective contempt for drama. Don't let your room fall when I erase your training wheels, he said, and cut his eyes red. Izuku felt the sparkle vanish, the gift go quiet, and found that his rule held anyway, anchored to breath and decision instead of spectacle. He nodded. Aizawa vanished again, satisfied to be the rumor that saves you. By midnight the first day had taught the city a lesson it didn't want. Help was coming, but help was tired. All for One did not bother to be everywhere. He only needed to be felt everywhere. He appeared over an evacuation center just long enough to press his palm to a support beam and make the beam consider betrayal. He stood on a rooftop long enough to steal a fledgling's quirk and teach the boy that power can be a bruise. He vanished into the soot that cities exhale between midnight and 3. On a hospital roof at 2 a.m., Izuku stood with All Might and Recovery Girl while the heli port lights blinked, "Keep going," in capital letters. Below, surgeons did choreography that makes ballet a poor hobby. Above, clouds test drove rain. Tired? All Might asked, not unkind. Yes, Izuku said. Good, Recovery Girl said tartly. Tired people invent more polite miracles. Izuku huffed a laugh, looked out over a city stitched with sirens, and thought of the hallway with lanterns. He didn't ask them for help. He asked them to be ready. The first day ended because the clock decided it should, not because the villains agreed. Izuku slept 40 minutes on a gurney and woke up with the shape of his porch in his shoulder blades. He drank water like a debt. Day 2. The second day learned from the first. Villains minor, middling, and loud tested the porch with mockery. They shouted jokes while they threw things. Some of the jokes were funny, because cruelty learns timing. Izuku's egg remembered laughter turns into light. Pebbles became sprinkles. Insults slid off the membrane and puddled at his feet where the city could soak them back up. At lunchtime he remembered lunch is a word that can mean food or don't cry. Uraraka found him in a stairwell with a paper bag and cheeks strafed by concrete dust. You can't do 10 days on fumes, she said, no nonsense kindness. Eat. He did. Rice and egg and an apple with a bruise. She watched him like a foreman, making sure the building obeyed code. I'm spinning a lot of stuff off the ground, she said. Give me a corridor. It'll be lighter. He set a path in the air with his palms, and she lifted a fallen sign through it like a magician proud of her assistant. Good, she said, and might have high-fived him if their hands weren't busy. You make rooms. I make things forget how to weigh. Between us we could move a city. We are, he said. And that made both of them laugh too brightly and then compose their faces for the next person's fear. Bakugo showed up where explosions were rude and made the explosions ashamed. He didn't ask for Izuku's help. He didn't refuse it when the porch caught a misfire and turned it to a hand on his shoulder, sending him 10 inches to the left so a piece of rebar would miss his ear. Don't do that, he snapped. Cheeks red. Do it again when you need to. I will, Izuku promised, and they were both profoundly relieved by the stupidity of their own grammar. Aizawa rotated in, erasing quirks like pulling fuses from a house that had been wired by grief. Smintos made rooms permanent where Izuku could not stay. 13 turned the sky into a funnel that put bad air somewhere harmless. Mirko sprinted past Izuku like joy weaponized and came back with a Nomu ear in her hand and a grin that made even Recovery Girl mutter, show off, and smile. Mid-afternoon, a broadcast cut through the city's entertainment systems uninvited. All for One arranged himself in a seat he surely didn't own and faced the lens like a grandfather imparting advice about knives. For years now, he said conversationally, I have been told the world belongs to the brave. Yet here you all are, delegating bravery to children. He tilted his head, and Izuku felt his attention slide like a cold finger along the city's seams until it found him. The breath he had borrowed from a power step stumbled and righted itself. You, All for One said, and Izuku understood that the pronoun was a point of interest more than a threat. The seamwalker, with the rooms. He smiled behind his mask in the way men do when they want to teach you your own joke. I like a good room. Do keep it tidy. The feed cut. The city's televisions remembered movies. The city's people remembered that villains sometimes notice individuals. Mahito hummed in Izuku's sternum, a tone like a coin spun on a diner table. He tastes the stitching. He wants your technique like a chef wants a spice. He'll try to cook with you later. I won't be cooked, Izuku said, too fast, and paced his breath back into evenness. The second night hurt more. The muscles around the room in his chest felt used. One for all flexed like an older sibling who has decided you're ready to try deadlifts. He let it into his calves long Ino. To cross a street is a blur and into his shoulders long enough to set down a toppled vending machine gentle as a sleeping dog with a sore paw. He kept it out of his hands when his hands might touch people's souls and break his rule. At 3 a.m., he and All Might stood at the edge of a shopping arcade that had temporarily remembered being a river. Water ran shin deep. The smell of wet ramen and lost perfumes made a complicated soup of regret. They waited a breath, not for drama, for timing. All Might checked him with a glance. Izuku nodded. They moved. Impact becomes hold, he said, and the current stopped trying to steal ankles. Noise becomes signal, and each shouted instruction separated into evacuate there, turn off the gas, it's okay to leave that behind. A grandmother grabbed his sleeve as he passed and whispered, God bless, and he almost made a joke about zoning permits for deities and didn't because he wanted to keep the blessing intact for later. They slept an hour each in a stairwell while Uraraka stood watch with a pipe and eyes that dared any villain to misinterpret her height. Day 3. The third day the city learned a new sound. The clatter of hope acquiring wheels. People began to pre-sort their fear. Meet-up points, text threads, a group chat called Porch Pirates, good kind, where neighbors announced, left a thermos at 2nd and Silva for anyone in green. A teacher used izakaya coasters to build a map of local shelters and wrote down where Izuku had left invisible beads on the sidewalk so old men could cross without negotiating. A kid made fan art and taped it to a traffic light. A crude drawing of a circle that was also a smiley face with the caption room. Izuku laughed until his breath rebalanced. The villains learned too. All for One stopped trying to be everywhere and started trying to be clever in one place. An office tower decided to show off. A villain with a glass quirk turned windows into knives with edges of rumor. The whole building sang in shards. Aizawa, All Might said into his earpiece, voice controlled. Now, Eraserhead had been saving his eyes for exactly this. He looked once, hard, and the building forgot how to be proud. Glass turned to something that could be swept. Go, he said, and heroes went. Izuku set a corridor through the lobby that made slipping not a thing. Smintos put in permanent teeth. Uraraka made a car into a hovercraft and ferry-boated 6 grandmothers across a puddle considerately. While they were still inside, the shadow in the lobby shifted as if the ceiling remembered it hates you. Lights flickered. A sound like a hand tapping a fish tank came from nowhere and everywhere at once. All for One stepped out from behind the receptionist's desk that had been holding lilies and now held history. He looked at All Might. He looked at Izuku. His mask regarded both of them without blinking. "Hello, successor," he told All Might, tone the kind used for old enemies and bureaucrats. "Hello, Seam." All Might's smile did something small and dangerous to its corners. "I am here," he said, and the air didn't need him to shout. It believed him. Izuku felt One for All check the straps on its suitcase. He felt his room pull its shawl tight. He did not widen the porch for All for One. He would not host a man who made hospitality into a weapon. "Do you want me to be brave?" All for One asked the lobby, amused. "Or polite?" "Gone would be nice," Aizawa said from a mezzanine, and erased 3 quirks in him just long enough to make the villain tilt his head in interest. "Oh, Aizawa-kun," he said pleasantly. "You're always out of coffee." All Might moved. He didn't move far. He didn't need to. He put himself between history and tomorrow, and the building's architecture felt its childhood return. They collided, not the comic book smash, not the scream. The kind of contacts that tell seismographs how to spell stay. Metal shuddered for the fun of it. All for One looked past All Might at Izuku as if inspecting an antique for secret drawers. "Let me see the stitching," he purred, lifting a hand. "No," Izuku said, and made no law inside his porch. All for One's palm stopped an inch from an invisible door. He felt rules the way sharks feel current and smiled behind his machine. "Consent," he said, amused. "Darling, you'll be exquisite to eat. Find another restaurant," Izuku said, and hated how much Mahito laughed inside him at the quip. All Might hit All for One in the solar plexus with a punch that had signed treaties. The villain slid backward across Till and left a scar the janitors would love forever. The lobby lid crackled. Izuku widened hold around beams and bolts. He turned, falling into weight. He set a path for civilians. He set a knot around T. He orchid the receptionist had been watering because the orchid was getting through the week too. All for One came back, delighted now in the way of cats with expensive yarn. He flicked fingers and a skein of borrowed quirks tried to bite. Blade reached, spear darted, heat licked. Izuku's porch made handle of blade, towel of heat, hug of spear, and All for One surprised laughed, honestly for once. "Oh, fun," he said. "You're the boy who turns violence into furniture. Furniture keeps rooms safe." Recovery girl snapped from behind a potted ficus she'd commandeered as triage. "You keep your hands away from my children." All for One bowed slightly, mock gentleman. He turned his head, and the building felt like a flower under a magnifying glass. He wanted to pull the stitching loose with one finger. Izuku felt the intention like a dental probe hunting a nerve. Mahito's voice went low in Izuku's bones, humor filed down to theorem. "He will try to touch your soul through curiosity. That's my trick, make curiosity bored." Izuku did the impolite. He ignored a king. He didn't tense where the probe expected tension. He didn't posture. He made the porch's purpose mundane. Be boring, he told his room. Be a hallway in a building code manual. Be everyday safety. All for One reached, and his fingers slid off the door of a house so normal it wasn't worth breaking into. His head cocked. He looked at Izuku again. Then at All Might. Something interested him, not as prey interests a hunter, but as a new machine interests a collector. He looked up and Aizawa's eyes went red again, cutting a bouquet of quirks off at the stems. All Might used the offbeat like a drummer and put the villain into a wall that consented to hold him because Izuku had told it to. The building decided to wait. "I have to go," All for One said, and did a horrible thing. Told the truth. Other appointments. But he gestured to the ceiling with a tilted wrist, and the city above them took the hint like an obedient dog off leash. A crack ran through the sky, a seam pretending it knew what seams are. 10 days, he said, amused with numbers. "That's a good biblical one. See you again before the end of 3. He vanished through a crease that should not have fed him. The building resumed being a building. An orchid rocked and pretended it hadn't. All Might breathed once, carefully. He looked at Izuku, and for a heartbeat the old man who had given a hair away to a boy saw himself reflected in a window not yet broken. Pride and warning and a hunger to keep this alive passed across his face. "Rooms," he said, a little hoarse. "Good. Keep making them. Always," Izuku said, and believed the word as if it were smaller than it is and easier to carry. They worked through dusk into evening into so. Mething past midnight where time runs out of metaphors. Izuku's calves burned. His shoulders auditioned for the role of ache. His porch kept its promise and stole hours back from chaos. At the end of the third night he returned to the hospital roof because roofs have become the closest thing to churches he will tolerate. The city lay below like a patient that had decided to get better. All Might stood under a windsock that pointed wherever he would next. Recovery Girl sat with her feet not touching the ground. Umbrella leaned against her knee like a third-leg god forgot. "You're holding," All Might said. "For now," Izuku said. "Tomorrow he stops playing," Recovery Girl said matter-of-factly. "You'll need to stop being polite without becoming cruel." Izuku closed his eyes and let the hallway in him answer before his mouth could. The lanterns glowed. One for All leaned against a wall, handsome with old victories. The neighbor with stitches cracked his knuckles and pretended not to be invested. "Okay," Izuku said. He slept 40 minutes while a helicopter rotor ticked down the street like a metronome practicing waltz, and dreamed that his porch had doors for everyone and each door said please in their first language. When he woke, the fourth day was already tasting the air. And somewhere in another world, a laugh counted to 3. The fourth day woke up on the wrong side of the city. It started with sirens that didn't agree with each other and a wind that smelled like overheated copper. Izuku was already moving when the first power station hiccuped. He'd slept on a gym mat in a high school that had volunteered to be a shelter and woken with one for All circling his joints like a big brother in a crowded street. All Might was already on comms. "East grid dropping in sections," he said. "Comm. Clipped." The voice of a nail refusing to bend. "Priority routes open. 13 is setting vent columns. Keep your rooms wide. Keep your rules simple." "I'm up," Izuku said. And the city obliged by needing him immediately. A transformer yard in the docks had become a fireworks show of bad decisions, electrical snakes snapping at rain, cables thrumming like guilt. Workers in orange vests waited behind a fence, swearing a union's worth of prayers. Izuku vaulted the gate and felt One for All's power stream into his calves with the restraint he'd practiced. Lantern. End step 1 footfall bright with borrowed force, the next wholly his own. He landed in a hiss of wet gravel and opened the porch with a breath. "Impact becomes hold," he said, "and electricity spoiled." Hungry hit the rule like rain on a canopy. It didn't stop, it changed, it became brightness without bite, a shudder looking for ground and finding a path through the frame of his intent into the earth. A tech shouted from behind the fence, "Who the hell are you?" "Housekeeping," Izuku called. It had become a joke only because no one laughed at it. He spread the porch over the yard the way you spread a blanket across a child who has fallen asleep in the wrong place. His second rule noise becomes signal turned the thwack of live lines into don't touch that, do touch this. All Might arrived in the next breath, grabbed a misbehaving armature, and made it feel like a reasonable choice to sit down. Between them they bled the danger out of the yard until the only thing left was the smell of scorched rain and relief. "Next," All Might said, not because he dismissed this win, but because wins don't mean the line gets shorter. They moved in a rhythm the city taught them. Izuku ahead to soften impact into hold. All Might behind to translate that into safety your grandmother could understand. Uraraka's voice cut in sweet and steely, "I have a collapsed mezzanine at the Shinohara Mall. If you can spare a corridor," and Izuku diverted, built a hanging hall through dust and broken glass, watched 3 people and a shaking dog use it like they'd known it was there all their lives. By mid-morning, villains were repeating themselves copycat schemes the news would call clusters afterward. Izuku took their edges and made handles. He turned thrown bricks into apologetic bricks and racket-ing shockwaves into hugs that resented themselves. He was careful where he looked when he did it. He didn't look at a person like a problem. He looked at the harm as if it could be reasoned with, and sometimes it could. In his chest, Mahito watched with a gourmand's boredom. "You are making kindness aggressive," he mused. "It is fascinating. And rude." "Good," Izuku said, leaping from a crushed awning, porch flaring. Legs catching the gift then relinquishing it again. He could feel One for All learning him enough to make a new pattern possible. A clean line of power that ran through his spine. And he carried heavy things and refused to leak into his hands when people were inside his rule. It felt like being trusted by a river. At noon, All for One tried a trick he had clearly been saving. The public warning network stuttered, then filled with his voice the smooth inflection of a man who knows microphones can forgive him for anything. "Citizens, you are being very brave. I admire bravery. I am braver. Let me show you." Every phone in a district lit with an icon "evacuate this way" and an arrow. But the arrow pointed wrong by 20 degrees. A sabotage designed to look like the usual bureaucratic mistake. The crowd would have followed it, trusting shapes over shouting. Izuku felt it before he saw it. The porch he'd left like beads along the sidewalks complained. A mother with a stroller veered toward a stairwell that led to a basement already flooding. A mall security guard waved people toward a lobby that was about to become a mouth. He put everything he had into signal. He widened the rule over 3 blocks. Then 5 too big, he'd always been taught. Too thin, but he felt the lanterns lift in his hallway and lean their lights with him. Not words, not faces, just a sir. Gee, if we've stood in worse rooms and held. The city's noise recoded itself in the ring. The false arrow blurred. The right stairwell gleamed in the mind like a memory of safety. A small boy who had wrong exit memorized remembered the right one at exactly the right time. Dozens, hundreds pivoted. The crowd's center of gravity shifted. A stampede lost its name and became a flow. The false basement yawned and took nobody. All Might, 3 blocks away and listening as if hearing were his most expensive habit, murmured into the line, "Beautiful, young Midoriya," and kept punching the real bad thing. All for One's voice smiled behind its hardware. "Rooms upon rooms," he said to the city and to Izuku in the way you address a child you admire for being clever at a game you made. "If I cannot step inside, I will change the house around you." His next move was uglier. A Nomu climbed a hospital wall like mold and reached a ward window with the deftness of despair. Inside, machines shaped breath into obedience. Recovery Girl was 2 floors down cursing at paperwork that had declared a hobby and become a personality. Izuku hit the fire escape 3 steps at a time, one for all lining his bones with a miracle he refused to let make his hands eager, and reached the window to find the Nomu's hand inside like a story that had misread its audience. "Stop," Izuku said, and his porch obliged by making stop a floor. The Nomu's reaching fingers turned to a grip it could not employ. He climbed in beside it, opened the membrane wider, and heard for the first time the shape of one of these things up close. A loud room of stolen furniture. Mahito leaned in. "Oh, this one," he murmured, pleased and grim. "You could fix it. Untangle the chairs. Make the room remember its original tenant. It would be complicated, and you would break 3 laws you wrote on your heart." Izuku shook his head. He breathed in and let his voice do what he had sworn it could. Impact becomes hold. Noise becomes signal. And you, he told the harm. Not the creature, you become less. He removed appetite from the act of the reach. The way you remove a word from a sentence you love so the meaning stays but the tone learns manners. The hospital bed's rail stopped being interesting. The Nomu strained. He didn't touch its soul. He changed the way his room understood the difference between grabbing and helping. The creature stumbled and stepped backward, confused. All Might arrived exactly at the border of the membrane and took it from there with a method that meant do not look at the patient. The Nomu went down, and the ward's machines kept turning breath into continuance. Recovery Girl stormed up a stairwell 1 minute later and walloped Izuku with her umbrella handle on principle. "You are not allowed to learn surgery from villains," she snapped, then patted his hand like he'd done well on an exam no one should have to take. By dusk, the city had learned to work with the rooms. Fire Fee. GHTERS ran evacuations through his corridors. Paramedics yelled down his paths and their voices carried as if he'd built a wall for them to bounce off. Civilians began to invent their own rules inside. His rules neighbors posting themselves at the beads he'd left yesterday. Ushering the old and the small, posting in the Porch Pirates, Good Kind, Chat, Porch at Market and 11th Holding. "If you're scared, come stand by the mailbox." All for One didn't stop. He trotted out a man whose quirk ate vibrations, dropped him on a bridge, and watched the span try to remember how to be an eel. Izuku threw the porch across it like a tendon and told it to be dull. Impact becomes hold, he whispered to Steel and to Fear, and the bridge, offended at this lack of drama, complied by being a road again. At midnight, the 4th day bent into the 5th. Lights went out. The moon did not consult them. On the roof of the hospital, All Might stood with his hand on the windsock again, listening to a head count that sounded like a murmured hymn. "How many?" Izuku asked. He didn't say saved. He didn't say lost. He meant both and he meant neither. All Might gave a number that admitted nobody could be sure until daylight. It was grim and it was good compared to bad. It was nothing compared to perfect. His smile didn't apologize for not being poster ready. "Drink," he said, and handed Izuku a bottle and his own brief, brittle quiet. "When do you sleep?" Izuku asked. When you do, All Might lied gently. They slept 35 minutes, the kind of sleep soldiers and midwives learn. Izuku woke with his porch already half open, like a guard dog who sleeps with one ear. Day 5, All for One kept his broadcast promise. Before the end of 3. He stepped into a station plaza at 11:06 a.m. with a shock. King intimacy of a predator in a library and forced the city to look at him. All Might arrived from the sky and did not pretend to fall. He landed like a definition. This is where the line is. Izuku was a half-block behind, widening his porch for the crowd, thinking of windows and exits and the hot dog cart that had politely refused to evacuate. The two old enemies faced each other and the city L still the way a mouth does before it says yes or no. Your successor is interesting, All for One said in a tone that didn't ask. What shall we name him? The porter? The host? The boy who knows how to say no? My successor's name is Izuku Midoriya, All Might said, because names are the oldest rooms we grow in. And you don't get to come inside. All for One lifted his hand. Izuku felt the curiosity again, finer this time, aimed like a pick at a seam. It slid along the outside of his rule, seeking an angle, hunting for a clause that could be perverted. Mahito, inside, went very, very still. He wants to lift your latch with my style, he said, almost admiring. He'll find out it isn't a latch. It's a hand. Izuku didn't tighten the porch. He weighted it with a single sentence. I will not be eaten. Not shouted, not frightened, the way you keep a promise with your mouth full. All for One touched the air. The world twanged. His quirk pack fanned open a peacock of stolen practices. A ND something like steel brushed the membrane of Izuku's domain. Then flinched, because what was on offer wasn't a quirk. It was a rule set. A way of telling place what to do. It was closer to a house than a toy. All for One's fingers curled, feeling the outline, testing for purchase. He smiled behind the machine and said with theatrical regret, this is going to be difficult for us, isn't it? For you, All Might said, and slid in clean. The plaza went to work. All Might and All for One did not trade speeches now. They traded distances. Izuku made the ground inside his porch obey the hold, and path and signal clauses and set aside one more. Mockery becomes light. He heard All for One's quiet laughter and refused to let the porch bruise. A quirk like a spear, a quirk that made gears hungry. A quirk that wanted to open the sun. All for One tested them like a sommelier. Inside the porch, spear became bar. Gear hunger chewed on air. Sun opening found itself committing to, of all things, clarity. It lit up the exit signs. Civilians moved and didn't know why it was suddenly easier. Left, All Might said without looking, the kind of call you only trust from someone who has always been late to his own injuries and still arrived. Izuku shifted the porch 2 degrees and All Might's fist found a rib that remembered being broken. All for One slid with the elegance of a man for whom N is a hobby and countered with a lash that would have cut a building. It entered the porch and became a strangling seatbelt around a lamppost instead. Cameras found them. Microphones recorded nothing useful. The important sounds were not public. The wheeze of All Might's breath rationing itself, the silky purr of All for One's machine, the small utterances of people choosing to obey instructions. Izuku kept his hands steady and his eyes off souls, made his room boring, then made it brutal in its banality. Children, All for One sighed, and launched a fan of tiny drones that glittered like gilt. Izuku lifted his fingers no and the drones hit the porch and consented to hover. Aizawa's scarf snagged the nearest and turned it into a necklace he didn't want. Die in a ditch, he told the machine, and the drone decided that was a reasonable place to be. All for One tried to talk to Izuku then. He had learned not to when All Might was close, but curiosity is a siren with very good hair. Where did you pick up stitches? Little host? He asked. Which butcher taught you to hang intention on hooks? Izuku didn't answer. He couldn't. There was no sentence that would be true and safe. He simply held the porch while All Might hit the moment the way you hit a nail when you have no more wood left and the house still needs a roof. The plaza lost its manners. A statue fell. Izuku's porch made weight of falling again. A dog got loose. The path rule ushered it toward a girl who needed something to hold. The fight surged forward, and for 5 breathless seconds All Might was victory in the shape of a man. Then pain tapped him. Izuku felt it as an error in the grammar of the air. All Might's weight shifted not because he chose it but because something old torqued the wrong way. All foe. R1's head turned the way men do when they smell rain. There you are, he said. And his next combination was cruel because it knew where bones have pilgrimage sites. Izuku did not step between them. That would have been embarrassing for everyone. He set the porch hard around All Might's flank. Impact becomes hold, make the shock a brace, not a break. He set mockery becomes light and banished the smirk bouncing between cameras. He said noise becomes signal and the paramedics heard, right now, and obeyed later when it mattered because now was still fight time. All Might found his own posture again and bared his teeth. Not yet, he told his body and his enemy and his student, and charged the air with a grin that held an oath. All for One laughed softly. The plaza warped around his taste. The fight slid behind a column as if two gods had been embarrassed by the onlookers and wanted a moment alone. Izuku held the edges of his porch, felt the edge of his ability, and didn't pretend he see. Old widen it without thinning it into lies. When they emerged again, both had left themselves behind on the tile in small, private ways. All Might's breath was a file-scraping metal. All for One's S. Holders held a note the city hadn't heard before, effort. Again, All Might said, and maybe before he could decide whether that was foolish, the plaza filled with a new sound. A chant from a corner where nobody had ordered courage. Just soup, we've got you. It wasn't loud, it was sticky. It made the porch denser. All for One looked at the corner, then at Izuku, then at All Might. He issued song, eating like a sigh that had learned to dress in silk. I'm bored, he lied, and all the antennae in Izuku's soul heard not yet. He stepped backward through a crease in the world that didn't belong. Re it was and let the plaza have its breath back. Izuku didn't drop the porch for another full minute. He watched All Might watch the air, both of them listening for the sound emptiness makes when it remembers it used to be full. Then All Might exhaled and smiled wrong and right and said, next. They didn't win, they didn't lose, they continued. Day 6. The 6th day was lists and grit. Endea. Ver burned a path through a warehouse district while Izuku patted the air around him so heat didn't leap to the wrong roofs. Shodo Todoroki, just Todoroki, on the radio but a radiating quiet in person, appeared beside Izuku unannounced and iced a wall where Izuku's porch would have been a glue trap. They did not talk, they made street and wall agree without being taught that they needed to. A hack, team commandeered the Porch Pirates, Good Kind, channel and pinned a map showing where Izuku's beads had been. Crowds moved as if they recognized the map from an old version of the city that had been stored under their bed. Mahito was hushed for once, not from boredom but from a cat's respect for the exact minute before a jump. You're learning to make your domain feel like a weekday, he said at last. That's how you win against kings, make even their drama obedient to garbage collection schedules. Izuku almost laughed, then didn't, because he was running the porch down a hallway where A.C. Hild had gotten stuck in a vending machine that had decided to be a coffin. He told the machine, let go as hold, and it did, and then he told fear, signal is louder, and a mother found her child, and the child found air. And the siren outside the building found silence. That night, if you could call it that, the sky bruised darker than usual. Izuku and All Might stood on a rooftop and listened to the city count itself. It wasn't enough, it wasn't nothing. All Might put a hand on Izuku's shoulder very gently, as if his palm had learned humility. You're strong, I'm held, Izuku said. It was the truest thing he had. Day 7. The 7th day began with a rumor that made pro-heroes look at each other and speak without moving their lips. A transfer, a plan that meant the term nominal custody, a convoy of vans that had to cross 3 miles of city between a ministry building and a subterranean cell. The prisoner was a man who could make a dozen city blocks regret waking up if he had. One good breath and an unsecured access on a map. Everyone with an earpiece pretended to say, we do this later, and then said, we do this now. All Might glanced at Izuku and did not explain that the plan had been stupid. So now it had become a plan. It will be bait, Aizawa said, dropping from the top of a municipal sculpture like a bad decision that had learned to pay taxes. Good, All Might said. Good, Izuku said with them. Because the city listened to grammar even when it pretended not to. They lined the route with cops who had stopped being surprised by their own courage 3 days ago. Heroes bracketed the convoy like parentheses. Izuku walked 3 car lengths ahead, porch stretched thin and tough, impact into hold, noise into signal, mockery into light humming in his bones. He left beads on hydrants and payphones, on the corner where an old man feeds pigeons with the seriousness of a priest. Halfway to the drop, the sky wrinkled. All for One did not step out. Sukuna's attention did. It came like a hand grazing a curtain from the wrong side. A laugh fizzed through the seams of the city, too pleased. Too many teeth, and Izuku's porch shook as if somebody had told a joke in a language it didn't speak yet. Mahito's breath hitched in his chest. "Don't let him in," he said. And for the first time the neighbor's tone held something like fear. Izuku narrowed the porch, not smaller but truer. He stripped it to impact becomes hold and path finds itself. He didn't challenge the laugh. He gave it nowhere to echo. Cars continued. The convoy threaded past a fountain that would be a crosswalk again after this week. The Sukuna presence slid away, either bored or thoughtful. Izuku did not unclench his jaw for 3 blocks. At the underground entrance, All Might took the last stretch himself. He made the street believe this was ordinary commute, lunch, laundry so hard that ordinary obeyed. The prisoner arrived below the city's weather, and men with clipboards nodded as if any of this had been inevitable. Afterward, on the identical rooftop every hero uses when they don't want to tell the city they're taking a break, Izuku sat with his back to a vent and ate a convenience store sandwich. It tasted like victory had been put in a blender with cheap mayonnaise. He let himself close his eyes for the duration of one long swallow. "You felt it," All Might said. "Yes," Izuku said. He did not say the name. Names can stain a day even when you say them politely. "Later," All Might promised. "We will put rooms between that laugh and your bones." For now, he stood. Every inch of it paid for in breath. We are at 6. The 7th ends with us standing. Izuku stood. The day obliged them by not ending yet. They kept doing the work. They held, they path-ed, they signaled. Todoroki iced a street where Mirko had kicked physics into a sulk. Uraraka made a wrecking ball forget its job for exactly long enough to change jobs. A kid brought Izuku a thermos and tall. Her dad said he was the reason the dog wasn't afraid of thunder anymore. Izuku wanted to cry. He didn't. He expanded the porch another inch of belief because the city had given him permission. When the 7th night finally decided to arrive, they were still on their feet. The wind remembered songs. The Porch Pirates, good kind, channel posted a picture of the drawing taped to the traffic light. Someone had added little lanterns inside the smile room. It still said. The exclamation mark was unnecessary. It helped. Izuku leaned on a railing with All Might and Recovery Girl and listened to the city decide to sleep in shifts. "You're not taking notes," All Might said, after a while. "I'm writing it in me," Izuku said. "Good," Recovery Girl said, and tapped his forehead with the umbrella. "It's safer in there than on paper." "Sometimes," Mahito said dryly. But he was quiet, and if the stitches on his smile tugged into something gentler for a second, Izuku pretended not to notice. It was a kindness, and a rule. Below them, bicycles leaned against a wall and didn't fall. A bead on a mailbox held. Somewhere across town, a dog passed the same porch bead and decided not to bark at thunder. Day 8 was coming with a different weather. Izuku could feel it, an aftertaste in the air, a hitch in the seam. He would stand there too. But for one breath, he was a boy beside a teacher and a grandmother, and that counted more than the number of sirens he had filed. "Tomorrow," All Might said. "Tomorrow," Izuku agreed, and put his hand on the rail as if he were making a promise to the metal. The city kept the promise with him. Day 8 woke without birds. The city didn't go silent. It went hushed, like a theater holding its breath for the moment the curtain lifts. Izuku, you rolled off a gym mat at the shelter with sand in his joints and one for all running a warm, supervised lap around his bones. Out past the windows, puddles wore thin skins of oily color and the wind smelled like a socket you shouldn't touch. "East levies are steady," came All Might over comms, voice steady, smaller. "West has rolling outages. Keep your rooms plain today. No flourishes." "Plain," Izuku said, and meant honest. He jogged into a morning built of sirens and the particular applause of distant generators failing to impress themselves. The first call was a street that thought it was a river again. He waded in up to his shins and opened the porch with his breath. No hands, no drama. Impact becomes hold. The current hit his rule and became weight without bite. People staggered less, then walked. "Over there," he called, and noise became signal. The city obeyed not because it had been commanded, but because it had been reminded of the path it wanted. On the far curb, an old Oman clumsy with a grocery bag grabbed his sleeve. "Bless you," she said. Izuku smiled the way you do when you don't have a pocket big enough for a blessing and plan to carry it in your throat. He kept moving. It was the only way to stay the shape of here. A warehouse caught fire in 3 grudging spots, smoke braiding itself into a boredom that pretended to be menace. Endeavor arrived in his Eat and Mirko in her laughter and Todoroki in his quiet. Izuku laid a corridor over the warehouse's mouth. Spread becomes soak, he told the air, and the fire's enthusiasm relocated into a controlled pout. Todoroki dragged a wall of cold across the roof. Endeavor disciplined the flames. Mirko kicked a rolling propane tank so hard it decided to be furniture. Good trick, Mirko grinned, landing beside Izuku, hair singed, eyes bright. You make a room and even the fire has manners. My mom would be proud, Izuku said, then startled at his own voice light, easy, true. Keep him that way, Mirko told the morning, and bounded for the next catastrophe. By noon the city had learned to use the rooms. Firefighters routed ladders through his corridors. Uraraka hiked girders into low orbit to M8 skylights where his porch refused to let glass become teeth. The Porch Pirates, good kind, channel posted a hand-drawn map of the beads he'd been leaving, tiny, invisible dots of weight here that old men with walkers found intuitively. Then something brushed the seam. It wasn't all for one. It wasn't a nomu. It was a laugh with too many syllables, passed through the wrong side of a curtain. A king from the other world, amused. Sukuna's attention grazed the city like a cat's tail brushing a table. The porches he'd left along sidewalks rattled, beads on a string touched by a hand. Don't let him in, Mahito said, not bored. Not hungry. Make your joke first. Make your joke better than his. Izuku tightened nothing. He made the porch plainer still. He told it a rule he had invented while acting with All Might's bad puns. Mockery becomes light. The laugh hit his egg at a slant and broke into clear directions. Exit signs glowed brighter. A gate sighed open on a stairwell that had never made up its mind. A child in a hallway stopped shaking because the wind, suddenly, made sense. The Sukuna presence slid away, either bored or curious. The city exhaled. Izuku did not. Day 8 kept moving. He tasted copper at dusk. Not blood fatigue's coin. Recovery girl whacked his knuckles with the umbrella handle without looking at him. Drink, she said, and he obeyed. All Might ghosted in, hand on his side. Smile like a lighthouse seen through rain. Keep it boring, he muttered. Boring, Izuku promised, and kept it heroic. Night brought 2 nomu to a pediatric ward and an office tower bent on making drama out of glass. Aizawa erased. Genist stitched. Smintos taught floors to be proud again. Izuku's porch turned 3 falls into sits, 5 shoves into holds, a thrown chair into a step stool. The city survived because everyday objects remembered they prefer being useful to being cruel. Sometime after midnight, All for One appeared in the reflection of a closed storefront window. Like a rumor that had learned to shave. Little host, he said, his voice coming from everywhere and nowhere. Hospitality is wasted on the uninvited. Izuku didn't answer the glass. She FTED his porch around a paramedic who had just dropped to one knee and made exhaustion become chair for exactly 5 seconds. The medic stood, said, thanks to nobody in particular, and kept going. L for One's reflection smiled behind a mask and chose, wisely, not to touch a room that had forgotten how to worship him. Day 9 arrived with coffee and a new idea. Solidarity with wheels. Informal. Caravans moved water and batteries along routes Izuku had unconsciously made easier. Uraraka commandeered a box truck and filled it with cones, signage, and supplies. Her grin could have convinced the ocean to tide in. Corridors, she said to Izuku, tapping the map. Here, then here, keep them up for 10 minutes at the top of the hour. Done, Izuku said, and for 4 hours the city ran on schedules that felt like mercy. Bakugo blasted by at 100 decibels of competence. Deku, he barked, as if insult were a vitamin. Your stupid room pushed me left, so I didn't get decapitated. Do I? T again and all. A lamppost fell where Bakugo's head would have been. His sentence ended with a red-faced scowl. Except that as a temporary arrangement. Thank you, Izuku said gravely. Shut up, Bakugo said, and hurled himself back at the problem like a brick with dreams. At noon, Izuku's phone buzzed. Eat, read the message. The attached picture was 2 onigiri and a note with his name on it in his mother's handwriting. He ate both and tucked the note into the pocket where he kept breath, rules, and the shape of All Might's laugh on good days. Mid-afternoon, All for One shifted tactics. He didn't broadcast. He listened. His attention slid along Izuku's edges like a pick searching old mortar for a crumbling line. He tried to steal not a quirk, there wasn't one to take, but a principle. The porch's membrane vibrated like a window in wind. Mahito rolled his neck inside Izuku's chest and went very still. He wants to lift your latch with something that smells like me. Make it a handshake, not a latch. Izuku weighted the porch with consent. He marked it not with sigils, but with yeses he had already earned. A grandmother's thanks. A firefighter's clap. A dog's disdain turned to trust. All Might's hand on his shoulder. The membrane changed feel under All for One's fingers. It became not a door but a greeting ritual. You couldn't pick it, you had to mean well. All for One withdrew the way a man takes his hand off a stove. In another district he broke 7 phones with a thought and stole a quirk from a man who had kicked his addiction and had nothing else worth stealing. The man lived and would live. Some defeats were small enough to forgive until later. Night 9 tasted like coins again. Recovery girl told Izuku to sit and he sat, and she told him to stand and he stood. You respect old women, she approved. You'll live. This would be easier if I could just touch souls, Mahito observed wryly. I know, Izuku said inside, and that's why we won't. Mahito chuckled and, perhaps, didn't press as hard the next time curiosity asked to borrow the wheel. Day 10 began with rain that arrived as an apology and stayed as a threat. The port district's cranes made long, thoughtful silhouettes against the kind of morning that never learned to be bright. The rumor hit first short, sharp. He's coming, not in words, in the way the air arranges itself when a man who likes to move walls walks toward your house. All Might stood on an observation deck, shoulders a thesis on endurance. He did not swell, he did not pose, he simply was. Izuku took his place, 3 strides left and a fraction behind. Porch opened at waist height. Rules leaned like tools within reach. Impact becomes hold. Noise becomes signal. Mockery becomes light. Path finds itself. The last, the newest, sat warm as a lantern. Charge becomes listen only for a breath, only to save. Aizawa prowled a catwalk to their right. Mirko bounced on the balls of her feet and grinned at pain in advance. Todoroki stood very still. A coin between fires. Uraraka had the corridor team set with cones and tape and the conviction of a union. Endeavor burned. Genus threaded. 13 waited with a SK. Y-sized vacuum for anything the fight decided to exhale. All for One came alone. Of course he didn't, but he did, in the way that matters. He stepped through a rent in the air that would be cited lat. In a report and forgotten by history because nobody wants to read about edges. Black, precise, machine hissing, posture bored. His presence changed the color of the rain. Children, he said mildly. To the largest collection of stubborn adults in Japan. We keep meeting. All Might's mouth went thin. And we keep finishing. Oh, All for One tilted his head like a collector seeing a rare stamp second time. With this new boy, you finally learned to host a fight. Izuku, All Might said without glancing aside, keep your porch polite and your breath ugly. Ugly, Izuku agreed, and let his lungs drop into honest rhythm, no pretty cadences for cameras. The hauling breath of people who move furniture and grief for a living. All for One moved first because of course he did. A book, UET of stolen quirks unfolded in his hand, a sculpture of bright cruelty. Spear, lash, heat dome, pulverize, vacuum, gear hunger. He lanced the air where All Might's ribs had told him a secret 2 days ago. Izuku's porch met the bouquet and handed out name tags. Spear became bar, lash became belt, heat dome turned to towel, swaddling the blast so it steamed against itself. Pulverize found itself bligged to compact debris neatly against a wall. Vacuum reported to 13 and was escorted off premises. Gear hunger missed metal and tried to chew on the egg itself. It got a mouthful of consent and gagged. All Might went in like a man repaying a debt, one for all the portion he could still demand from a body that had spent itself for years burned straight, no garnish. He did not uppercut. He placed a fist where a lever was and the dock obeyed. All for One turned that same degree and let the punch skip along the ribs he had fortified with 4 borrowed lives. It still hurt. Good, they worked. A fight at this level isn't clean. It's geography arguing with biography. Izuku didn't pretend he could win it. He held it. He made the ground remember the tensile strength of roads. He made the air remember the job description of carry. He made thrown cars remember they were designed to protect their occupants, and most of them didn't have occupants now. So why not protect the city instead? Why embracing the lamppost like a long-lost lover? All for One tried again to pick the latch on Izuku's porch, this time with a quirk whose name had been filed off so long ago it didn't remember being born. He slid not at the edge but through a weakness where a good rule had a seam. Mahito leaned in the way a cat leans at the edge of a counter. He's using, without asking, as a tool. Make asking contagious. Izuku did the rudest thing in a fight. He pulled his attention off the enemy and set it on the crowd. He lifted his voice, not loud, direct. If you want this to hold, he told dock workers, heroes, reporters, gawkers. The woman with 3 kids and a grocery bag who had refused to leave the tram stop, say yes inside your chest. They did, not all, enough, tiny yeses, small contracts. The porch changed feel, it thickened with consent. When All for One reached again, he felt not a latch but horribly for him, beautifully for Izuku, a handshake that required reciprocity. He snatched his hand back as if the room might shake him. Interesting, he said, and perhaps, just perhaps, respected this one thing in his long career of refusing respect. He punished the moment with science. A cascade of peculiarities unfolded from his sleeves. Invisibility that only worked on intentions, sound that cut sight, slippery that made gravity doubt itself, a wind that turned corners. He tried to make the fight stupid. Izuku's porch translated. Intention invis became highlighted impact. Cutting sound became visible signal. Slippery became a soft patch labeled walk, don't run. Corner wind Becca. Me flag, and everyone could read where it was going. Left, All Might said again, the old rhythm rebuilding itself between them, and Izuku shoved path 2 degrees left and All Might's knuckles found the lever shaped like a face. Aizawa dropped his gaze like a guillotine. Quirks died in the room like crickets stilling when a shadow crosses the moon. All for One's machine hissed surprise. His hands flexed like a pianist denied his keys. Aizawa-kun, he sighed. Still grating with a red pen. Still bored of you, Aizawa muttered, eyes drying, scarf a living caution tape. Mirko slammed a KNE into a moment, and the moment regretted itself. Todoroki iced a column. Endeavor convinced Heat to practice good manners on the parts of the dock that weren't part of the plan. Genist spun cables into a sentence. Smintos punctuated it with periods you could stand on. All for One broke the paragraph. He surged not with a shout, with a decision. He has always been good at those. He forced the F.I.T. into a narrow lane where only 2 men could stand. Himself and the legend, the successor and the host, trailing 10 feet of tomorrow. All Might lowered his center and did the one thing he denied himself for days. He spent. He put the coin of his breath onto the table of the fight and demanded change. The blow he threw wasn't the biggest of his life. It was the most focused. Izuku felt it. A bell ringing. You don't get to come in across 4 city blocks. All for One caught it with a handful of stolen mathematics. His spine learned a new adjective. He smiled behind metal anyway. You have a new line. He told the man who would not stop. And he gave it to you. I did, Izuku said from the edge of the lane, and the porch's binding rule: impact to hold. Charge to listen. Mockery to light. Noise to signal. Path to itself sang through the wood under All Might's footfalls and the bolts in the railings and the breath in 1,000 throats. All for One tried again to lift. He ched for a quirk, one that steals through a seam, one that yields in found hands. The city's yeses, the corridor team's faith, the firefighter's clap, the grandmother's blessing, a dog's trust, All Might's battered kindness. Aizawa's contempt for drama. He found hands. And Izuku did something he had been practicing without naming. He made a causeway, not a house, not a fortress, a bridge of rules, panels of porch stitched by yes. It reached from All Might's heel to the ambulance bay 3 blocks away, from the hot dog cart to the crane, from a boy with a skateboard to a woman with 3 kids at the tram. It was a lattice of hold and path and signal, and if you stood on it you could see where to go, and if you swung at it you found yourself holding on. All for One's quirk sculpture, the bouquet of blades and lashes and tolerances he'd been perfecting for a century, met the causeway and turned to infrastructure. Blade to beam, lash to strap, hunger to hinge. Izuku didn't break his power. He remodeled it. Bind. Genist breathed, eyes wide, and his threads found purchase in what had been weapons and was, for these crucial seconds, just materials. Smintos flowed anchors into the dock's cracked grammar. Endeavor heated bolts to obliging. Todoroki cooled them to committed. Aizawa blinked at the exact right microsecond because that is his power. accuracy under contempt. Mirko Place. Anted both feet on the villain's chest and held without glee. 13 opened a bite of sky to drink in the last scraps of dangerous air and burped politely afterward. All Might raised his fist. Izuku set the last clause and stripped out ornament. Impact becomes hold for all for one, hold became held. Mockery becomes light for the cameras, truth. Noise becomes signal for medics, now. Path finds itself for civilians, out. Charge becomes listen for one breath. The villain had to hear the city say, no more. All for one, All Might said, not loud. This ends. He didn't shout the name of a country or a technique. He put his hand where the lever had always been and pulled. The dock, the causeway, the porches, the city's small yeses, one for all's trimmed, burning line everything agreed for. One moment nobody could replicate and nobody could deny. The blow landed inside a room where harm must ask permission to enter. It did not receive permission. The machine cracked. The body inside listed. The mind inside cataloged possibilities and found, for the first time in a very long career of not being told no, that the catalog had run out of pages. All for one fell, not into the sea, into hold, into the wrong end of a bar that had once been a blade and now remembered its job. Into reinforced restraint that a nation's worth of paperwork would later call secure containment and agrandum. Other would later call good riddance behind her hand. Sirens took a breath and came in. Aizawa's gaze eased, not merciful, merely done. Genus nodded dignity onto metal. Endeavor let his flames low. Without pretending he hadn't needed them high. Todoroki blinked and looked 15 for 2 seconds. Mirko whooped a whoop. Even Recovery Girl decided not to scold. All Might stood one fraction taller. He didn't raise his hands. He didn't pose. He put his palm on the rail and breathed, and the city saw him do it, and decided breathing was the correct response. Izuku did not drop the causeway for a full minute. He held it like a bridge holds for stragglers and heroes alike. When he did let it go, he did it the way you send a friend home at dawn after a long conversation. With gratitude and a shared, exhausted joke. Reporters shouted the way reporters do. The hot dog vendor wiped his eyes with a napkin he told everyone was hot dog juice. The woman with the grocery bag put an apple in Izuku's hand like a medal. Uraraka leaned her forehead into Izuku's shoulder for exactly one count of "we're allowed" and stepped away smiling before anyone could feel entitled to the moment. Medics took All Might by the elbow and he accepted this with the grace of a man who had earned being helped. He found Izuku's eyes over their shoulders. 1,000 words passed, none of them needed. You made a bridge, All Might said quietly when the city had given them 6 inches of privacy. You didn't make a throne. I don't want a throne, Izuku said, shaking now that he was allowed. I want everyone to get home. Good, All Might said, and put a hand on his student's head for the first time, very lightly. Because now we have to go home and sleep for 12 minutes. Recovery Girl limped up, act them both with the umbrella for balance and symbolism, and said, 2 hours. If anyone tries to die on my watch right now, I will charge them late fees. They laughed because laughing was the only safe thing to do that wasn't crying. The dock remembered it had been young once. The rain remembered it used to like roofs. The arrest team hauled All for One into the kind of vehicle you only be. Leave exists if you've watched 15 governments fail. Cameras recorded an image that would be replayed 1,000 times. The villain who built a country out of theft, mouth hidden, eyes impassive, Ang carried by furniture his enemy had designed for him. People hugged in the ungainly way civilians do after days of pretending to be professionals. The porch pirates, good kind. Chat pinged like crickets. Room, someone posted. Picture of the tape and marker smiley they'd started with. Room held. Someone else replied. Room holds. Izuku typed, and then put his phone away because he wasn't sure he could stand up if he kept reading. They made it to a roof before the world crashed back in with after tasks and paperwork and arguments in offices about who had said what and on which calendar. All Might leaned on the rail, eyes half closed, smiling the private smile of a man who has been granted another day with his own ghosts. Izuku stood beside him and let the wind move through his sweat. Stuck shirt and counted to 10 in a language his porch had taught him. Do you feel it? All Might asked, after a long time. The quiet under the noise? Izuku nodded. It feels like a room after a party. When the cups are still there and you can hear the house take a breath. Good, All Might said. Remember this, we're going to vandalize it later by sleeping. Izuku laughed, then went still. The seam in his chest itched. Not cruel, not kind like a healed wound under cold weather. He glanced toward the river without meaning to. Far away, too far, too near, the air wrinkled. Not all for one's cut. A different crease. An old king turned his head in another world and grinned as if someone had whispered fun in a language he loved. Mahito clicked his tongue, the sound a needle set on vinyl. You bought us the luxury of the next problem, he said. I hate when you win like this. I love when you win like this. Izuku pressed the apple to his cheek, cool and ridiculous. One problem at a time. He told the river and the sea and himself. Tomorrow, tomorrow, All Might echoed, and the word, for once, did not sound like a bet. It sounded like a plan. They went downstairs, because that is what heroes do when the cameras go home. They sat on folding chairs and let their hands shake into paper cups. They answered questions from a woman whose job title was everything, and signed a form that said we were here. They apologized automatically to Recovery Girl for bleeding on a floor they hadn't bled on yet. They lay down in a room with ugly tile and precious shade and slept the way bridges sleep when the day is done. Outside, the dock remembered not being a battleground. The causeway faded into common sense. The beads he'd left at corners shone for exactly long enough to get more people across streets they'd avoided for years. A traffic light blinked back from error to order. The hot dog vendor washed his cart with unnecessary tenderness. A dog sniffed the air and did not bark at thunder. All for one went to a place with walls that believed in themselves. The city kept breathing. That was the victory. Under the bridge, the stain that had disguised a door got a hairline crack it pretended to have always had. Izuku would see it tomorrow, and his chest would feel like the moment before a kettle boils. But for tonight, the room held, and the room was big enough for the boy who made it to sleep inside. The dock slept like a house after a party, cups still out, air soft with tired laughter, a chair askew in a way that only the owner will notice. Izuku woke in the shelter classroom to the cruel light of morning and the kind weight of an apple still in his pocket. He took one bite, let the sugar remind his blood what to do, and felt it. A laugh that wasn't sound. It passed along his spine like a cat's tail under a table, casual, proprietary, sure of itself. His porch stiffened out of reflex, rule sliding into place like a seatbelt. Impact becomes hold. The not laugh touched that and scattered into harmless clarity. Signs brightened, floor leveled, breath settled. The not laugh came back a heartbeat later, amused by being translated. He's sniffing, Mahito said from his ribs, voice low. Eyelids half lowered. The king presses his face to the glass to fog it with his breath and draw a little smiley with too many teeth. I thought, the causeway. Izuku stood and his knees behaved. His voice did not. We finished something. We purchased a bigger room, Mahito replied. He is curious about the renovations. Izuku washed his face at the shelter's ink until the water learned his temperature. In the mirror his eyes were green and stubborn. For a blink, faint blue stitches flirted with his cheekbones and echo, a trick of fatigue, and vanished when he blinked back slower. No notes, he had promised himself. Remember instead. He remembered. The feel of consent thickening his domain. The way all for one's fingers recoiled from a handshake impersonated by a house. He remembered the apple in his hand like a medal for breath. And he remembered, with precise nausea, the soundless laughter of a king who lived behind glass. He found All Might. On the school roof the city had learned to turn into a church. The wind had taken the day's first sip. Gulls committed to their roots. The hot dog cart far below clanked in disapproval at being washed. Tired? All Might asked, which was how he said I'm here if you crack. Yes, Izuku said, and something else. All Might's smile thinned into attention. Say it. Sukuna looked at us, Izuku said, finally letting the name rub the air. Day 7 he brushed the city. Today he brushed me. It felt like he was remembering my shape from the seam. He found me again. All Might didn't look surprised. He rarely did. He folded his arms, not defensive, present. What did your room do? Turned his laugh into instructions. A good joke, All Might approved softly. But jokes end. We'll need structure. He tipped his head. Recovery Girl first, then Aizawa, then me, and Mahito, Izuku said, because the neighbor was there whether they invited him or not. Mahito applauded inside him, sarcastic, affectionate. Finally, an invitation with my name on it. Recovery Girl sniffed him like a doctor who learned medicine before gadgets. Short, decisive inhales, not of the body, of the room. Quote, you smell like thunder. Someone else postponed, she diagnosed. She pressed 2 fingers to his wrist. Fast, not panic fast, pursued fast. Izuku tried to let the word settle without feeding it. He's following the seam he left in me. She tilted his chin up with the umbrella tip. Open. He did, unsure which mouth she meant. She peered at his tongue, at his eyes, at the not places doctors don't have names for. Any urges to laugh at funerals? I always do when I'm nervous, he confessed. Any urges to carve the room into something hungry? No, he hesitated. Honesty was a habit now. Habits need exercise. A little, when I'm tired. Good boy, tell on yourself before you become interesting. She stepped back. You can hold him off with jokes and courtesies, but kings don't like to be teased. You'll need a lock he cannot find, and a lock that isn't a lock. Aizawa slid through the doorway as if the building owed him a favor. He took one look at Izuku and scowled approval. Eyes. Izuku met them. Red washed over him, not on his skin, through his context. Powers switched off in a 30-foot radius the way lights obey a mean landlord. His porch didn't die. It leaned on breath like a table set with bricks. Impact becomes hold. He held it without the glamour of the egg's membrane, without One for All's tidy fire along his bones, without Mahito's hungry expertise. Aizawa's eyebrows flicked up tiny. Rare praise. Good, Aizawa said, and let the world turn its noise back on. Whatever's sniffing you isn't a quirk. My erasure won't make it stop. You'll have to teach it manners. I'm good at that, Izuku said. His smile arrived late and stayed. All Might waited until the umbrella had clicked away and the scarf had sulked to a coil on the windowsill. He gestured to the empty gym. Say your rules to me. It felt childish. It felt grounding. Impact becomes hold, Izuku said. Noise becomes signal. Mockery becomes light. Path finds itself. Charge becomes listen. Add one, All Might said. Eyes like sky with scars. Not for enemies. For you. Izuku closed his eyes and let the seam show him a diagram. Lanterns down a hallway. A neighbor perched on a chair back. A door god forgot to finish painting. He asked his porch for a rule that would not become a weapon against love. He found it. It was small. It was not dramatic. It was his mother's voice. I do not enter a room that does not want me. He said it inside the domain like a knot behind the button. He didn't test it. He trusted the feel. A laugh not loud, much worse slid under the gym's door. The floorboards changed their tension like teeth bracing. Mahito's smile went thin. He wants to press his face to the glass through you, he said. Make him bored. Izuku breathed once, rude. He let his shoulders slump into ordinary. He thought of laundry. He thought of hot tea. He thought of his mom muttering, Sue, at a burn and laughing at herself. He let his porch be weekday. Sukuna's attention found nothing to break. Jokes don't shatter dishes that aren't on the table. The not laugh strolled away, and left a splinter. Izuku swayed. All Might's hand came up and didn't touch him. Exactly, it hovered like a promise. Izuku opened his palm. A dark fleck lay on his skin, more suggestion than matter. A punctuation mark not invented yet. It itched. What is that? All Might asked, voice flat as a board kept for emergencies. A breadcrumb, Mahito said. Left by a king who has never had to chase when he could let others chase him. Izuku pinched the fleck with 2 fingers. The itch crawled up his wrist, unctuous. He dropped it. His porch urged hold without touch. The fleck obeyed and hung in the air, sulking, a dot looking for a sentence. Aizawa's scarf slipped in through the D. Orway ensnared it as if it could strangle grammar. Containment, he said dryly. Recovery girl. Bottle. She produced a jar whose label had once been plum jam and now read in pen sins. The fleck hit the glass and sulked harder. You'll want many of those, Mahito murmured. He will leave crumbs where your story is strongest. My story. Izuku looked at the jam jar. At his palm. At All Might, whose silhouette held worlds. You love to host, Mahito said. He'll use it to RSVP without asking. Then I changed the invitation, Izuku said. It felt like treason. It felt like hygiene. I make room. By request only unless I'm saving a life. All Might nodded once. Good. A lock that isn't a lock. The first panic attack arrived like a friend who doesn't knock. Intimate, inexcusable. He was rossing the skybridge between Ward's paper slippers, whispering against waxed floor when the seam opened inside his chest the way a mouth opens to yawn. Not enough to swallow, enough to pull. The hall. I buckled into 2 truths. One where a nurse pushed a cart and hummed under breath. One where the rails along the glass were made of bones that wanted worse work. Izuku stopped walking. His hands knew not to reach for a wall while his rules were loose. He set one claw's impact becomes hold and felt it miss on the first try. That had never happened. He tried again, quiet. It held. Mahito crouched in his sternum, not whispering, not laughing. Listen to it. Panic is just the body misreading a room. The pull sharpened. Come here, little host. Let me measure you for curtains. Stitches flirted with his cheeks again. He saw his reflection as someone wearing a borrowed face like a favor. He thought he might be sick. Midoriya, a nurse, kind, tired. You okay? He almost said fine. He said, give me 3 breaths. He took them. First, the floor. Second, the window. Third, the knot behind the button. The rule he just written. I do not enter a room that does not want me. He said it and included his own body in the definition of room. The pull recoiled like a hand pricked by a needle you didn't see. He swayed, then steadied. The nurse put a hand on his elbow not to steady him, to share balance. Thanks, he said. Raw. Don't thank me, she said. Thank whoever taught you to ask for 3 breaths. My mom, he said. It made everything inside him align, like a stack of books finally square. The second panic attack found him 2 hours later with Bakugo, of all creatures, at a crosswalk that had decided red lights were performance art. The Stitch echo torqued his mouth at the corner. The world double exposed again. He went still. Bakugo grabbed his collar. Hey, Deku, eyes. Bakugo's palm was hot with fireworks he wasn't making. You're not allowed to quit, Bakugo said. Which was how he said you're allowed to breathe. I'm not quitting, Izuku said, breath returning like a feral cat coaxed by patience. I'm not letting anyone in without asking. Bakugo's mouth twisted between insult and prayer. Good. If you start laughing creepy I'll punch you back to normal. Mahito purred. He would try. He might succeed. I like him. Shut up, Izuku told him, and Bakugo, hearing only half, snorted. Which helped. The flex kept turning up on his palm, caught in the hem of a coat, sitting on a windowsill like punctuation. Aizawa filled the sins jar and started a second, etc. Recovery Girl cataloged them with the small, satisfied hum of someone who enjoys labeling. All Might stood over the table like a carpenter looking at nails before a storm. Uraraka swung in, with 2 coffees and an ache in her shoulders that she refused to name. They look like burned rice, she said. Bad onigiri. Don't ruin onigiri, Izuku pleaded. She bumped his hip with hers. Then don't let them into your kitchen. Mahito rolled the metaphor on his tongue like a sweet kitchen. He liked that the boy's mind made everything a house. By late afternoon, the jar jittered on the table. Flecks inside began to drift toward each other. Not magnetism narrative. They wanted a word. Izuku put both palms to the glass. No, he said. The way you say it to a dog who is about to discover chocolate. The seam in him tugged again. Stronger. He heard the wrong world laughs like coins flipping in a sacred place. He set his porch so hard his voice went hoarse. Impact becomes hold. Noise to signal. Mockery to light. Path finds itself. Charge becomes listen. I don't enter unless invited. The flex settled, sulking again, like brats in time out. All Might exhaled. We need a larger jar. We need a plan, Izuku countered, meeting his gaze and not flinching from the adult under the legend. I can keep turning his laugh into exit signs. But if he pushes through a tear near the school. All Might nodded. We tell them, he said. It cost him. It gave him back something too. Your class, your friends, faculty. We make more rooms, bigger ones, shared ones. Izuku swallowed once. He thought of Uraraka's voice organizing chaos, of Ida's arms turning to semaphore, of Todoroki's quiet arranging space without praise. He thought of Bakugo standing too close at crosswalks and pretending it wasn't on purpose. He nodded. Tomorrow, I tell them everything. Mahito crossed one leg over an invisible knee and whistled. Confession is good theater, terrible politics, excellent architecture. Thanks, Izuku said, and left the table to answer a radio call. A small thing, a lift, a corridor requested through a storefront where someone's granny refused to let go of a cat. He made the corridor. He helped the granny. The cat forgave nobody and everyone. On the way back to the shelter, his porch brushed the stain under the bridge, the original door. It pulsed once. He did not knock. He set a bead on the concrete and felt it crack the tiniest bit, as if someone on the other side had tapped back. Mahito's voice lost its smile. He's not just sniffing. He's leaning. Then we meet him where the walls are thick, Izuku said, and made himself believe it. He walked the river's edge until his feet remembered every loose stone. He climbed stairs until his calves learned they were part of a plan, not just a body. He went home to an apartment that had held two people's lonely nights and now held a conspiracy of love. Inko met him at the door with soup and a not frown. "You looked at the river too long," she said, touching his cheek as if rehearsing goodbyes out of spite. "Eat." He did. He told her nothing and everything. He went to his room and shut the door softly and leaned his head against it and listened to the house breathe. The seam tugged once more. He leaned back harder. Button, the little curse moth, landed on the windowsill and made the tiny clicking sue. "ND, that meant we're not alone and it's okay." He cupped the creature, let it tick at his thumb, and set it free to program the lamps to be gentle. He slept with hands open habit now and dreamed of AK. Kitchen with every window open to a summer storm, and a long table where everyone had a seat because the table could grow like bread. On the counter sat a jar labeled sins and another labeled etc. and a third labeled after dinner. None of them were full. None of them were empty. He was at the stove, stirring. Sukuna stood in the rain outside the screen door, smiling like a knife in a parable. He Lee, FTED one finger one of the ones that mattered and traced a line down the mesh. The mesh did not break. The line smoked. He laughed, and for once, the laugh didn't bruise the room. It rang a bell over the door that chimed welcome and not yet at the same time. Izuku woke before the bell finished. He lay there in the blue before dawn while the jar of flecks in the shelter 2 districts away rattled faintly like a drawer with mice. He reached for his phone. He typed a message to the class chat, thumbs slow, honest. Meeting. Noon. I'll explain everything. He didn't send it. He spoke it. The porch carried it down familiar halls. Through familiar phones, as a signal, not an alarm. Izuku asking, not commanding. The dots lit up on his screen in miniature. Okay, Roger. I'll bring snacks. Stop apologizing preemptively, Midoriya. Try not to cry. I'm proud of you. A skull emoji from Bakugo, which could mean anything and always did. He showered, dressed, looked in the mirror until the stitches that weren't there went away on their own. He tucked his mother's note in his pocket. He put the apple core in the compost because victory shouldn't make trash. He walked to the door, touched the frame, made a room he could carry. On the landing, his phone buzzed with a single message he hadn't asked for, no name attached, an old man's thumb-typed blessing. Room held, boy. He smiled. He stepped out. The seam tugged. He set his rule. The tug went quiet. Outside, the city had color again, even in the rain. Tomorrow they would gather at UA and he would say the ugly parts and the funny parts, the parts that make people shift in their chairs. He would hand them keys to rooms they didn't know they'd already been inside. He would ask them to keep the doors open with him. He would set beads on the corners of their hearts so when the king leaned against the glass, the house would hum. We do not enter unless invited. For now, he had time to walk by the river and wave at the water, rude and grateful. Under the bridge, a hairline crack widened the width of a breath and stopped, as if a finger on the other side had traced it and decided to wait for company. Mahito tipped an imaginary hat. The landlord is coming by to complain about the renovations. Then we'll have the committee here, Izuku said, surprising himself with how much mischief and courage sounded the same when you were tired enough. And we'll have snacks. Quote. He took a long inhale, tasted rain and hot dog steam and janitor soap and somebody's lemon shampoo and the faint, antique iron of laughter pressed to glass. He exhaled, and his breath fogged the day just enough to write a word in it with his finger. Welcome. Underneath it, smaller, truer. Ask first. He walked toward Ua with the certainty of a boy who isn't ready but is willing, and the city, recognizing the posture, made a little more room. UA's main auditorium had never been this full without music. The stage lights were patient circles on wood. Folding chairs overran the aisles like a polite invasion. Faculty lined the walls in a seam of black jackets and pastel cardigans. The support course had rolled in 2 carts of gear that looked like a cross between camping supplies and modern art. In the back row, President Mike chewed on a pen cap. In the front, Principal Nezu sat with his paws folded in a way that made everyone feel like a test was happening even if there wasn't. Izuku stood center stage and tried not to count breaths like debts. All Might waited a half step behind him, not big, not small, exactly the size of presents. Aika leaned against a speaker like a cat making an argument. Recovery Girl had claimed a chair at stage left and planted her umbrella by her ankle like a flag. His class filled the first 2 rows. Uraraka, eyes intent, a portable hope. Iida, posture so earnest it could hold a bookshelf. Todoroki, watching without blinking, the quiet of a coin that knows what it's worth. Kirishima, elbows on knees, already nodding at a conclusion nobody had reached yet. Jiro's thumbs tapped a silent beat on her thighs. Mina shivered like carbonated water, pink and ready. Kaminari spun a cable around his forefinger, not nervous, kinetic. Shiro had tape looped over his shoulder like a messenger sash. Tsuyu Asui's gaze was level water. Yaoyorozu clutched a notebook and a pen she would not ultimately need. She writes with her spine. Bakugo sat slouched in the middle as if the seat had challenged him and lost. He stared at the stage as if daring it to be less interesting than fire. Izuku swallowed. He had promised himself. No notes. Remember instead. Speak from the room he had built into his bones. Thank you for coming, he said. He did not amplify his voice with anything but breath. They quieted the W.I. crowds do when someone chooses honesty over spectacle. I need to tell you what I am, Izuku said. And what I'm carrying. He looked at All Might out of the corner of his eye. All Might nodded once. The gesture of a man signing a major document without a pen. I was born quirkless, Izuku said. The word went through the room like a hand smoothing a tablecloth. Leveling, not flattening. I wanted to be a hero anyway. A laugh rose in his throat and died as a smile. I think you've all noticed. Nods. Smiles. A eye roll from Bakugo so heartfelt it counted as a standing ovation. One day, something tried to eat me. He did not gild the story with metaphors at first. A cursed spirit. I fell into, between. A seam. I met someone who wanted to change the shape of me. A few of them flinched or frowned. He lifted a hand. I didn't let him knot the important parts. We reached a compromise. He lives next door. He tapped his ribs. His name is Mahito. Yo, Mahito murmured inside him, sardonic, only for one. Izuku did not relay it. He didn't have to. His classmates were watching his posture, not his guest list. I came back with a power that's not a quirk, he said. It's rules. I make rooms. He let his voice do what the porch does when it introduces itself to a house. Not imposing, not shy. Rooms where certain things have to behave. I can change how harm arrives. I can ask noise to become instructions. I can make sure mockery lights the exit signs instead of breaking windows. Jiro's hand paused mid-tap. You translate the air, she said softly, as if discovering a new instrument. Yes, Izuku said, and walls, and the ground, and sometimes, fear. Yaoyorozu raised her hand halfway and then remembered this wasn't class and let the question come out as a thought. Is it consent-based? Izuku's relief at being understood made him a little dizzy. Yes, it's polite, it's stubborn, it's a seatbelt that won't buckle until the passenger says okay. Aizawa's mouth. H did a tiny yes that would have been missed if you hadn't been watching his mouth for 6 months. And, Izuku said, All Might trusted me with one for all. That landed like a soft bell. Everyone knew already. Everyone pretended they didn't so he could say it out loud and make it true in the way the world needs truth to be. Which I use, he continued, careful, as a flame to heat what needs forging, not as a torch to wave around. I am trying to be careful. His eyes laughed at himself for the phrasing. Trying. Kirishima's grin knocked his ears back. Manly, he said approvingly, then winced. Personally. Brave. Tsuyu corrected gently. Brave, Kirishima agreed instantly. Izuku's hand tightened for a heartbeat. Sukuna knows I exist. The air snapped into a thinner silence. The support course students stopped moving. Present Mike stopped chewing. Even Nezu's paws stilled. A few days ago he pressed his face to the glass, Izuku said. Yesterday he left crumbs, little flecks that want to become a word. He nodded toward the side table, where 4 jam jars sat labeled in recovery girl's neat hand. Sins, etc., other, do not lick. Mina raised her hand high, as if the ceiling might need warning. He's not here though, right? Like a pervert at the window? He's not inside. No, Izuku said, not unless I let him. Bakugo leaned forward. And you won't, he said, in the tone you use when telling Rain not to get ideas. I won't, Izuku agreed. Saying it let his knees remember they knew how to be knees. Principal Nezu coughed delicately. You asked to convene us, he said in his polite problem voice. To tell the truth, to ask a favor, to ask for help, Izuku said. To make the rooms bigger than me. He saw it click in their faces. A dozen versions of oh. Hold on, Kaminari said. Excitement pushing his words ahead of his mouth. You can put, like, a modem in our hearts? Shiro elbowed him. Buddy. No, Izuku said, and smiled before Kaminari could implode. No downloads, no edits, no powers. I don't make you anything you aren't. He stepped forward and let the porch spill out from him like water finding low ground. He said it small, just enough to include the front row. The edge of the stage, the faculty's ankles. What I can do, he said, is ask. If you say yes inside your chest, it thickens the room. Not with magic. He glanced at Aizawa, deliberately borrowing his disdain. With consent. With the kind of agreement that makes buildings stand. Iida had been rising dangerously out of his seat with the need to speak. He rocketed to his feet like politeness launched. Midoriya, he declared, chopping the air. How, precisely, shall we say yes? However you do, Izuku said. Prayer, breath, swearing, the memory of your grandmother telling you to eat. A nod. He looked at Bakugo and stopped himself from committing to grunt, a decision. Iida put a hand over his sternum like a sailor greeting a harbor. Then I most certainly yes. Uraraka followed hand to chest, eyes bright. Yes. Todoroki's yes was a blink that meant gravity and winter and somebody's hand on a stove. Jiro's was a small hum that settled between her teeth. Kirishima thumped his chest and then got embarrassed because he'd done it too loud. Tsuyu said, Kiro, very softly, because sometimes yes is amphibian. Bakugo rolled his shoulders and looked at Izuku like a fist looks at a door it decided not to break. Yes, he muttered, and the porch thrummed in that direction as if pleased by insults. The room changed not visibly. A feel, as if the wood decided to hold up people for a while longer because they were doing something important. Izuku broadened it to the edges of the stage. We make a choir, he said, groping. A consent chorus. When I open the porch, everyone who wants to helps me push the rule outward. It's not telepathy, it's holding hands without touching. Like a bucket brigade, Nezu said, eyes brighter than the room deserved. But for stability, yes, Izuku said, relieved by the metaphor's cheapness. Plain things hold. All Might's voice, low. Show them, young Midoriya. Izuku nodded. He drew a circle on the stage not with chalk, with breath. Impact becomes hold. He added noise becomes signal. A bubble of okayness popped into being around the first row. Everyone sat up, surprised and then embarrassed at. The surprise because the point was ordinary. Push, Izuku said softly. They did, not with muscles. With the habit of staying in rooms that matter. He felt their yeses strike his ribs like gentle knocks. He bent them outward left, right, up across the lighting rig, down into the floor joists. The membrane thinned where it widened, of course it did, but it got denser where the yeses piled. Shiro's yes stuck stubbornly at the edges and laced like tape. Yaoyorozu's yes was precise. Kaminari's yes crackled and learned not to. Ochako's yes buoyed. Ida's yes walked a perimeter. Tsuyu's yes stayed cool. Todoroki's yes wore ice where it needed to and steam where it could. Bakugo's yes hit like a shoulder used to battering doors and then learned not to like battering. He laughed, breathless. This is terrifyingly heartwarming. Present Mike Stage whispered, wiping his eye and acting like he was cleaning his glasses. Aizawa cut a glance sideways that meant don't ruin the vibe. Nezu's paws smoothed his lapel. Action items, he said, as if asking for seconds. We will need them. Yaoyorozu lifted her hand like the sun. Manufacturable anchors, she said in the voice that makes vendors answer emails. Something we can place along corridors and on buildings to hold the yes without Mr. Midoriya physically present. Hatsume Mei burst through a side door pushing a cart like a dragon in goggles. You called? She shrieked, and the support course students shoved noise-canceling ear cups at anyone who wasn't prepared. I've been watching your fieldwork, she told Izuku without preamble. The room has a harmonic. The yes shows up as a tone you can't hear unless you're me, and you're not. I can build bead resonators. She kicked a tarp aside to reveal thumb-sized hexagons in a nest of wiring. Each stamped with a little cartoon door. Paste them to lampposts, hydrants, inside kiosks anywhere civic. When somebody agrees, the bead amplifies, stores, and hands it to the next bead down the line. A mesh network, not cellular, consensual. No, Aizawa said reflexively. Yes, Nezu said, teeth showing. Hatsume slapped a resonator onto the stage. It glowed the color of a good idea. Izuku felt it in his sternum like a coincidence that finally introduced itself. If people's yeses are their own, he said slowly, and this only echoes. No soul data, Hatsume promised, sincerity radiant beneath the mania. Only pressure. You're not recording them. You're standing on them. The system is passive until your room boots it. It's not a quirk, it's a coat rack that feels we. NA coat is hung and holds other coats up politely. Recovery girl squinted at the device. Brat, if this eavesdrops on thoughts, I will floss your brain with my umbrella. I'd like to see you try, Hatsume said, delighted. Which proved she understood. Fear doesn't make her careful. Love does. Approved, Nezu said smoothly. Team May, liaise with facilities to distribute anchors on campus and along routes to shelters. Yaoyorozu, fabricate backup shells in case of rain. Siro, tape kits to every student with hands. Iida, make a schedule that understands the concept of rest. Uraraka, logistics with provisional license holders. Uraraka saluted with a grin that made the plan look doable. I'm stealing a whiteboard. 2, Iida intoned. Already making columns in the air. 3, Nezu added. 1 for my office. I like to watch. Aizawa's scarf rose, fell. This makes the campus a little safer, he said to Izuku. It also paints a target on us. I know, Izuku said. He wanted to sit. He did not. His knees were doing fine now that the truth was in the room and had crawled onto a chair. Which is why, you will tell us how to fight in your porch. Bakugo cut in, exasperation like a bouquet. Because I'm not letting your stupid seatbelt make my punches hug. Izuku laughed and felt it break something brittle in the room the way good laughter does. Okay, he said. Drill. They spent the next hour turning power into choreography. Izuku opened a ring on the stage. Impact becomes hold, path finds itself, charge becomes listen. Inside the ring, Bakugo learned to twist his blasts a fraction. So the porch caught the edge and turned it to handle without turning the whole attack into a marshmallow. Hate this, he muttered. Then, after an arc slid where it was supposed to, actually. This whips. Todoroki tested small ice sheets. Izuku made a rule seam down the center. On the left, friction held. On the right, friction recommended. People didn't fall when they didn't want to. People slid when they did. Todoroki's mouth almost smiled. HN. Uraraka ran a rescue relay through it drop, float, carry while Izuku froze thrown debris into apology instead of injury. They moved a mock casualty line so smoothly that Present Mike cried into his sleeve from the back row and told anyone who looked he was allergic to competence. Jiro piped a metronome through the room with her jacks. The porch loved it. Noise became signal elegantly when the signal was already music. He synced rescue steps to a lockstep that felt like confidence. Suyu hopped between seats practicing once human paths that civilians would take, so Izuku could lay his corridors along how people really move. Not how diagrams tell them to. Siro slung tape lines that reminded the room of where doors should be, and the room obliged by making those doors easier to believe in. Kaminari threw a low arc of static. Izuku turned prickle into warning. The class learned to read his porch like a language. This way means, watch your head. That way, it's okay to shout now. This change of density, stop and listen to the woman with the clipboard. Yaoyorozu made jars, dozens, labeled cleanly, sins, flex, etc. Whoops. Don't open. Aizawa confiscated the last one before anyone could be tempted to find out what would happen. Kirishima tested bracing postures at the ring's edge. When he stood a certain way and said, yes, through his ribs, the porch thickened next to him like cement deciding to be. Shoji fanned out eyes and ears along the wall, told Izuku where the porch felt thin, and Izuku learned, belatedly, the value of being a boy who can be in 6 places at once without leaving his spot. Nezu took notes, as if the world would try to forget and it was his job to remember. He has always thought that. Between drills, Izuku showed them the jars. The flex sulked, drifted, bumped the glass. Mina stuck her tongue out at do not lick like a dare to language. Kaminari leaned on a table and got swatted because these were essentially high-voltage commas. Recovery girl logged each jar in a ledger with ruled lines and tidy writing. Okay, Izuku said, after the 3rd round of drills and the 26th bead pasted to a railing. Now the hard part, what we say when we are afraid. Silence. A good one built like a bench. I'm not asking for speeches, he said. Just what your yes sounds like when you're tired. Iida lifted his hand first. Of course he did. Duty, he said simply. Inherited or chosen, it doesn't matter. Duty. Rent. Uraraka said with sudden ferocity, and then laughed at herself. Sorry, I mean, home, my parents' hands, that we keep them soft if we can. Truth, Todoroki said, and the word flared cold then warm. As if built of two halves only he could hold. Friends, Kirishima said, scratching his cheek. People, you know, the whole idea. Enough, Tsuyu said. As in, we are enough together. Practice. Jiro shrugged. That's what my yes sounds like. It's boring. It works. Loud, Kaminari grinned. Neat, Shiro put in. Lawful, Yaoyorozu said. And the word didn't feel dusty when she said it. Bakugo stared at the floor. His mouth worked around a word like it hated him and he loved it anyway. Mine, he ground out. Then, quiet as an apology. Ours. Izuku felt the porch thicken again, as if the floor had accepted a mattress. Thank you, he said. Keep those close. The meeting dissolved into teams and to-do lists. Ua is very good at breaking big things into smaller ones. Hatsume sprinted away trailing wires. Yaoyorozu opened a portable factory out of her hip. Nezu made 3 calls with the tone of a man ordering dessert for 75 A's. Awa vanished the way cats do when you're about to tell them to stop doing something fun. Izuku stayed on stage for a breath too long, smiling at nothing. That's when Inko always calls him beautiful, and he hates it, and he is. The auditorium emptied, leaving ordinary air trembling with extraordinary plans. All Might came to stand beside him, shoulder almost touching. You did well, he said. I had help, Izuku said. And let the small pride be big just long enough to set like caramel. You'll need them to keep being small and big, All Might said, scanning the rafters as if problems breed like pigeons. He will not like a committee. Sukuna, Izuku asked. Any king, All Might answered. They ate in the cafeteria standing up because chairs were all busy holding other crises. The miso was salty as permission. The rice was warm as a new rule. On their way back toward the whiteboards and beads, Izuku's phone buzzed with a message from a number not labeled. Room held, boy, the same. Thumb scrawl from the old man who lived at the river. A silly blessing. It made his heart fall back onto its shelf. Then the school shivered. Not the building. The field, the thin fabric over Uagro. NDS that holds rules together and keeps strangers from becoming bad luck. Every phone brightened. Every bead on Hatsume's mesh chimed without sound. The jars at the side of the stage rattled like a drawer with mice. Students looked up mid-sentence as if remembering a word they had been warned not to use. Izuku felt the seam in his chest tug not sideways, up. He lifted his eyes to the gym's high windows. Cloud had come apart into fur. The air wore a grin. They ran, across the quad, past the shining great doors, down the stairs, up the stairs. Kids and faculty and support staff spilled out NTO the courtyard like a school play arriving at its finale too early, everyone still holding props. Above the gate a simple arch that had watched 1,000 mornings space cracked. Not like glass, like a smile ripped through fabric. Not clean. Fibers showing, edges resentful, a tear someone drunk on power and patience had stroked for days, weeks, with one finger. Uraraka swore the kind of swear that takes responsibility afterward. Ida's hands lifted into semaphore without conscious thought. Everyone reached for the person they reach for first. Aizawa for Mike. Yaoyorozu for whomever needed a bracket. Kirishima for anyone. Bakugo for Deku's elbow. Then jerked his hand back like he'd touched a stove and put it back there anyway a second later, scowling. The crack widened the width of a breath. A laugh pressed its lips to the tear from the wrong side. The beads on the lamppost chimed in sympathy and then in refusal, each little hexagon glowing with someone's yes. Hatsume shrieked wordless delight and fear. The jars in Recovery Girl's hands vibrated. The flecks inside scudded like iron filings looking for a magnet. Izuku put both hands up like a cop who knows better than to get shot and set everything he had into the porch. Not big true. Impact becomes hold. Noise becomes signal. Mockery becomes light. Path finds itself. Charge becomes listen. And the nod behind the button. The rule he'd only named this morning, I do not enter a room that does not want me. He stitched it to the air with a breath that hurt. Push, he said, but the word wasn't a command. It was an invitation to be themselves. The class complied, hands to chest yeses, eyes to door yeses, the tiny, terrible, ordinary yeses people can sustain for hours without breaking because they like having somewhere to stand. The anchors lit, the mesh webbed. The campus learned how to be boring in defiance of spectacle. The crack lowered its grin a fraction. Rain hesitated as if unsure which world to obey. Sukuna didn't step through. He stroked the seam again, thoughtful as a chef at a counter considering a cut of meat. The air gathered behind him the way gossip gathers behind a villain. Izuku felt Mahito recoil and admire at once. He's measuring your kitchen, Mahito said, bored to cover fear. He wants to cook with your pans. Not today, Izuku whispered, and the mockery becomes light claws turned the king's soundless joke into arrows. Into exit signs that had never existed over UA's hedges before and now did. A sliver slid through the crack, not a body, a fingerprint. A sigil not yet written by their world's alphabet. A glyph that looked like a laugh and an order, and a hunger went to church and pretended to be civil. It moved toward the courtyard like oil learning to spell. Jars, recovery girl snapped. And 4 students thrust them forward. The glyph split into flecks at the lip of the porch, as if bored by being a single noun. They hit glass like flies and sulked. The jars warmed in Uku's hands through their holders' hands. Consent turned into dull gravity. The flecks could rattle. They could not reunite. Sukuna's attention narrowed. It is a terrible thing to be an insect under a god's magnifying glass. Izuku let his posture slouch into weekday and his breath trip on purpose, and the porch remember ordinary. The crack pulsated, the kind of irritation kings show when the Pisa NTS have invented a new kind of stool they enjoy sitting on more than shivering in awe. Ask first, Izuku said aloud, and behind him 40 voices said it too, in Japanese, in yes, in stubbornness, in a prayer that sounded like someone telling a kettle it's okay to boil now. The crack did not close. It didn't widen either. It waited. All Might came to stand on Izuku's right and put his hand in the air at chest height like a man taking an oath. Aizawa moved to the left and let his scarf hang like a threat that had earned a pension. Uraraka lifted 3 anchors, set them like stars, and SMI led at the sky in a way that always gets results. Bakugo cracked his neck and didn't say I told you so because this wasn't that. Todoroki breathed out white. Then nothing, precisely. Jiro's jacks hum, at a frequency the porch liked and the crack did not. Nezu took 2 steps forward and put one paw on the gatepost. Public notice, he said conversationally to royalty. This campus does not consent to being a door. The crack laughed a thin rasp. On the other side of the tear, a silhouette shifted. 4 arms, too many smiles. Not a body here, a posture. He drew a slow finger down invisible mesh. The mesh smoked. Hatsume's anchors glowed harder and threw off the heat like a well-made pan. Izuku felt his arms shaking and told them to catalog the sensation for later. He said yes in his chest again, and the class did too. And the faculty, and the support staff, and the janitor who had seen worse things in toilets, and the hot dog vendor who had come up from the street because he knew where action lives and he likes to be near it. Consent thickened the porch until the air tasted like bread. The crack wavered as if bored. It diminished a centimeter. The courtyard exhaled cautiously. The jars thudded with sulking flecks. The anchors sang. A squirrel on a branch above the arch cocked its head at cosmic horror and decided a nut would be more interesting. Sukuna's attention didn't leave. It changed temperature. The kind of warmth you feel when a cat sits on your keyboard to demonstrate ownership. He dragged his knot finger along the seam again, and a hairline fracture SPL. It away from the main crack and traced across the sky toward the old bridge as if drawn by a promise made there and not kept yet. Izuku's stomach dropped an inch. The river, he whispered. He's marking a path. Mahito hissed inside him like steam hitting iron. He wants an entrance where the story first embarrassed him. Where you learned to say no and the seam learned your name. Nezu's ears tilted. Close the path, he suggested in the tone you used to ask someone to pass salt. Izuku nodded, throat dry. He narrowed the porch not smaller, truer over the gate, over the bead anchors, over the jars, over his class's ribs. He sent a slice of it down the newly drawn hairline direction, the line only he could feel, and stitched a tiny knot yet at 30 places only a boy who walks home the same way every day would know. The bump in the sidewalk. The mailbox with the dragon sticker. The corner where a dog always stops to do his pensive business. The underpass stain. He pressed his breath to the air like a stamp. Around him, dozens of other breaths pressed too, small, stubborn. The hairline fractured. Paused. Sukuna laughed more softly. It is always worse when they laugh softly. And like a diner satisfied that the table will be there tomorrow, he let go. The crack thinned until it was a scar. Not closed. He doesn't close things. He marks them for later. The courtyard wobbled between hysterics and naps. Izuku held the porch one more minute. 2. He released it the way you put a heavy box down carefully because your mother told you the floor has feelings. The anchors dimmed to the color of good metal. The jars went quiet like children guilted into compliance. The air became weather again. All Might squeezed his shoulder once. Approval, apology, plan. We have until tomorrow, he said softly, using the word like a tool for once. Maybe less, Aizawa added, because hope needs friends that aren't lies. Nezu turned toward the crowd already returning to motion. All classes, he called in a voice that makes people like him and obey him. We move to contingency plans B through G. Hatsume, I want that mesh on the ancient ginkgo by sundown. Yes, you may use the cherry picker. He beamed. This is a campus exercise. There will be points. Recovery girl whacked Izuku's shin with the umbrella to bring him back from wherever he was spiraling. Drink, she ordered. Eat a biscuit or I'll yell. He drank. He ate a biscuit. It tasted like flour and adrenaline and love. He leaned into Bakugo's brief, violent shoulder bump. He smiled at Uraraka's gritted teeth grin. He nodded at Todoroki's micro-approval. He showed his teeth at the sky like an animal that has learned sarcasm. The crack did not reopen. The hairline toward the river seemed to glow at the edges of his attention even when he blinked it away. He had told them everything. They had given him their yeses. The school had become a mesh of ask first. Sukuna had accepted the invitation to do this the hard way. Good. Izuku put the apple core in a bin and asked the janitor if he could borrow a roll of tape. He taped the word welcome to the arch big letters, messy but below it, in a hand steadier than he felt. He wrote ask first. The janitor nodded once and said, I like rules you can see. Me too, Izuku said. He looked at All Might. At Aizawa. At his class fanning out like a choreography that had always been there waiting. At the jars of almost trouble. At the beads stuck to lampposts like polite barnacles. At the scar in the air above the gate. At the faint line leading to the river. He touched his sternum. He said yes. He heard yeses answer back from 40 places he could name and 1,000 he couldn't. Tomorrow, he said, and smiled because the word did not scare him anymore. It was a room with chairs. It had a kitchen. The door opened and closed quietly. The windows would let in a storm and not break. Under the bridge, the stain breathed. Above the arch, the seam dreamed. Between them, a boy in a green tracksuit tucked his mother's note into his chest pocket and went to work making sure the ask first sign stayed taped even if it rained. Morning came with the politeness of a nurse drawing curtains. UA's arch still wore the paper sign Izuku had taped there last night, welcome in hurried strokes. Ask first below it in a hand steadier than his heart. The scar eye. In the air above the gate looked thinner at dawn, as if light could shame it into healing. But every time a cloud passed, you saw it. A smile the sky hadn't agreed to make. The hairline leading toward the river pulsed like a thought you can't stop thinking. All right, Aizawa said, no preamble, eyes tired and useful. We lay the mesh to the bridge. Hatsume was already on a cherry picker, wreathed in harness and joy. Consensular V1.2, she hollered, slapping anchors onto light poles and signposts. Each little hex took a second to wake, then glowed a mild color that made you feel like you'd remembered your keys. Yaoyorozu's fabricated shells clicked into place over them with a satisfying competency that calmed even Bakugo. They moved in a line like an idea learning to walk. Iida marked corners with hand chops and timestamps. Uraraka ferried boxes of beads as if the air were a partner she trusted. Jiro whispered a metronome under the world and the metronome obeyed. Suyu hopped gut. Nobody else saw until she pointed and then everyone remembered them. Siro's tape made impromptu railings where stairs got rude. Kaminari trotted cables and learned not to overexcite the anchors. Irishima carried 3 at a time and would have carried 6 if somebody hadn't told him not to show off. Todoroki iced a patch of cheesed asphalt into compliance so a bead would stick and didn't come. NT when Bakugo muttered something about frosty overachievers. Mina decorated 2 anchors with little smiley faces while nobody was looking. The mesh hummed, amused. Izuku kept his porch spread thin and true. Impact becomes hold. Noise becomes signal. Mockery becomes light. Path finds itself. Charge becomes listen. I do not enter a room that does not want me. He pinned those rules to the anchors as if hanging laundry along a block, domestic, boring, indomitable. At the foot of the bridge, the stain on the underpass wall breathed in and out as if expecting company for the first time in years. He hairline fracture in the air, found it like a bloodhound. Sukuna didn't step through. He didn't need to. He touched. It arrived as a pressure from the wrong side. A hand underwater dragging a finger along the underside of the world. The mesh sang. The anchors glowed. Hatsume whooped. Recovery girl swore. Izuku let the porch thicken with everyone's yeses and thought of his mother's kitchen steam, towels. The rule about closing the fridge door because that kind of ordinary is offensive to kings. The air above the river divoted. A glyph slid through bigger than yesterday's flex, cleverer than a jar. It wasn't a body, it was the idea of a body. It had the wrong number of smiles. It tasted like all the laughter you didn't laugh at funerals. Hold, All Might said, and put himself beside Izuku the way a door braces. Aizawa flanked the other side like a threat with tenure. Jars, recovery girl snapped. 3 students lunged. The glyph skimmed their rims, sniffed at glass like a cat. And kept moving, not toward the school, toward Izuku. He's testing your lock, Mahito warned. And there was something like respect hiding behind the stitches in his tone. He's going to try the handle, then the hinge. Izuku made his porch plain. He said ask first, not as a sign but as breath. The glyph paused a very human half-second, offended. It drew closer anyway, the way men who have always be. Ian waved and ignored doors they don't recognize. It touched his rule. The sound it made back wasn't sound. It was cleave, a conceptual edge sliding along the seam where Izuku had written impact becomes hold and looking for an angle. The membrane shivered. Light went out of the day for exactly 1 beat and then returned embarrassed. Izuku didn't step away. He did the ugly thing. He slouched. He remembered laundry. He remembered the hot dog vendor's napkin. He remembered the janitor's hands. He made the porch weekday. Cleave slid off. Sukuna laughed. Not loudly. Precisely. He adjusted. The Next pressure came not at the rule but at Izuku the bearer, the hinge. Mahito stiffened. He's not cutting your house. He's cutting the host. Izuku set the knot behind the button. I do not enter a room. That does not want me, and included his body in room again. The pressure kissed his sternum and hissed. Then it moved up and down at once. A geometry that doesn't belong here, and slipped a thin line. Between 2 ribs and across 2 meanings, and suddenly there was pain. Not a cut on skin, a slice through capacity. The room inside him fluttered like a bird hitting glass. The world doubled. A river and a not river. A bridge and its hungry twin. His breath miscounted. The anchors dimmed as if insulted on his behalf. Sweat went cold. Uraraka, closer than she'd been a second ago. He couldn't see her. He couldn't see any of them for a heartbeat. Then 2, then a gulp. He forced the porch to be path in one direction only. Away from him. Back, he croaked, because kings love audiences and victims and he refused to be both. Sukuna pressed the cleave again, curious now, clinical, a surgeon abusing anatomy. The line skated along the invisible seam that holds breath and rule together and bit. Izuku's knees paid their taxes. His hands forgot purpose. The porch, insulted, held anyway. Bakugo moved. He didn't shout first. He arrived. One palm bloomed a controlled blast, not at the glyph, at the space in front of Izuku. Hot air shoving concept sideways. Mine, he snarled at the invisible edge. Ours. The explosion wrote the S in the air big and rude. Uraraka had him a blink lat. Palms on his shoulders and weight gone slippery, falling cancelled like a bad appointment. I've got you, she said, voice flat with intent. Iida. Aizawa snapped. Engines that were legs obeyed. Iida took the floating load and ran. The crowd peeled without panic along the corridor Izuku's porch had already sketched for feral days. Todoroki dropped a wall of ice, not to block a blow there wasn't. T1 but to make shape in an argument the air was having with itself. The glyph's curiosity turned to annoyance and slid along cold instead of cutting breath. Jiro's jacks made a note the porch loved best. Noise became signal, and signal, for once, was not yours to interpret, king. The mesh hummed. Anchors brightened. The jar in recovery girl's hands rattled with patriotic fervor. All Might stood where Izuku had been and did a small, hateful, necessary thing. He blocked a laugh. He put the line of his broken body and his still heroic posture between the glyph and the school and stared at the wrong world with the patience of a mountain. He didn't punch the air. He made room with his outline and told it to mind the rules like anybody else. Sukuna's pressure withdrew 1 inch and dragged UCH more than that across Izuku's bones as it left a hook coming out of a fish the fish has decided not to be. Izuku's room folded awkwardly, coughing, then reassembled itself with the help of 100 small yeses and 4 urgent hands. He tasted iron and admission. He wanted to apologize for falling. He remembered to be grateful for not dying. Iida stopped only when Recovery Girl barked, "Here." They set him under a ginkgo that had watched children run drills since children were invented. His vision stuttered and then decided mercy was practical. Recovery Girl didn't ask how he felt. She thumped his forehead with 2 fingers. The old soldier reset. "Look at me," she commanded, and his eyes obeyed lesser gravity. 3 breaths. He took them. First, floor. Second, leaves. Third, not behind the button. "I do not enter a room that does not want me." He included his ribs again, the ones with the invisible bite. Panic, obedient as a trained animal when given a job, went to sit in the corner. Pain stayed. Pain always stays. He let it sit too, but on a stool. Jiro stopped the note, ears on pillars. "He isn't gone," she said softly. "Just writing his name on the wind." Hatsume, eyes large and sane under mania, slid a censor under Izuku and frowned at readings that would be poetry to the wrong person. "He touched your profile," she said breathlessly. "Not soul, not flesh. The owl in your porch uses to decide where you end." "Cute," Recovery Girl said, voice sharp. "We're going to make that outline messy." "How?" Izuku asked, throat raw, heart age 7 under the table again. And trying to listen without being called out. "All might," Recovery Girl commanded without looking away from his face. "Stand behind him." All Might obeyed immediately. No pose, just presence. His shadow fell across Izuku's shoulders. Patient, ridiculous, familiar. Recovery Girl tapped the umbrella handle against Izuku's sternum. "Listen to this like a drum." All Might breathed in. He breathed out, slowly, cheaply, without theater. "A beat your porch would confuse for home." "Now," Recovery Girl said, and the umbrella handle pressed on the place Sukuna had touched. "Say your names for the room to memorize." Izuku's mouth stung at the first word. "Izuku." He swallowed. "Midoriya." Again. "Izuku." "Midoriya." "All Might." Recovery Girl nodded. "All Might," he said, so gently that if microphones had been near they'd have filed a complaint at the lack of drama. Then, like the secret you tell a curse when the curse thinks it understands legends. Toshinori. The world rearranged a centimeter. Not because the names were magic. Because they were true and spoken without begging. "Excellent," Recovery Girl muttered. "Hatsume." The inventor slapped a fat anchor to the ginkgo's trunk. "Mesh pivot," she shrieked. "We're making a noodle." "What?" Aizawa said from a nearby branch, disapproving of joy. "A narrow, dense corridor of yes that we can move along with him," Hatsume explained. Hands flying as her classmates stuck secondaries to the grass. "If his outline is messy and his consent chorus is portable, precision cuts fail. You can't slice spaghetti clean." "Do it," Nezu called from somewhere, as if approving a zoo exhibit. The noodle rose. Izuku felt it like a scarf of OK draped around him and anyone who pushed their yes into it. Uraraka set one palm on the noodle and grinned. "Floating spaghetti," she said, businesslike. "I can carry that." Bakugo planted himself at the noodle's forward edge like the first rude bookmark in a new book. He didn't look at Izuku. He glared at the river instead. "If you get cut again, I'm going to yell," he said. It meant, "Please don't," and, "I was scared," and, "I did a good." "I won't," Izuku whispered, and tried to believe it and found that he could. The hairline over the river brightened from bruise to boast. Clouds arranged themselves around spectacle like groupies. The stain on the underpass flared, a pupil widening. "Containment plan," Aizawa snapped, suddenly everywhere. "We move civilians 2 nested blocks out. Anchors on every corner. Consent mesh on. Students behind noodle. Pros on the line. Midoriya hold only. No heroics." "I don't do heroics," Izuku said, meaning alone. Aizawa allowed the lie because it had manners. All Might touched Izuku's shoulder once. "I'll go first." "I know," Izuku said. The words were easier than the feeling that came with them. "I'll keep the ground true." "Good lad," All Might murmured, and the words slid under pain like salve. They moved. The noodle Hatsume Ha. Didn't bother to rename it rolled with them. A portable corridor of consent that bent when people with yes and purpose leaned. The class tucked in just behind the pro line, not because anybody thought their bodies were more valuable than their courage, but because their rooms would be needed later, and you don't spend your furniture fighting in the yard if you can help it. The bridge was a museum of every fight the city has had with itself. Old bolts, new patches, graffiti that had tried to be poetry and landed somewhere between a threat and a love letter. The hairline in the air found the exact midpoint and smiled. Sukuna stepped 1 foot through. Not a body in argument about bodies. An ankle in the wrong place. A knee with opinions. Weight that decided to be a test. The air remembered how to be torn. The anchors screamed without sound. Hatsume's mesh yelled yes back in a dozen ordinary languages. All Might didn't wait for a speech. He moved like a man who had already died once and decided not to a second time. Endeavor flamed at his shoulder. Flame trimmed for temper, not terror. Mirko laughed. Genus threaded. 13 unzipped the sky attractor's width and offered it to physics. The foot tried to cleave the line of ground where All Might's stance made sense. Izuku's porch reached it first. Impact becomes hold. Cleave becomes seam, the kind you stitch, not the kind you fall through. The cut meant to hurt the host found itself cutting a story it did not own and snagged. The portable noodle of consent tightened around Izuku and the heroes nearest him like a belt before a sharp turn. Todoroki threw a sugar-thin skin of ice across the cut. Not to stop it, nothing stops a king's curiosity, but to emphasize where it was. Aizawa's eyes went red at nothing and still managed to make Power feel embarrassed. Sukuna's attention leaned more. A calf slid through another edge. The wrong world pressed. Izuku held. He did not win. The foot stamped once. The stamp wasn't force. It was definition. The bridge complained in a tone nobody had paid it to keep quiet about. A crack ran along its old scar and made a choice. Toward the island, not the school. Civilian evacuate. Ion roots flickered inside Izuku's head in polite panic. Path, he shouted, and his porch obeyed. Path finds itself there, not their arrows in the brain, hands on shoulders, the whistles meaning clear without being heard. Iida was already moving. Uraraka already lifting. Shiro already taping a guardrail into a courtesy. Tsuyu already hopping the line to guide 2 kids holding a cat and a terrible plan. And then the laugh came again. Closer. He felt it under his ribs, fumbling at the knot behind the button like a pickpocket. Out, Mahito said, not smug, not bored. Out, out, out. Izuku took Recovery Girl's 3 breaths in the middle of a battlefield and made the third one rude. I do not enter a room that does not want me. His outline smudged on purpose. The cleave slid off and nicked a yes instead a small one. Stinging. The noodle dimmed, then brightened as 30 other yeses insisted. The mesh chimed. The jars rattled in Recovery Girl's bag like children trying to impress a babysitter. All Might hit. He didn't hit the foot. He hit where the foot intended the world to go. The blow landed in plan, not flesh, and that is a level of rudeness kings rarely get to taste. Sukuna's pressure stalled. Not much. Enough. Back, Aizawa commanded the class, voice unarguable. Izuku wanted to argue. He didn't. He let the noodle carry them 3 measured steps and then stopped the way good furniture stops without sliding. He set signal to listen to the pros and path to let them work and mockery to light every exit sign along the underside of the bridge because some of the brave saint people in the city were about to do their job in bad air and he could at least do that. Sukuna sent one last finger a curve of pressure like a grin flicked against a cheek and tapped the air above Izuku's heart. Not a cut, a promise. Izuku didn't break this time. Bakugo's hand hot. Furious found his elbow anyway. Don't you dare. I won't, Izuku said. And this time it didn't feel like an ambition. It felt like a plan. Students, Nezu called, voice like a bell rung with a spoon. Triage to the island side. Consent anchors on every hydrant. Team May, install and retreat. Team Recovery, Prep A. Team Aizawa, containment B through G. Through G, Aizawa repeated, scarf rising like a punctuation mark. And no heroics, he added, glaring directly at the 3 students who most enjoy extracurriculars. They glared back and complied, which is what real discipline looks like. Mirko met Izuku's eyes as she ran past and showed all her teeth. Good seatbelt, she said, and went to try to kick a laugh. The foot withdrew. The hairline stayed. The stain breathed. The bridge remembered every other fight it had held up and swore it could handle one more. Recovery Girl thumped Izuku's thigh with the umbrella to make sure he could feel it. Clinic. Now, we plan while your ribs remember how to be civilized. He wanted to say later. He didn't. He let the noodle carry him back thrug. H corridors littered with important litter tape dispensers, anchor boxes, a child's dropped shoe that 2 heroes detoured to return because meaning matters. The clinic smelled like lemon and stubbornness. Recovery Girl sat him on a cot as if he were the only person in the world for a second and pressed candy to his mouth like a sacrament. Diagnosis, she said briskly. You got nicked at the interface. No tissue laceration. Your porch panicked and tried to evict you from yourself. You told it no. Good boy. Can he fight? Aizawa asked. Too fast to be cruel. Not with his outline, she snapped. With his mouth. With his rules. With his committee. She leaned in until her eyes filled his day. You will hold. You will not lead the line. You will be the floor under their feet and the sign above their heads. He nodded and felt 10 years older and exactly the same. All Might slipped inside, smaller now, burning conserved. His eyes found Izuku's and did the thing that kept happening. Telly. Said 1,000 words without abusing silence. Pros are up, he said. You'll hear ugly sounds. Believe in those sounds. I do, Izuku said. And when he comes properly, All Might went on cue. UIETLY because that is what kings eventually do, we will be noisy first. You will be later. You will be the noise we need when the room starts to forget itself. Yes, Izuku said. His chest hurt. The hurt had edges he could tolerate. Nezu stuck his head in like a clever raccoon. Safety meeting, he chirped. 2 minutes, and then we will implement Plan Porch. Please tell me that's not what we're calling it, Aizawa groaned. It tested very well in focus groups, Nezu lied. They gathered in the war room that used to be a teacher's lounge and had become a factory for ideas that stack. Whiteboards everywhere, routes, teams, anchor maps, supply lines, the noodle's path. Yaoyorozu wrote, room kits, along the top of one board and listed contents. Anchors, tape, chalk, megaphone, biscuit, jar. Iida assigned runners. Uraraka drew an evacuation schematic that looked like kindness arranged on paper. Tsuyu annotated with actually where people go when maps forget they have legs. Jiro tuned the campus PA to carry signal without panic. Siro sorted tape like a monk. Kaminari compiled an SMS blast. Hatsume plugged things into things and hummed. Professionals on the river. Nezu summed up, ears one word ahead of him. Students behind the noodle. Consent mesh live. Ask first everywhere. If he pushes along the hairline to other sites, we activate porch relay. Porch relay? Izuku asked. Nezu beamed. Bead clusters at intervals across the city. When you speak rule, the chorus will carry it 1 block, 5 blocks, as far as the mesh can hold. People will be standing on their own yes without knowing you. This is preferable to knowing you. Thank you, Izuku said, honest and shaken. Aizawa looked at him. You good? I'm held, Izuku said, the truest answer he has. Good, Aizawa said, then harsher. Stay that way. The room dispersed smoothly, like a flock that never panics because it has rehearsed sky. Izuku stood. The noodle tightened around him again. Portable, okay. Powered by everybody's agreement that he should keep breathing. He pocketed a jar. He pocketed a biscuit. He pocketed his mother's note again, because some talismans only work if you carry them twice. Outside, the bridge thundered with important noises. Endeavor's heat thumped the day into compliance. Mirko's laughter tried, failed, tried again to insult something that has never been insulted. Anist tugged at sentences nobody else could see. 13 drank a bad wind. All Might's presence kept the fight in our world. Sukuna's attention didn't leave. It never does, once it decides your furniture worth rearranging. Izuku went back to the arch. He pressed both palms to the paper sign and smoothed it down against humidity. He placed an anchor at each corner. He breathed ask first until the letters stopped flapping. Then he walked to the quad where his friends were setting cones and corridors like a bake sale for survival and said, I need to say sorry for falling. Don't, Bakugo said instantly. Shut up, Uraraka agreed cheerfully. Ribbit, Tsuyu added. Which meant we saw you stand. Duty, Iida intoned at him like a benediction he gives to everyone and himself. Practice, Jiro shrugged. Enough. Kirishima grinned, and bumped his shoulder with the care of a boy who knows when strength is a whisper. Todoroki didn't say a word. He put a cold palm against Izuku's back, exactly where the unseen cut had been, and left it there until the porch learned something from the gesture and stopped trying to hurry. The day emptied itself toward evening. The sky turned color of an apple bruised by fingers that didn't apologize. The hairline over the river thickened in the way of clouds deciding to rain. Positions, Aizawa said into a mic that didn't need volume. All Might rolled his shoulders like a mountain consenting to odds. We'll go make a noise, he told Izuku. I'll keep the floor from betraying you, Izuku said. and the sentence felt like a handshake with the day. He watched them go. He did not wrap himself in romance about war. He made sure the room kits had biscuits. He checked the noodle battery. He verified anchors sat where neighborhoods. Could see them without learning new neighborhoods. He made eye contact with 3 old women who were going to ignore advice and planned around that. He sent a text to Inko saying love you. Eating. Shish. He replied with a sticker of a duck in a raincoat. He saved it in a part of his chest kings don't get to touch. Then, because he is the sort of boy who learned to be a host before he learned to be a weapon, he went to the arch. Leaned his shoulder against the stone, closed his eyes, and spoke softly to the mesh, the noodle, the jars, the anchors, the porches he had left along streets, the 100 yeses standing on the edges of lives. Impact becomes hold, noise becomes signal, mockery becomes light, path finds itself, charge becomes listen. We do not enter rooms that do not want us. Welcome, ask first. The city repeated him back small, stubborn, ordinary. The kind of chorus kings can't hear until too late. Beyond the bridge, the laugh lifted. The pro line braced. Recovery girl counted candy in her pocket and sins in jars. Principal Nezu straightened his tie and thought about cheese. Aizawa's scarf learned new grammar for the word enough. All Might lifted his hand as if to hold a chill. D back from a street and then decided again. Forward. Izuku's ribs hurt. His outline was messy on purpose. His fear sat obedient on a stool. His friends were louder than the laugh in exactly the right way. The first cut had landed. The next would come. He had work. By dusk, the mesh along the river hummed like a city practicing one long, steady breath. Hatsume's anchors lit the railings and HYD. Rants with the soft conviction of porch lamps. The noodle that stubborn, portable scarf of yes lay coiled around the student line like a tame snake, warm where dozens of hands had pressed consent into it. Recovery girl's folding table had jars labeled with neat menace, sins, flex, etc., don't open, and a stack of candy that had decided, nobly, to be medicine. All Might stood at the lip of the BR. Ijin refused to be taller than the problem. Endeavor burned 2 paces right. Flame trimmed to a carpenter's torch instead of a bonfire. Mirko bounced, grinning like a sprinter on the blocks. Best. Genus threaded cable through his fingers, eyes counting distances no tape measure admits. Aizawa had found a perch on a lamppost and made the scarf look like punctuation. 13 checked the sky for places to put bad air. Todoroki, silent as cold water, stood ready. Hawks arrived late and silent, wings tight against his coat, expression carved quieter than usual. He nodded hello like a man who knows the weather and dislikes the forecast. Izuku took his place a step behind the line, palms open, porch spread thin and true. Impact becomes hold, noise becomes signal, mockery becomes light, path finds itself, charge becomes listen. We don't enter rooms that don't want us. The knot behind the button sat in his sternum like a lit match he would not let go out. The hairline in the air above. The river thickened from rumor to handwriting. Sukuna pressed. It arrived as temperature everywhere and nowhere, then as cleave, a conceptual edge kissing the seam where day decides to be day. The anchors brightened in offended harmony. The mesh sang yes in a dozen ordinary keys. The stain on the underpass wall pulsed like a pupil widening. A foot came first, because kings like to test floorboards. Not a foot you could photograph. A decision about weight and posture. An ankle that thought the world was furniture. It found the bridge's original scar and put itself there. The way people find old hurts with new hands. Hold, All Might said, and the command was a kindness. Izuku's porch met the cleave and turned it a quarter turn. Cut becomes seam, the stitchable kind, the kind a grandmother hums over. The membrane around his chest trembled where yesterday's inside slice had taught it pain. The noodle cinched, thickening across their ribs with everybody's yes. The laugh slid through the seam. It wasn't loud, it was confident. It handled silence like money. Ah, Sukuna said, not to them so much as to the day. Here is the little house that keeps asking. He stepped more through a shin, a knee drawn wrong on purpose. Weight arranging itself to insult structure. The air around him behaved itself with a flinch. The mesh chimed without ceremony. And here, he went on. Amusement like a thumb on a bruise. Is the new doorman. All Might didn't answer. He arrived a step that included the people behind him. A step he'd been saving for a second lifetime. He made his body the kind of hallway where only good ideas proceed. Sukuna smiled with a face that wasn't here yet. Show me what your decade bought, he said warmly, and moved. He didn't lunge. He edited. Reality scat. Ed 2 inches sideways in front of his not knee. The bridge timber understood cleave and prepared to be obedient. Izuku stepped his rule into the gap with a whisper. Impact becomes hold. The 2 inches of disaster became brace. The world recorded a near break for later arguments and continued. Mirko hit the moment like punctuation double knee, all humor. She landed on the calf that wasn't, rolled. Kicked the edge where Sukuna had chosen to be there, snarled, smile at this, and learn something grim and useful. You can kick a decision and make it think again, but you cannot bruise it. She grinned anyway. That all you got? Tattoo? Sukuna's not gaze slid over her and kept moving. I like the loud ones, he said, and then, cleave not at Mirko at the geometry her momentum would carve if the world were lazy. Genist saw it in the equation of cables. Bind, he barked, threads fanning, catching the shape of a future fall and tying it into a net instead. Mirko bounced, offended to be saved and very alive. Endeavor brought heat with a grown man's discipline. The fire came low, precise. It licked where cleave had made the air slippery and taught it friction again. Stay contained, he growled to the flame, to the world. To himself, Sukuna's attention sharpened, delighted. You've taught your toys good manners, he said to All Might, indulgent. He lifted a knot hand and cut at breath. 13 zipped a zipper in the sky and took the cut air away. Not in my house, she said, voice steady, backpack growling like a polite thunderstorm. Aizawa's eyes went red. Habit, compulsion, hope. Erasure poured down. It hit nothing useful and kept going. Still useful because it made the rest of them stand up straighter when they felt their drama switch flicked off. His scarf snapped oot and caught Mirko's ankle a beat after the woman pretended to need it, which was the choreography of trust. Izuku's porch widened, then tightened. No big egg, a string of little rooms, tent circles stitched with yes. The noodle took weight. Noise became signal and the first evac wave flowed across the causeway he built in his head as if the bridge had always meant to be helpful. He heard the sent chorus through the anchors. Kids on bikes a kilometer away agreeing without knowing it what, a grandmother at a window saying okay then, a hot dog vendor whispering hup when he lifted the propane tank. The porch thickened under those ordinary, unglamorous syllables. Sukuna took another step into their world, and the smell of Iron Joke's laughter at the wrong time blew across the river. He made his first real ask. Not at the gate, at All Might's breath. The cleave slid, elegant, for the seam where inhale agrees to become exhale. It was almost tender. It was more insulting for it. Izuku's ribs remembered yesterday and tried to flinch. The noodle pinched his outline back into mess on purpose. He said charge becomes listen and pointed it at the cleave itself. There was a ragged heartbeat. Where kings obeyed classmates. For one breath, the cut had to hear the city say no. All Might moved into that breath like a man who built a career out of fractions. He didn't swing for the jaw you could not see. He put his fist into the plan behind it. The sound that came back wasn't a bang. It was a structural don't. The bridge nodded, offended and pleased. Sukuna's weight shifted half an inch. He said, genuinely entertained. You two have learned to be impolite. Practice. All Might said, voice a file across iron. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. He felt Izuku's porch like a floorboard he trusted. Hawk snapped 2 feathers into knives and sent them where Cleave planned to be next. The knives didn't stick. They clarified the way chalk lines clarify a play. You're not the only one who plans ahead, Hawk said softly. His wings beat once, twice, deliberate pushing bad wind into 13's hungry sky. For a handful of exchanges, the work held. The prose translated, impossible into procedure. Mirko buying seconds with the physics of knees, Endeavor cooking edges until they obeyed, Genus tying moods down, 13 making emptiness do chores, Hawks assigning air. Todoroki setting cold where heat made fools, Aizawa draining spectacle the way a sink handles mess. All Might made an art of arriving at the exact hinge between 2 bad choices and inserting a third. Izuku kept the ground from becoming a throat. He left beads of porch where people would trip. Hydrant lips, curved mouths, the bottom stare that always confesses. He felt small yeses from the mesh circ. Ulet into big holds around the hero's ankles, knees, ribs, little layers of brace where Break had bought tickets. He didn't try to be impressive. He tried to be reliable. Sukuna grew interested. Interest, for a king like that, is a new blade. The heir heard a name that wasn't for it malevolent something and remembered how to cooperate with cruelty. Not a full shrine. A draft. Space wobbled like a room asked to host a god and fearing the cleanup. Domain, someone whispered. And Izuku said no to the end of the sentence with the full weight of the school's ask first nailed to the arch. He didn't have the power to cancel a shrine. He did have a campus full of people who had learned, together, to refuse drama. The draft stuttered. The corners of the world chafed instead of cut. It was Ino, to make the next 5 seconds survivable. Sukuna, amused at the friction, switched to precision. He threw 3 cuts you couldn't see at 3 different intentions. Mirko's landing, Endeavor's pivot, All Might's breath again. The room shivered, then squared itself. Mirko stumbled and laughed at the floor's attempt to flirt. Endeavor's pivot squeaked and obeyed anyway. All Might made the kind of exhale old men make when standing up from a low chair and did not apologize. Amusing, Sukuna said. Let me try hospitality. He asked the world to become his porch. The river agreed for a heartbeat, the traitor. The mesh shrieked like microphone feedback. Anchors along the bank flashed hot and then held. Izuku felt the ask brush his own rule: we don't enter rooms that don't want us and try to rename it we enter if it's fun. He had 2 choices. Push back hard and break his own hands, or get boring until a god got sleepy. He slouched. He remembered laundry. He rehearsed his mother's sue. The hiss when you catch your fingers on a hot pan and let the porch fill with the smell of lemon soap and rice and the duck sticker Inko had sent him. He spread that down the mesh like butter. The world, presented with a better offer than theater, chose weekday. Sukuna laughed not at them with them, a catastrophic kindness, and tightened his will. The bridge moaned, a deep library note. The heroes braced. Izuku rolled the noodle left 3 feet so Hawks could deposit 2 people he just plucked from danger, and then right 3 feet so 13 Skyzipper didn't inhale the wrong things. Back, Aizawa barked suddenly, voice like a hook through bravado. Regroup. They fell to the second posture still on the line, just behind it, ready to rotate. Todoroki slid ice under Mirko's feet, so she could change jobs without losing cadence. Endeavor knelt, hands to the boards, heat running into the structure with the tenderness of a man fixing his own mistakes. Genus doubled his bind and turned the cables inside out. Hawks lifted, lowered, lowered, the metronome of logistics. Sukuna's next cut came for All Might nakedly, joyfully, almost honestly. It was a child's cruelty a surgeon's hand a slash across the grammar of motion. Izuku didn't have a lever. He had a committee. Push, he shouted, not command, invitation. The consent chorus jammed itself into the rule. MPACT becomes hold turned not just the blow but the intention behind it into a moment that waited. All Might took that moment and cashed it like a coin. He stepped out of the way slower than any of them wanted and exactly as needed. The cut became a ribbon around a lamppost. The lamppost decided to help and held it like a child holding a leash. Sukuna finally looked at Izuku. It wasn't eye contact. It was a press of curiosity like a fingertip under a door. Little host, he said, conversational, hungry as praise. You make rooms that don't obey me. That's rude. Ask first, Izuku said. Cause sometimes the hill you choose is small on purpose. Sukuna's not mouth smiled in a shape nobody survives if they think it's for them. No, he said, and remembered what kings do when offered rules. He stamped. The stamp knocked intent across the water. No force, only definition. The bridge remembered failing and began to practice. The mesh faltered. Anchors dimmed to a color Izuku didn't like. The noodle tightened as the student line said yes harder with the same exhausted sincerity you use to keep a door from blowing open in a storm. Endeavor roared not for theater, to be heard over physics and drove heat down the failure line, forcing the stamp to spend itself on expansion and contraction instead of breakage. Todoroki slammed chill into the other side together, a quenching that made the beam remember temper. Genus threaded tendon across bone. Hawks mapped wind so 13 could drink the bad and leave the oxygen like a tip. Mirko, seeing a thing that had to be kicked, kicked it. The stamp lifted. The bridge decided to live 5 minutes more. Then the shrine came no longer a draft. Not full, something like a hand riffled through their chapter and picked a page to tear out. The air around Sukuna sighed in relief as rules bent toward want. Micro slashes argued with surface tension. The world's corners stood up on chairs. The mesh wailed and then harmonized. Izuku la. The laugh becomes light claws detonate into 1,000 exit arrows, and the arrows, being polite, guided legs. This is me being generous, Sukuna said, and 3 cuts at once licked toward the hero's Mirko's head, Endeavor's wrist. All Might's ribs. Aizawa's eyes burned dry. Nothing glamorous to erase, everything to deny. Move, he hissed, and habits older than quirks obeyed. Mirko ducked. Endeavor turned his grip. All Might took the rib lick on a patch of hold Izuku had thrown in like a coaster under a sweating glass. The shrine grinned wider, wounded and amused. You're going to lose, Sukuna told All Might, not unkind. Not for lack of trying. For lack of ownership. We share, All Might replied. And his next punch was a letterpress. Ink with Nezu's cunning, Recovery Girl's threats. Aizawa's contempt. Mirko's laugh. Endeavor's penance. 13's patience. Hawk's math. Todoroki's 2 lessons at war inside one chest. And the yes of 100 ordinary throats. It landed. Tea. He whirled, tasted us and made a face and swallowed. Sukuna's attention cooled. He adjusted. They all felt the choice. He would stop playing. There is an ache the city makes when it knows the moment fun ends. You can feel the buses hold their breath. The pigeons sit. The river choose to be honest about its speed. Students, Aizawa, we know, Izuku said, because the class had already reversed their feet. Uraraka had her hands under 2 kits. Iida had his arms turned into traffic signals. Jiro's tone slid to steady. Siro left a tape line a blind man could love. Suyu's voice became frog kui. Tea in exactly the right way to make a panic obey. Kirishima stood where fear would try to change the subject and said no by existing. Yaoyorozu had a jar in each hand and law in her face. Back, All Might told Izuku without looking. You're our floor, not our blade. I hate that you're right, Izuku whispered, and obeyed. Sukuna cut knotted bodies this time at the room itself, at the paragraph Izuku had been writing all week. The feeling was obscene. A finger inserted in the seam of a promise. Izuku did the hardest thing he knows how to do. He let go of being helpful for one beat and became stubborn. He made the porch unbearably boring. He smoothed it with bureaucracy. He weighed it with biscuits. He thudded it with the janitor's keys and the duck sticker and the word duty in Ida's voice and rent in Ochako's and mine, ours in Bakugo's and truth in Todoroki's and the smell of hot dog steam and the feel of Nezu's ridiculous tie and the sue of his mother's mouth. He took the fights beautiful, fragile architecture and wallpapered it in weekday. He did not kill the shrine. He made it yawn. Sukuna's cut missed him by a sliver, not because Izuku was fast but because the villain had not planned to be bored and kings hate improvising habits. Mirko whooped and then choked when the shrine flicked her ankle with a love note. Hawks caught her before the water could claim her laughter for itself. Ow, she grinned, furious. You're cute. Endeavor's right hand crisped at the edges where Heat had agreed to be gentle too long. He didn't look at it. He looked at his team. Rotate, he said, and rotated himself to hurt where no camera would see him do it. Genist's cable sang and snapped. The shrine ate 3 like noodles. He didn't flinch. He knotted the 4th around a plan rather than a limb, and that held. 13's backpack took something it didn't want to digest and burped apology. Aizawa's voice shredded a little, calling the next angle. Todoroki's shoulder took a glancing metaphor and went numb. All Might, grim now, made one more lever from a day that had stopped providing them. Endeavor, he barked, and the other man read trust and obeyed. Heat there, ice there, wine there, thread there, a frog's there, tape there, a space that had been shrine and was now just air because too many mortals had said no in the right direction. All Might stepped through, air like a man stepping through a doorway into his own kitchen, and hit the moment where Sukuna's interest had made him careless. Not flesh, posture. He corrected it with his knuckles. It didn't hurt. It inconvenienced a king. The river applauded in its rude, wet way. Sukuna smiled like a teacher who has just met a student who will take longer to break in. I'll come back, he said, polite as tea. He last chair left pulled out for a late guest. Make the table bigger. He stamped once more an appointment made in a book nobody could burn and slid back through the seam like a rumor returning to a mouth. The shrine's draft closed like a bored eyelid. The hairline hung in the sky, humming tomorrow. Silence did what silence always does after spectacle. It tried to be too much. It made everyone cough. Count, Aizawa said, voice rasped to the nail. Now, they did. Mirko. Ankle torn, grin intact. Endeavor. Hands blistered, pride disciplined. Genist. Cables frayed, dignity unwrinkled. 13. Bile green, thumbs up. Hawks. Feathers singed, humor filed for later. Todoroki. Left shoulder ice numb, right palm reddened, mouth a line that meant fine. All Might, breathing like a staircase, eyes bright and old. And then there were the little counts. A security guard who had remembered to duck because Ciro's tape had taught his feet a habit. A child who had stopped crying because Jiro's tone had told tears where to sit. A grandmother who had made it to the anchor by the mailbox and whispered yes like a recipe. The bridge had not become a throat. The city had not forgotten its name. Sue the sky, Izuku wanted to say. Make it pay for the noise. Instead he swallowed, reached for a jar that had started to rattle with orphaned flecks, and held the glass steady until the sulking settled. The label read whoops in Yaoyorozu's tidy hand. He laughed, ridiculous and real, and then startled when his chest reminded him of yesterday with a quick, sour pull under the ribs. Sit, recovery girl ordered. And because he is not an idiot and he is trying not to be a martyr, he sat. She pressed candy to his mouth with the brusque affection of a general feeding a soldier. You're blue at the edges. Compliments. He mumbled around sugar. She gave him a look that would have taken the rind off an orange. Don't be cute. All Might walked over carefully, like a building deciding not to creak. You held, he said. We all did, Izuku answered, and blinked too fast because the scene didn't deserve tears and because sometimes it does. Endeavor stopped in front of him and looked everywhere but at his face. Whatever that room is, he said, voice scarred to honesty, it kept my men standing. It's not mine, Izuku said automatically. Endeavor's jaw flexed. I heard you say that, he said. You're wrong. It's ours because you made it that way. Hawks cracked a tired smile. You going to write that in your diary, Endeavor? Day 1. Learn to share, tasted like pennies. Shut up, Endeavor replied without heat. Which for him is a poem. Mirko flopped down on the curb near Izuku's knees and poked his shoe with one finger. Seatbelt, she declared. You made us all wear a seatbelt. I hate seatbelts. Saved my skull. I owe you one head. Keep it, Izuku said. Laughter escaping like a relief valve. Looks good where it is. Aizawa did a count with his eyes, finished, Nd let his head tip back against a pole for exactly 2 seconds before pretending he hadn't. Student's home base, he said, voice low. We review, then we sleep in shifts or I will nail you to cots. Lawful, Yaoyorozu murmured. Pen already out. Enough, Kirishima grinned, flexing an arm for no reason and plenty. Practice, Jiro said, stretching the word into a rhythm. Rent, Ochako added, fierce and soft. Duty, Iida said, and chopped the air in gratitude at the privilege. Mine, Bakugo grunted. Then after a look at Izuku's ribs, ours. Todoroki didn't say anything. He stood near Izuku long enough for the cold to soak the ache like a lesson. The mesh dimmed to a low hum. The noodle loosened but did not fall. Hatsume's anchors pulsed like patient stars. The jars sat heavy and useful as theology. They walked back under the arch, under the paper sign that still read welcome and ask first, and every person who passed under it touched it without talking about why. The seam above the gate had not thinned. It had not widened. It had learned their handwriting. Inside Ua, the war room smelled like dry erase and ambition. Nezu stood on a chair and passed out assignments like hors d'oeuvres. Phase 2, he said cheerfully. More beads, fewer speeches. We invent the night plan. And please, someone bring me tea before I start trusting coffee again. They broke into buckets. Izuku sat with recovery girl's permission and All Might smuggled thermos and told his breath to behave. He tried to say sorry to the room for falling earlier, for almost falling again, for not being a blade. Uraraka cuffed his shoulder gentle. You're a floor, she said, as if describing a miracle. Deal with it. Floors save ankles, Tsuyu added, which is how frogs say I love you. Izuku laughed, then got quiet, then laughed again. The sound startled him with how much it belonged in the day. Hours later, because time refuses to be tidy, he found himself alone in the auditorium where yesterday he told the truth. The chairs remembered listening. The stage remembered being a porch. He stepped into the circle he'd drawn with breath and said, low enough the room would keep the secret. I'm scared. Mahito, for once, didn't ruin it. You are, he agreed. And I'm held, Izuku said. He surprised himself with how easy the second sentence came. He put his palm on his ribs, on the place Sukuna had touched yesterday and flirted with today, and pressed. The hurt pressed back, not mean. He whispered the rules like prayers and like jokes. He said ask first until it sounded like thank you. On his way out, he stopped by the arch and smoothed the sign down again. The way a son straightens a picture frame in a house he doesn't own but will fight for. He touched the stone and said to the seam above it, to the river's hairline, to tomorrow's problem waiting at the end of the list, "We'll make the table bigger. But we'll set it, not you." Above him, the scar in the sky didn't answer. It didn't have to. He had a plan for when it did. He went to sleep on a cot with his shoes under it like a kid on a field trip and the noodle tucked around the row like a blanket that hums. He leapt the sleep of boys who have learned to be floors and have decided floors deserve pillows. Outside, the bridge remembered surviving and got cocky about it. The anchors blinked little sleepy blinks. The jars labeled whoops and don't open-minded their manners. All Might sat on the roof with a coat around his shoulders and looked at a city that had chosen, again, to live. He didn't pray, he plaque. Ed thanks on the air like a saucer under a cup and trusted gravity. Sukuna, in a world that laughs first, ran a finger along the seam of his amusement and hid a smile the way thieves hide a coin. Lightly, knowing it will be needed later. The campus breathed. The plan thickened. The grief booked time on the calendar. The courage confirmed attendance. Morning would come with its politeness again. And when it did, they would make rooms bigger, truer and set more chairs, and decide who sits where, and what to feed them, and when to tell kings that they are not invited unless they knock. The night after the river grew teeth. Ua slept in layers. First, the exhausted kind. Cots pushed together like sentences finally punctuated. Then the vigilant kind. Teachers with radios, heroes with coats. A janitor who left the hallway lights low because courage looks better that way. And under it all, the mesh hummed Hatsume's anchors blinking like polite porch lamps as if the campus itself had sworn, "I'll stay up for a while. You rest." Izuku woke into that promise and, for a breath, believed it was enough. Then the scar above the gate reminded him it hadn't healed. It had learned their handwriting. He dressed with hands that remembered bandage knots. The noodle portable consent coiled like a tame snake rested against the wall, warm where a dozen classmates' yeses had soaked it. He touched it the way you test a door you installed yourself. It hummed back, "Here." Mahito, already awake in his sternum like a neighbor who makes coffee too early, clicked his tongue. "You keep stitching a quilt," he said. "He keeps walking around with scissors. Time to teach the scissors about seam allowances." "I can't cut him," Izuku said, tugging his hoodie straight. "I can make him ask. And I can make him flinch," Mahito countered. Amiably terrible, if the stitches around his words flexed, not a smile. Something like concentration if we write the rules together. He looked at a calendar pinned to the inside of his skull, 10 days inked. Today circled in pencil. The final column had a box around a word he'd been avoiding, confluence. He went up to the roof to ask the sky's opinion. All Might was already there. Wrapped in a coat like a blanket a city might offer a bridge. Recovery Girl sat in a folding chair that had become a throne by seniority. Aizawa leaned against a ventilator and Preden. Dead to be a statue that had judged you and found you half-passing. Status? All Might asked, voice pelting soft hailstones of practicality. Izuku took one honest breath, the kind with the corners fort on, and let the room inside him say it first. "I can't hold him off alone next time," he said. "Not at the bridge, not anywhere. We need both rivers. At once." Recovery Girl's umbrella handle thumped his knee. "Define at once." "Brave boy, not frenzy," Izuku said. "A cord, one for all where it belongs, bones, breath, lift without leaking into my hands. Mahito where he belongs, shape, stitches. The insults to geometry without touching a soul. A porch that lets the lanterns come when I call and refuses anyone who doesn't knock." Aizawa's chin tilted a millimeter. "He'd call that humility if you forced him." All Might watched Izuku's face the way you watch a rope being spliced. "And the cost?" "Clarity," Izuku admitted. "For a while. It's loud. I will hear more rooms than I have hands. I'll want to fix too much. I need people to tell me, no." He looked at each of them. "Teacher, grandmother, legend. And to pull me out by the shirt when I forget I'm a boy and try to become a building." Recovery Girl sniffed. "Have I ever hesitated to yank?" She reached into her bag, produced a wrapped candy with plum printed in cheerful English, and stuffed it into his palm. "Sugar against stupidity. Eat when you start philosophizing." All Might's laugh burned quiet. "Do it," he said. "But ask the hallway first." Izuku closed his eyes and stepped inside. The corridor of lanterns was not a metaphor in here. Light pulled like politeness wherever former owners of One for All had set it down and refused to take it with them. He walked past the vending machine. He walked past the clock. It ticked only when you were going to be late and it would help. He found the bend where the lantern bearer waited, a man whose smile made stubbornness gentle. "Ah," the bearer said, lifting his light. "You brought company." Mahito perched on a chair back in the hall. He always had furniture in here. Even when Izuku hadn't put chairs out, stitches fine as pencil marks, eyes too amused for comfort and too honest for disdain. "I want," Izuku began, then stopped because want is a knife. You don't wave it at friends. "I need both of you, all of you, and a lock only I can open." "Consent twice over," the lantern bearer murmured, approving. "We can come when you ask, not when you panic." "I will panic," Izuku confessed. "I just won't let it decide the invitations." Mahito hopped down, hands in pockets. "I won't touch the thing you don't let me touch," he said, voice like a seamstress promising not to cut the good fabric without a chalk line. "But you let me move walls? The boring ones, the ones you want moved?" "The load-bearing walls stay," Izuku said. "Kindness. Ask first. No touching souls. The porch belongs to people." Mahito's head tipped, stitches tugging. "Deal," he said, and Izuku. You realized how far the word had to travel inside him to be easy. The lantern-bearer looked down the hall. One by one, lights brightened. A woman with a stance like a drawn line. A kid with the posture of a lesson he's finally understood. A man whose hands wanted to fix and would do it until you took the tools away. They didn't line up, they occupied. They were not an army. They were a household. "Say the room," the bearer invited. Izuku had named a lot of things lately: causeways and noodles and beads. He'd been saving one. "The commons," he said. "Open when asked, public when safe. A domain with chairs." Mahito's laugh. "Genuine this time. You named a weapon after a park." "I named it after a table," Izuku said. The lanterns approved. He opened his eyes. The roof held him. Thin autumn sun. Janitor's bucket clanking on the ground 3 stories below. All Might's coat pretending it was enough warmth. He let one for all enter the places they'd agreed: mid-spine, calves, ankles, the lin. Along his shoulders that holds weight, and let Mahito stand in the spaces between bones where architecture matters more than muscle. He spoke the rules. Impact becomes hold. Noise becomes signal. Mockery becomes light. Path finds itself. Charge becomes listen. We don't enter rooms that don't want us. He added, quietly, a new one that had been growing in him since the bridge. Repair is a kind of defense only by consent, only on objects. Only what the world wants back. The roof didn't tilt. The sky didn't crack. The mesh hummed the way the inside of a wrist hums when the pulse pump agrees. "Okay, then." All Might's eyes brightened. "Walk," he said. Izuku walked to the edge and back. One for all lifted. "Sure." Mahito arranged his center of gravity like a friend moving a couch so you can get through the door without bruising a knuckle. He didn't feel bigger. He felt tidier. "Run," Aizawa said, because compliments rot children. He jumped the roof access gap, landed, rolled, came up inside. A room he hadn't known he'd set there. A little circle of okay that caught him the way you catch a pot lid before it rattles off the stove. He laughed, breathless. "It works," he said, which is what people say when they pretend they didn't expect it to. Recovery girl narrowed her eyes. "You're pale." "I'm always pale," he tried. "You're loud," she corrected. "Keep it under couches, not on tables, until we say." He nodded, swallowing the adrenaline like a boy told to taste soup he made himself. It was salty with other people. It was good. Hatsume claimed the auditorium for the morning L. Ike, a pirate who has read the building blueprints. Anchors lay in patient trays. Resonators hummed while not plugged into anything, as if they had evolved opinions. On the stage, a whiteboard had grown horns of post-its. "Consensular V 2.0, she announced when Izuku arrived. "Now with heartbeat sensing. If your room goes messy, these will pick up the pulse of everyone's yes and finish your sentence for you." "That's terrifying," Aizawa said from his chair, approving. "Also bracelets," Hatsume added, waving a hand. A dozen bands clinked on a tray, simple, looped, stamped with a cartoon door. Not a quirk, not a tracker. They just glow when you say yes. People like glow. Yaoyorozu inspected one, already thinking of materials and supply chains and the legal nightmare of putting anything on civilians' wrists. She nodded. "We can print 200 by afternoon if I cannibalize the robotics lab's filament." "Cannibalize?" Hatsume sighed. "Happy. Beautiful word." Nezu peered in, carrying tea, smelling faintly of mischief. Shall we risk a drill? He asked Izuku with a polite villain's cadence. Yes, Izuku said, but small. They set up a hallway chairs as walls, tape lines as polite boundaries. A noodle length of consent sagged happily in a coil at one end. Jiro stood at a mic, tone steady. Iida placed cones with the ceremony of a priest. Tsuyu made sure the frog exit wasn't just for frogs. Uraraka stacked biscuit packets with an efficiency that made gravity jealous. Bakugo loomed, arms crossed, expression set to if he falls I'll yell and catch him, in that order. Todoroki P. Uda hand on the rail and pretended that was an accident. Ready? All Might said, voice rubbed to suede. Izuku stepped into the constructed corridor and let the commons bloom. It wasn't bigger than the auditorium. It was deeper. The chairs became benches. The tape became chalk lines painted 10 years ago and resentful when people scuffed them. The door at the far end became context, not exit. Lanterns hung where ceiling met wall, only you would see them if you looked for light in corners. The air learned how to ask come in and keep shoes on in the same breath. Whoa, Kaminari whispered. Hand over his bracelet. It lit, a small moon at his wrist. Beside him, Jiro's did too, music made visible. All right, house, Izuku said quietly, speaking to the domain like a parent reading a recipe. Rules on, guests invited, locks on. He raised his palm. A white paper door shoji if shoji had grown up in this century and learned to be fire safe slid across the far end. Ask first, he told it. Its paper didn't change, its meaning did. He gestured at a chair. It lost its rickety and remembered being built by a person who wanted siblings to survive homework. Another gesture at the air, and a little pulse of do not formed around the jar table. Don't open jars, do not like drafts. Now the hard part, he said. Let me show you the line between shape and soul. He snapped his fingers, not snap like cool. Snap like a teacher, and a cursed spirit came up out of the floor. It was not alive. It was a bundle of hurt he'd found clawing the underside of a bridge 2 neighborhoods away, a thing that had learned to hiss at ankles and needed someone to tell it to go home. Mahito's stitches hid their grin. You could make this thing into a lamp, he said, clinical. Izuku nodded. With consent, he told the class. I can alter objects in the commons. I can set doorways, lay paths, change the way a cut considers itself. He put his hand over the bundle of hurt. But this is a leftover. Not a person, not a soul. He breathed in. Harm becomes chore. He breathed out. The spirit lost its teeth and became draft. The draft wandered to the doorway and found it had better things to do outside. Recovery girl allowed her mouth to soften into fondness. Good house training. And bodies? Yaoyorozu asked. Cool, precise. Human. Friend. Enemy. Izuku shook his head. I can shape impact around them. I can brace a break into a hold. I can make noise sit and signal stand up straight. I can bind a lashing quirk into a useful strap. He lifted both palms, showing them empty. But I do not touch. Not bones. Not blood. Not whatever word you prefer for what sits in your chest. Not even villains. Especially not villains. Mahito spread his hands like a magician, revealing his assistant still intact. He means it, he told the room, possibly surprised, definitely impressed. Bakugo grunted approval. Good, he said. No cheating. Make it hurt. You, Mina waved both hands. You can make help hurt, that's fine. Laughter found the corners. The commons kept it. Laughter like that is furniture you pass down. All Might rolled his shoulder. The sound it made was a library book checked out too often. Show me the lanterns, he said. Izuku knelt in the center of the stage. He placed his phone, its cracked corner taped by Siro, on the floor. He placed Hatsume's first ever resonator beside it. He placed a biscuit. He placed his mother's note. Love you. Eating. He breathed. Lanterns, he thought. Please. Light gathered as if someone had whispered the word porch and meant it. Not blazing willing. Nana Shimura stepped out of the warmth like good weather on a bad day, hands in pockets, chin adair. Beside her, a boy with refusal in his spine and hope in his mouth. Behind them, others' edges, not faces. Enough to lift hairs and tempers. The class didn't gasp. They stood up a little straighter. You don't gasp in a church. You put your hands on the back of the pew like it holds you up because it does. Host, Nana said, grinned sharp. You've been busy. Sorry, Izuku said. Then remembered to be proud. We named it, the Commons, she said, tasting it. She nodded. We approve. Bakugo coughed into his fist with suspicious intensity. Jiro wiped her eyes by checking the jack in her ear. Iida bowed from the waist and tried not to elbow the chair in front of him. Uraraka whispered ooh in a voice you use for stars and stubborn boys. Can they fight? Todoroki asked, always the student in a lab where experiment might become fire. In here, Izuku said, they can hold, they can stand where I can't stand. They can sing rules back at a god until the god gives up from boredom. He smiled, small and furious. They can remind me what I promised. Nana's hand lifted, as if to place it on his head. Then paused, consent twice over, remembered. And you can ask us to be loud, she said. When it's time. Aizawa's voice cut across the heat like a cool thread. Save it for the problem, he said. We don't flex in the gym. Boo, present, Mike whispered from the doorway, which is how he says I love you in workplace appropriate ways. They rolled the commons down the hall, out the doors just enough to check its wheels. Hatsume's bracelets brightened on wrists as students whispered yes out of habit now. The arch's paper sign rustled. The scar above it watched, unreadable as always, watchful as weather. Inko arrived, then he hadn't called her. Mothers don't need call times. She stood under the arch, hair pinned up messy, thermos in hand, eyes on her boy like a lighthouse refusing to be put out. I brought soup, she said. It turned out to be miso with seaweed cut into little stars because she'd panicked while waiting, and the human brain does things like that. Izuku walked into it, the moment and the hug, and let it hold him like his ribs didn't. Inko tucked his head under her chin in humiliated fear. In the future, she murmured into his hair, don't tell me later. Tell me right away when a king looks at you. I didn't want to worry you, he tried. You wanted to be brave and polite, she corrected. You are, it doesn't erase my job. She drew back, eyes sharp and wet. Eat, do the thing, don't become a building, come home. I will, he said, and the way he said it was not a petition. It was a plan. Mahito said nothing, the stitches at H. His mouth tugged as if he were figuring out new muscle groups. Afternoon ran toward evening like a kid late for dinner. Nezu printed schedules on paper because paper obeys better during emergencies. Izawa made a triangle with his fingers. The symbol had already become lore and people fell into formation without looking up from what they were doing. Hawks ghosted in and out, delivering intelligence the way birds deliver seeds. Casual. Essential. They drilled once more, then stopped drilling because practice becomes arrogance after a point. People ate. Hatsume napped for 9 minutes with her goggles on. Nobody woke her because nobody is stupid. The noodle warmed around a bench like a cat. The jars sulked dutifully on recovery girl's table. At twilight, the scar above the gate darkened, not larger, more confident. The hairline across the sky flared, pointing once more toward the bridge. Positions, Aizawa said, weary and so awake. Phase 2, the commons came with them. It took its place behind the pro line like a calm kitchen behind a restaurant floor, prep sinks humming, knives clean, towels hot. Izuku stood just inside its threshold. The lanterns hung low. The rules stacked within reach like bowls. You keep this door shut, All Might said quietly, glancing back. Until, Izuku promised. He turned to the class, to the faculty, to the city at large and the anchor mesh and the ducks in raincoats. Listen. If I go too far in, pull me out. If I talk to myself, make me talk to you. If I stop being a floor and try to be a wall, knock me down. Bakugo rolled his shoulders like a storm about to be useful. If you die, he said, voice rough, I'll kill you. Thank you, Izuku said. And because he meant it, the room grew another chair. Uraraka pressed her palm to his. Her bracelet glowed. Rent, she said, smiling like a dare to fate. Duty, Iida echoed, proud and afraid and perfect about both. Truth, Todoroki murmured, and the word warmed on one side, cooled on the other. Balanced because that's what he decided. Enough, Tsuyu said, which in the commons sounded like a promise furniture makes after you move it. Practice, Jiro hummed, sinking the street to the breath. Neat, Shiro added, looping a tape handle over a hydrant and a hope. Lawful, Yaoyorozu said, labeling a box aftermath and feeling better. Mine, Kirishima grinned. Then, softer, ours. Hatsume thrust a bracelet into All Might's hand. He put it on. It glowed like a star that had decided volunteer work was noble. Ready? Aizawa asked no one and everyone. Ready, the city said. Which is different from yes and needed as badly. Sukuna came at dusk because it's theatrical and he respects the stage. He didn't step all the way through, he doesn't yet. A foot, a shin, a knee. A presence that makes rules want to show off. The shrine draft flickered. Izuku's porch turned it into chafing again. Mirko laughed into the wind. Endeavor's flame disciplined itself so hard it almost cried. Dorman, Sukuna said, voice moving in all directions at once. Show me the house. Ask, Izuku said. And the commons closed its door with exquisite manners. He hit them first with interest. He wanted to see what the anchor mesh did if he pressed there. It hummed until patience embarrassed him. He cut across breath at the line of All Might's ribs. The noodle tightened around 36 chests. Consent refusing to let inhalation rewrite itself for anyone. He sliced at posture where Mirko balanced. Genist-bound posture back to pride. He almost turned Rent into dead. Ochako gritted her teeth, smiled. And refused the swap. House, Nana's voice whispered from just behind Izuku's shoulder. Now? Not yet, he said, shaking, steady. Then the cut came he couldn't ignore. Not at bodies, at promise. At the sentence they'd been writing together all week. Ask first. Sukuna tried to erase the word first and leave ask behind like a joke. Izuku's mouth tore the plum candy wrapper like a person who needed their hands to remember how small tasks are done. He bit, sugar shocking his nervous system into the human world. He took one step into the commons and let both rivers run. One for all, he said, and his bones agreed. Mahito, he said, and his walls arranged themselves. Lanterns, he said, and the hallway lit. The commons open. It spread without swelling, rooms in rooms. Corners in corners. Kitchen behind counter. Bench under window. The class's bracelets lit like a constellation people will argue about in new names. The anchors sang along the mesh. The noodle widened. A belt around 100 ribs. The paper door at the front glided an inch and stopped. Polite, sure. Invite? Nana asked, hand poised over his crown like a mother checking fever without touching. Invited, Izuku whispered, and the lanterns stepped forward. They didn't take bodies, they took positions. One stood where Bakugo's greed to protect always flares and tamed it by agreeing to hold. One stood by Todoroki's shoulder and kept a small door open between heat and cold labeled consideration. One kept time for Iida. One held Uraraka's jaw when it clenched so she wouldn't crack a tooth on resolve. They lifted, steadied, hummed rules back. Impact to hold, noise to signal, mockery to light, path to itself, charge to listen, no entering without invitation, repair as defense. Cute, Sukuna said, but his voice didn't turn in here like it wanted to. A domestic shrine, a public house, Izuku corrected, sweat cold under his collar. Take your shoes off, he cut. It hit the commons like a wind slamming a screen door. The paper shivered, the latch held, the cleave tried to become a corridor. It found rules on the walls and got lost reading them. Mirko gig, led at the look on a metaphysical idea's face. Endeavor exhaled through his nose like a bull honoring a fence. All Might took one short step forward, a human answer to a divine riddle. Lanterns, Izuku whispered. Hold. They did. The room thickened into a story where we win later counts as now. Sukuna adjusted. He always adjusts. The shrine draft pressed harder, growing teeth behind furniture. The sky over the gate wrinkled. The hairline toward the bridge brightened. I'll come fully, he told the doorman with something like pleasure. Since you have chairs, ask first, Izuku said again, and the campus said it with him. Kids. Teachers. A janitor with the mop poised. Hatsume hauling a box on a dolly and yesing under her breath. Nezu sipping tea like a weapon. Recovery girl tapping TW. Fingers against her wrist so his heart remembered its job. He held. He didn't throw a punch. That would be next. He didn't try to be All Might. That would be blasphemy. He didn't try to be Mahito. That would be a mistake. He was Izuku Midoriya with a table big enough for ghosts and classmates and an old man with a duck sticker opinion. The commons stood, chairs at attention, lanterns lit, rules nailed to studs. The king laughed softly, like a promise. Tomorrow, Sukuna said, amused. Make it interesting. Tomorrow, Izuku said, and the commons answered, welcome. Underneath, smaller, truer. Ask first. Sukuna's foot withdrew. The shrine draft closed. The scar didn't move. The hairline toward the river glowed like a line on a map where someone had written meet here. The bracelets dimmed. Breath returned to people's faces like tide to shore. The noodle relaxed without letting go. Hatsume sat down on her dolly and whooped like a lunatic. Then she cried into her gloves where nobody could see but everybody could hear. Bakugo bumped Izuku's shoulder with the accuracy of a man who measures affection in newtons. You built a house, he said, like an accusation that had fallen in love with itself. We built it, Izuku said, and meant every stubborn letter. All Might let a full, unguarded smile open and stay. Then tomorrow, he said, we invite him to dinner and feed him rules until he chokes. Recovery Girl smacked both their shins with the umbrella. You will sleep, she ordered. You will dream something useless. You will eat soup that has stars in it because a mother cut them for you. Then you will make that kitchen a battlefield and win. Aizawa gathered a look at the class that would be remembered in other people's books because he refuses to write his own. Shift change, he said. Wear your bracelets. Pretend to be bored. We make the world safe by making it dull. They dispersed like a gospel choir breaking into duets in the parking lot. Izuku stood enter the arch with his palm on the paper sign and the commons door at his back and the knight at his front and let both keep him. He wrote the word in his breath 3 times, not a magic spell, a wreck. Ippei, you don't want to forget when hungry. Hold, hold, hold. The city whispered it back. He went inside. He ate soup cut into stars. He slept. He dreamed of arranging chairs and being happy about it. And somewhere between that and morning, deep in the hallway where lanterns live and jokes survive and kings can't hear unless invited, a choir of former owners began to hum. Not loud, not for drama, for timing. Tomorrow had knocked. He'd put a sign up. Welcome. Ask first. He had the keys. They were in the same pocket now. Morning came honest and cool. UA's lawn steamed in thin threads. The anchors blinked awake one by one like porch lamps remembering their manners, and the paper sign under the arch welcome. Ask first fluttered without threatening to tear. Izuku stood there a breath long, jeer than he needed and pressed the corners down with 2 thumbs as if that gesture alone could keep a king out. Don't glue it, Recovery Girl scolded from behind him, already walking, umbrella tapping. We might need to change the wording. I like the wording, he said. I do too, she allowed. But a good sign is like a good rule. Flexible in the right places. There were a lot of right places today. Phase 3 wasn't a plan so much as a neighborhood. It had sections: commons, Izuku, lanterns, rules, line, pros, locks, leverage, chorus, consensual mesh, beads, bracelets, relay, Hatsume's resonators across the city. Kits, anchors, tape, biscuits, jars. Everyone knew their street. Nobody pretended they owned the block. All Might found Izuku on the roof, coat tight at the throat, breath measured. Eyes in a distant place they had paid for already. Walk, he said. Izuku walked. One for All held his calves like a good backpack. Mahito arranged his balance like a friend moving a couch so it wouldn't scuff the wall. The commons hummed in the bones he'd learned to build from inside out. The rule he had added last repair is defense sat quiet and ready, a tool he'd put on the counter and chosen not to brag about. Run, Aizawa said from the shade of the ventilation unit, because someone has to take the victory lap off your face. Izuku vaulted the gap, rolled, came up in a small circle of OK that he hadn't consciously drawn on the roof yesterday and had nonetheless been waiting for him. He laughed once and stopped before it could become a habit. Loud? Recovery Girl asked. Under the couch, he promised. He ate soup with stars for breakfast because Inko had insisted on superstition and he had learned to trust other people's rituals. He tightened the bracelet. Hatsume had thrust at him yesterday matte gray, cartoon door stamped at the clasp and watched the tiny LED glow when he said yes in his chest. Nezu, passing, preened at the sight of a technology that ran on permission. By 10, the sky above the arch looked like it had slept badly. By 11, the hairline toward the river pulsed, faint as a vein. By noon, the wind had learned a new angle. It came from everywhere, toward one thing. Positions, Aizawa said, voice thin and precise. Phase 3. The bridge wore its scars like medals. The stain under the underpass breathed shallow and faster. Residents watched from windows with radios low and the good mugs gripped hard. The mesh lit down the route like a runway the day had agreed to land on without crashing. The noodle coiled along the Saint Udent line and hummed not power permission. Pros at the lip. Mirko's knees bounced, grinned feral. Endeavor's flame had been trimmed to competence. Genist flexed cable-like sentences. 13 zipped air. Hawks flickered in every blind spot. Todoroki stood like a thermometer that refused to break. Aizawa was punctuation in a living paragraph. All Might stood at the hinge between 2 bad options wit. The posture of a man who has learned a third way. Izuku took his place just inside the commons, the paper door shut, the lanterns ready. The rules stacked like plates. If I go too far in, he said to his class, pull me out. If I stop being a floor, we'll trip you, Uraraka finished, smiling with all the kindness of gravity. Rent, she added, tapping her bracelet. Glow. Duty, Iida bowed. Glow. Truth, Todoroki murmured. Glow. Warm on one side, cool on the other. Enough, Tsuyu. Glow. Practice, Jiro hummed. Glow. Neat, Siro looped tape over a hydrant. Glow. Lawful, Yayorozu. Glow. Mine, Kirishima grinned. Ours. He corrected. Glow. Bakugo scowled at his wrist until it obeyed and lit. Don't get clever, he told the bracelet. It didn't, it simply glowed. Hatsume's resonators along the route blinked awake. Each little hex the color of a good idea, and the city's text messages showed up in the mesh as a hum you could almost taste. Room held. Boy, we're here, we're home, go. He could feel the day tighten. Hello, Sukuna said. He didn't say it to them. He said it to the river, to the beam that had learned temper, to the bridge that had been a throat and refused to be again, to the air that had learned how to handle jokes. His voice was the color of a bruise deciding it belongs to a king. He stepped through, not a foot this time, not a shin, him, a body that is an argument, a face with too many good answers, shoulders that erase drafts, hands that already know where to be. The shrine didn't arrive around him, it followed, fawning, eager to host. The world's corners stood on tiptoe. Doorman, he said, smiling at a building, not a boy. Let me in, ask first, Izuku said. And the commons kept its door closed with a sound like dignity. He smiled wider. No, All Might didn't wait. He moved with a throttle he'd saved for mornings like this. One for all what he had left, sharpened by a decade of refusing to stop, poured through him in a line that didn't wobble. His fist landed not on a jaw, the jaw was a rumor, but on the intention to take a step. The step misfired. Sukuna's weight shifted half an inch. Ah, he said, delighted. You're still rude. Mirko arrived, knees lit like punctuation marks. She kicked Cleave in the concept and made it stutter into seam. Smile at me, she ordered the god. He did. She laughed like a hero. Endeavor burn. Add an outline around the shrine's draft and forced it to mind the edges. Genus shot cables into meanings and tied them in bows only he could untie. Hawks cut air where it had started to lie. 30. N swallowed the piece of wind that thought it was a razor and made it sit in the corner until it remembered it was weather. Todoroki iced a patch of reality so Mirko could pivot and heat the patch bees. Eyed it so Endeavor's flame would leave dignity on the boards. Izuku held the floor. He set impact becomes hold under the whole line and left beads of porch on each bolthead and breath. He set noise B. E comes signal for the evacuation lanes so the hot dog vendor, the grandmother, the pair of teenagers carrying a cat cage and a bicycle wheel heard exactly what they needed. He set mockery becomes lie. So every time Sukuna laughed an exit sign somewhere got brighter. Sukuna tried the trick that had nicked Izuku's outline on day 10. He slid Cleave between ribs, half gentle like a thief. The noodle, E tightened around 100 chests and the bracelets flared and Izuku's knot behind the button saying I do not enter a room that does not want me and the blade bit nothing it could brag about. Cute, Sukuna said again. But his eyes had adjusted. They didn't skate anymore, they looked. Lanterns? Nana asked from just behind Izuku's shoulder, hand hovering above his crown. Not yet, he whispered. Which is what boys say when they are saving the good dishes. Sukuna did the math of their choreography and chose a nastier problem. He stamped definition across the bridge, not to break it, to yank it into a shape he could predict. The timber remembered the worst minute of its adolescence and sagged. Hold, All Might snapped, and Izuku shoved repair as defense under the stamp. The wood accept, Ted a patch like a bandage and became proud of it. Endeavor ran heat through the beam and Todoroki followed with a shiver and the bridge stopped sulking. Lanterns, Izuku breathed, not because he wanted to, because he had to. They came like good weather. Nana slid into place over All Might's shoulder and for a heartbeat all three of them boy, teacher, Ghost smiled because the ridiculousness of survival deserves a grin. Others took their posts. One at Bakugo's elbow to modulate fury into ours without softening it. One at Iida's ribs to make duty less brittle. One at Uraraka's jaw to make Rent stubborn without cruel. One at Todoroki's sternum to keep truth from cracking. One above Mirko's head to keep her laughter from turning into a mistake. The shrine pressed harder. The commons pressed back. Rules met rules. Cleave met ask first and made bad faces. Sukuna cocked his head. A domestic shrine, he said, amused. You will bore me into obedience. Please, Izuku said with awful sincerity. We have biscuits. He cut, then not playful, not cruel, simply good. 3 at once, all for posture. Mirko's second landing. All Might's third inhale, Endeavor's left wrist. Izuku couldn't all 3 without tearing his own rules thin. He chose, and the choosing burned. Left, he told the porch, and All Might took the hit on hold bruise instead of break. Brace, he told Mirko's landing. And she landed on the idea of a knee and turned the pain into promise to kick again. Repair, he told Endeavor's wrist, and the glove took the hurt and changed it to heat for exactly 3 seconds. Endeavor hissed between teeth and kept going like a train that has accepted its own noise as lifestyle. Sukuna felt the choice and smiled a teacher's smile. You will be very good when you are older, he said. And finally touched him, not his ribs, his porch, an edge nowhere, everywhere, along the membrane of impact becomes hold not slicing, undoing. Mahito stood up inside Izuku so fast the room tilted. He's using my trick on your house, he said, stitches taut. That's rude even for me. Ask first, Izuku said, and set the rule again with both hands, language and breath pressed until his palms shook. The edge skittered and found Repair waiting with a polite hammer. It slipped. It came back meaner. It always does. The mesh screamed silent, beautiful as the shrine draft tried to host the city. Hatsume's anchors glittered mean and delighted. Bracelets answered with glows. The relay kicked in consensual pings hopped lamppost to kiosk to mailbox to the dragon sticker on the corner box. The choir spread not just across campus but down streets like gossip. Porch relay, Nezu announced into the mic he wore like a brooch. Now, the commons' edges lifted and ran. Not far, far enough. Beads he'd said days ago popped like tiny lanterns on and the city felt a little easier in the ankle. A little held at crosswalks. A little less likely to trip over yesterday. Izuku felt each Y.S. strike his bones like the knock of a friend on a back door. He passed it on. Sukuna noticed. Of course he did. He cut at the relay. Not to break it, he'd already learned boring resists to mock it. The laugh rolled across neighborhoods and shouted king at laundry lines and old men on stools. Mockery becomes light, Izuku told the porch, and every time the laugh hit, an exit glowed, a stairwell brightened, a mother saw the way. A dog decided not to bark at thunder. Cheap, Sukuna said, genuinely entertained. Effective, All Might replied, and drove a fist through a plan instead of a face again. The shrine draft collapsed for exactly 1 breath and the line shoved. Hawk's feathers wrote air. Genus tied 7 things at once and apologized to none of them. Endeavor did penance where everyone could see and nobody dared praise yet. Mirko laughed within boundaries and insulted the boundaries only afterward. 13 took the bad wind and shared it with the sky until the sky agreed to help. Todoroki made a narrow road of ice and heat for Izuku's noodle to roll along so the student line could relocate 2 meters, and the 2 meters changed everything about who would live tonight and never know why. Sukuna stopped humoring them. The shrine arrived not full enough. Stones in the wrong places, air heavy with promise of cutting, the smell of a temple that holds knives out for blessings. The river hiccuped back, remembering other gods, other prides. Now, Nana said, hand hovering. Izuku opened the commons fully. He had been polite. He had laid the table. He had asked for knocks he wouldn't get. Now he made a choice that would stain his next month with tremors and his next year with better habits. Commons. Domain expansion. The door didn't blow outward. It folded into the day as if the day had been waiting for it. The paper brightened. The frame learned manners. The sign over the threshold shone faint and stubborn. Ask first. Lanterns took their posts without glow, without spectacle. The bracelets did that. The noodle widened until it wasn't a noodle anymore but a belt around the line in the class and half the pros and anyone else who could say yes while breathing hard. Sukuna's shrine twisted with sudden interest. Arrival, he said, delighted. Come then. He cut not at bodies, not at postures, not at promises, at the rule stamped biggest on the commons. Ask, first. He didn't try to erase it. He tried to reorder it. First ask, as in, do your asking later, little house. I'm busy now. Izuku could not stop him alone, and the day would not allow another proud boy to pretend otherwise. Chorus, he shouted, and the relay sang. It didn't sing pretty. It sang roadwork, shop bells, the clack of a vending machine that didn't eat your coin. It sang a yaw. Nitor's radio crackle and a grandmother's impatient okay then and the hot dog vendor's hup. The rule settled back where it belonged because 1,000 unglamorous throats had put their weight on the W. Word first, and words like that don't move beneath feet like ours. Sukuna heard it and learned something new about this world. You can't steal timing from a city that likes itself. He smiled wider. Dinner, he said, pleased. Bring me a chair. Pay, Izuku answered, and set toll on the threshold, a small rule borrowed from every bridge that doesn't fall down for free. He knew it wouldn't stop him. He knew it would impress upon him the concept of cost. The king stepped forward anyway and hit the ask like a wall everyone else had already learned to open. He put his hand on it. He felt consent. He could have mimed it. He didn't. Kings who don't knock don't learn. Kings who do, change. For a heartbeat, he did not enter. In that heartbeat, All Might took 2 steps he had been saving for a decade. The lantern at his shoulder added an ounce to one ankle and stole a nag off his rib, and the punch that left his hand wasn't big or loud, it was correct. It landed in a plan that pretended to be bone and taught it regret. Sukuna laughed honestly. It shook the anchors and dimmed a few, and the jars rattled on Recovery Girl's table, and Hatsume whooped and the noodle thrummed like a window in wind, and Izuku felt his legs shake and his heart catch and his porch hold. Now, Nana said again, and there was no arguing with a ghost who has learned to use time like a knife. Izuku Midoriya, he told the house so it would write it down. I asked permission to host him inside. The commons did not cheer. It slid the door open an inch and a line of stamps pressed down the frame. Quick, precise, legal. Rules posted. Consent required. No soul may be altered. Repair is defense. Exit signs everywhere. Laughter becomes light. Sukuna tilted his head like a thief confronted with good locks. May I? He asked, teeth too civil. Izuku answered for the room and for himself. Yes, he said, and lifted his chin. Under the rules, the door opened wider. A wind that had nowhere to be else for 1,000 years found itself on a list and stood there politely, irritated. Sukuna stepped to the threshold with a posture he intended as condescension and which the house forcibly interpreted as taking off shoes. He put one foot inside. The shrine snarled. The commons didn't snarl back. It offered chairs. It named them. Duty, rent, truth, practice, enough, neat, lawful, mine, ours. It pointed. The bracelets blazed. The noodle cinched. The lanterns brightened without spectacle. Sukuna's first cut inside hit a wall where a picture of an apple hung. It turned into a chalk line and then a list and then a shopping note. Milk, tape, biscuits, more jars. He smiled so wide you could hear it. You will die of apathy, he promised, delighted at the novelty. Maybe later, Izuku said. He stepped in farther and felt both rivers running because he had asked them to run and they had agreed, and his bones were a bridge and his walls were a kitchen and his rules were a table with the leaf put in. Outside, the line held and adjusted. Mirko bruised spectacle and then apologized. Endeavor burned without shouting. Genist made grammar into harness. 13 drank some of the air that thought it W as a knife and then took a breath to steady their hands. Hawks did math in the margins. Todoroki stood with heat and cold on either side of the door like 2 cousins who had decided to be nice for the funeral. Inside, it was not quiet. It was directional. House, Izuku said calmly, though his hands threatened tremor. Impact to hold. Sukuna threw cleave at a lantern. The lantern caught it lick. EA parent catching a toy thrown too hard and put it back on a high shelf. He threw cut at rent and found himself filling out a form. He lashed at duty and found Ida's posture standing in his path in. D refused to be offended by courtesy because that would have been beneath him and yet very satisfying. He got bored of being told no by furniture and reached for the boy again for Izuku's outline, the timid seam that has become pride. The stitches inside tugged. Mahito stepped forward, literal and not, a shadow cross-stitched to the commons paper. Here, he said with that terrible good humor. On my side. Izuku let him move walls, not souls. He felt the way Mahito loved a neat cut and redirected it to open counters, wide aisles, no blind corners where fear can hide. The house rearranged itself around a fight and refused to call it theater. Sukuna noticed. He always notices. A graft, he purred, admiring. Who did your scar? Izuku surprised himself with how steady his voice came. Me, he said, and then, because truth is an armor too, and him, nodding once to the stitches. And them, tipping his chin toward the lanterns. And them, gesturing to the line outside. And the woman, who cut seaweed into stars for soup and told me not to become a building. Sukuna smiled like a man who had just found a new thing to break that would make a nice sound. You'll do, he said, and pushed. The shrine outside swelled to fill the frame. The commons inside braced as if the floor itself had a jaw. The door stayed open because the rules said it must, and stayed small because the rules said it could. The edge of the world around the threshold became a place where definitions rubbed against each other and produced friction. Time, Nana whispered. Time, All Might agreed over Izuku. Yu's shoulder in the way he agrees to everything that hurts the right way. The lanterns moved, not rushing placing. They took corners. They occupied weight-bearing spots in a boy's courage. They hum. D in a key the mesh could pick up and the relay could carry and the city could live inside without noticing it was singing. Outside, Recovery Girl smacked Nezu's ankle with her umbrella to make him give the signal. He didn't flinch. Porch relay to districts 3 through 5, he said, polite as a librarian. If anyone's watching television, please turn it down. The house has guests. On a balcony 3 streets over. An old man lifted his phone to the sky and thumbed. Room held boy. The mesh picked it up. The commons felt it. Izuku breathed it. Sukuna, inside, measured the cost of continuing to pretend he wasn't interested. All right, the king said, approving the table setting despite himself. He put a knot hand on the back of a chair and, for the first time since they started teaching the day its manners, asked without irony, "May I sit?" Izuku's throat tightened. It wasn't fear. It was the weird grief of having been understood by someone who will try to kill you with the understanding. He nodded once. You may. Under the rules. Sukuna sat. It was rude and graceful. The chair held. The lanterns held. The line outside held. The city, ridiculous and marvelous, held. Uku put his palms on the table and felt the grain of wood where it wasn't in the pulse of everyone who had said yes into a little plastic bracelet and all the things he hadn't earned and all the things he would try like hell to deserve. Welcome, he said. Sukuna's laugh was tighter now, not because he had less joy to spend because he had started counting it. Try to feed me, he suggested. We will, Izuku said, and the commons answered with the sound chairs make when pushed in around a table. Outside the door, All Might rolled his shoulder and found one more degree of reach he hadn't known waited in the meat. Young Midoriya, he said, eyes not moving from the fight, voice like a rope thrown across a gap. There is a lever, I know, Izuku said, meaning all of them. He looked at the lanterns. He looked at his friends. He looked at the king sitting in a chair under a ceiling that would hold until it didn't and then be repaired as defense. He looked at the door in the rules street. Amped down the jam and the mesh humming in lampposts and hands and routines. He took the rule he'd written small and made it larger than he had intended. Repair as defense and with the house's consent, and the lantern's consent. And the line's consent, and his own real, frightened, stubborn, willing consent, he aimed it at the shrine itself. House, he said softly. Fix what he breaks while he's breaking it. The heir obediently tried to become a carpenter. The shrine howled doctrine. The door creaked like a teacher. The table didn't wobble. The king, sitting, smiled a smile that meant T.S. will be interesting and you will not like every minute of it and I might not either. Tomorrow, Sukuna had promised. And here they were, sitting in it. Izuku laced his fingers. Ask first, he said again. For himself as much as for anyone who might still be listening. And the commons glowed a little through the paper just enough to see by. The mesh hummed. The noodle, sainted thing, pressed T. He lines ribs like a friend reminding them to breathe. The bracelets dimmed from blaze to steady. The jars on the table rattled twice and then settled like children told to wait until dessert. Eat, Recovery Girl muttered somewhere behind him, entirely probably to someone who had forgotten they were human. Then fight. The king leaned back. Begin, he said. Izuku smiled a small, terrifying, domestic smile. We already did. The first thing that broke was etiquette. Sukuna sat with the posture of a man who has never waited for water to boil. The chair under him duty did not creak. The commons door stamped ask first down the jam like a hymn did not waver. The lanterns kept their gentle geometry around the edges of Izuku's vision. Outside, the line of prose hummed its own discipline. The noodle pressed across a ribcage of friends like a belt you forget you're wearing, until you need it. Begin, the king had said. We already did, Izuku had answered. Sukuna's smile widened like a cut learning it could be a grin. He put 2 fingers to the table as if tapping a menu and the wood under his nails tried, for a blink, to remember being forest. Izuku placed both palms on the GR. Ainen told it a story. You were a tree, once. Then a bench. Then a table. You hold conversations for a living. The table held its job like a craftsman. Clever doorman, Sukuna murmured. Approval sharpened into mockery. He lifted his hand and sliced cleave through the air between two rules posted on the wall. Noise becomes signal to the left. Path finds itself to the right. The cut tried to teach them to hate each other. The commons refused to be dramatic. It let the cut pass, then stapled the rules back together with a memory. On a different day, in a different hallway, Jiro had set a beat. And Iida had chopped the air for a route and the two had agreed. The house remembered. The rules resumed holding hands. The king's eyes thinned, amused and important. Show me what hurts, he invited, and All Might obliged. He came from the threshold like a man walking to a child's bed, not a battlefield, quiet, brisk, unafraid. The blow he threw didn't make a sound. Sound got out of its way. He didn't swing for a face. He opened a stuck window where Sukuna's draft tried to wedge itself and then slammed it shut on cold fingers. Sukuna's shoulder tipped, not pain, inconvenience. He chuckled, warm as a guillotine. Rude, he said again, and flicked his knot fingers at breath. Outside the door, the shrine draft swelled. Air thickened. A boy across the river who had never been brave in his life suddenly found that he could move his mother with one hand and a shout because Jiro's tone had told his legs now. Inside the door, the king's cut slid toward All Might's inhale and edit, precise, cruel. Izuku's ribs remembered being bitten from the inside and, traitors that they were, wanted to help the cut find purchase. The noodle cinched. Bracelets lit. I do not enter a room that does not want me, the knot sang. Impact becomes hold, the table answered. Path finds itself, the floor declared. The cut lost track of its sentence. All Might breathed. Consideration, Todoroki said from the doorway, one word. 2 temperatures and changed the shape of the room with restraint. Mirko arrived like a punctuation mark. She did not leap it ahead. She stepped onto the edge of a sentence and pressed until it confessed. Sukuna's laugh put teeth in the air. Mirko put teeth in her grin. You trying to flirt, tattoo? She asked, and kicked a premise hard enough to make it rethink the consequences of existing. Outside, Endeavor drove heat into a structural sulk in the bridge with the patience of a man who knows where fire belongs and is ashamed of the times he did not. Best Jeanist knotted tension the way some men knit. His cable sang grammar. Hawks cut and set currents like a surgeon prepping for the big choice. 13 drank a strip of bad atmosphere long enough to make wind remember manners. Aizawa's eyes burned dry over nothing the magic would obey, and everything the people would. Rotate, he rasped, and 3 pros rotated, in a choreography they hadn't known they had the right to dream. Sukuna watched the door. He always watches the door. He tried it, half serious. Ask, he said, as if the word tasted funny. No, Izuku said, and the commons agreed without being asked to. The king's fingers brushed the threshold. The paper over the frame singed without blackening. A faint smell of lemon filled the air because when Inko cleans the house, it lingers, and the house refuses to forget. Sukuna settled deeper, indulgent. Invite me properly, then. Izuku stepped into the room he had built by asking everyone else to help. Commons opened by invitation. Lanterns moved, like good weather. Nana over All Might's shoulder, a steady hand at the blade. Another posting up behind Bakugo where fury tends to overbalance. Another holding Iida's spine before pride could make it brittle. The bracelets lit one by one, their little door stamps glowing at the pulse. Welcome, Izuku said, and stamped the door again. Ask first just to be rude. The king shifted. The shrine outside shifted with him. The air lost its patience with balance. Every sharp corner in the world wanted to be a mouth. Izuku made it a policy. Mockery becomes light, he said to the room, not the man. It listened. Every time Sukuna smirked, an exit sign somewhere inconvenient flashed bright. Every time he laughed, a lamp over a concrete stairwell came back from the dead and hummed compliance. He cut then, not at bodies, not at promise. At definition, the rule impact becomes hold as a hinge. He slid a razor's width between hinge and door, turned his wrist, and asked the law to forget itself. Mahito rolled his neck inside Izuku's chest and smiled in a way that meant let me without saying please. He's doing my trick, he said. Let me do your trick. Izuku gave permission, not to touch, never to touch people but to change walls. The house shifted. An island counter slid into position to catch a cut. A hallway gained a step where something nasty expected none. 2 benches became a long brace across a metaphysical draft. The king's edge raced toward a hinge and kissed a block of tidy carpentry instead. Households, Sukuna said, amused, dangerous. He got to his feet. He didn't throw the chair back. He enjoyed it still holding when he stood. This, too, is power. Show me your saints. Lanterns, Izuku breathed, and the shadows held their positions without taking up more room than anyone else. The king walked to the door. He put his knot hand on the paper and pushed. It didn't give. He could have cut it. He didn't. He smiled and turned, and there was All Might, who had never been a door and had learned how to be a third option. It was not a big punch. It was a punch that took a plan between thumb and forefinger and folded it to fit the day. Sukuna's grin became a baring of teeth. The shrine draft behind him flared. Offended on behalf of royalty. Outside, the bridge remembered the weight of a different giant and refused to complain. More, the king said gently, like a rich man at a tasting. You did not drag me to a kitchen for soup. Soup has stars, recovery girl muttered somewhere behind Izuku, counting candy into her pocket like a general counting bullets. And it keeps boys moving. Sukuna's cut turned surgical. He aimed it at the commons, rule set like a thief jiggling a lock he used to own. He cut ask and left first hanging like a headless chicken. He tugged repair and tried to rename it undo. Izuku's jaw ached from clenching. He unclenched it and put his teeth to work. Ask first, he said, emphasizing the second word so the mesh could hear. Repair is defense, he added. And the house nodded and put the hammer down. Tap, tap, tap on the places a bad idea had tried to loosen screws. The king stopped playing with furniture. He threw the cut that means admission of war. No chat. No flirt. The room took damage. The commons is not a fortress. It is a hosting space. When the blade slid along the seam where impact becomes hold had been written, it wrote regret into the plaster. The paper along the frame wrinkled. One lantern flickered nanas and steadied because someone outside the door shouted something unrepeatable and meant live with all of it. Rotate, Aizawa snapped again. And Mirko swapped places with Endeavor along a line that wasn't drawn on any floor until Zero taped it there, and the room took the tape as law because tape and law are cousins if you treat them right. Genist bent a railing into a harness around a metaphor. Todoroki iced a patch not to be slippery to show where not to step, and 3 interns who were about to be heroes took exactly the right step. Porch relay, lateral, Nezu sang into his radio. The mesh shifted. The yes that had been traveling to a kiosk near a bakery bounced instead to a mailbox with a dragon sticker. It mattered. It always matters. Hawk swooped, deposited 2 civilians who had been evacuated quietly in defiance of spectacle into the commons, nodded thanks at a rule, and was gone. Izuku didn't blink at the breach. The door is a door, not a painting. The 2 civilians stood in the commons, saw chairs, saw rules, saw exit signs, and did not panic because the house told them, yo, you are not the story, and they believed it gratefully. Sukuna tracked the swap, the swirl, the saving, the rude door, the rule that kept rising from wounds like weeds he could not burn. He put 2 knot fingers in his mouth and whistled. The shrine draft became a corridor that wanted to lead somewhere nobody had the right to go. Izuku turned corridor into queue. It lined up politely along the wall and did not get to scream. He paid for that decision with clarity. The world doubled. Not here, not there. Too much room. The edges of the table bled into the edges of the bridge. For an ugly 3 heartbeats, everything asked to be hosted. Out, Bakugo snarled, shoulder checking him with surgical disrespect. Don't become furniture. The noodle jerked him back like a seatbelt in a sudden stop. You. Raraka's palm slid warm against his collarbone and canceled gravity under the stupidest part of his impulse. Jiro's tone softened. Suyu said, ribbit, in the voice that means enough. Iida chopped up. IR in gratitude toward duty because duty is a handrail. The bracelets blazed. The mesh hummed. The house remembered boy, not building, and Izuku was a person again. Thank you, he gasped, and the Ru. M added a chair to the table out of nowhere because gratitude is carpentry. Sukuna tilted his head. A new cut came, small and cruel, aimed not at rules or breath or posture, but at kindness. The AR. Aound Ochako's face went stiff with the idea that caring was a weakness. Izuku slammed law on it. Not Yaoyorozu's law, the old law, his mother's law, the one written on fridge notes and in bedtime repetitions. We eat, then we help, then we eat. The cut got caught in ritual and had to take a number. The king laughed again, genuine, and All Might hit the plan that Laugh had been writing. This time, it hurt. Small, contained, real. Sukuna turned his grin away to keep it from showing. He turned back with interest sharpened to harm. The shrine draft surged. Outside, the bridge remembered B. Aang younger and the feeling wasn't kind. Endeavor's wrists barked. Genist's thread sang one note too tight. Mirko's knee objected to physics with a crack like punctuation in the wrong place. 13 tasted acid and kept swallowing. Todoroki's right hand went hot enough to worry the left. Aizawa blinked because he had to. House, Izuku whispered into the commons. Repair as defense on the bridge. Only on things. Only if they say yes. 1,000 little structures in 1,000 tiny ways whispered back. Yes. Nails shifted in proud old wood. Bolts tightened because a boy asked them to. Pain. Tea that had flaked tucked itself under the rain a little better. None of it stopped a god. All of it told the city it was allowed to last 5 more minutes, and 5 more after that. Sukuna saw that mission and hated it in the way artists hate hacks. He sent a cut at the relay, at the mesh, at the bracelet on Izuku's wrist tiny door, glowing light. He tried to make it a handcuff. Izuku slapped his other hand over it and laughed. Because fear deserves mockery sometimes. We choose, he said, and the chorus sang choice in 1,000 mundane languages. Sure. Okay then, yeah, a cop's half salute, a baker's open. A janitor's key turning, a mother's go. The bracelet stayed a door. It glowed because he chose to let it. Sukuna's eyes warmed. Good, he said, genuinely pleased to be denied. He stood, leaving duty unbroken, and rolled his shoulders like a storm flexing. Try, then. He moved the way storms do when the world deserves it, sideways and everywhere. The cut came for Nana's lantern because he had learned fast hit the hinge between memory and muscle and watch the door fall. The light flickered. All Might tried to give it back with his breath and his stubbornness and his hand and could not. Izuku didn't try to be a hero twice. He tapped the frame and said, borrow, and the commons borrowed light from a different lantern for exactly 1 breath. It will build them later. The fight kept happening instead of ending. Students, Aizawa barked. Voice down to wire. Back on noodle, push. They pushed, not with muscles alone with habit. The noodle thrummed. The bracelets blazed and then settled. The mesh sang. The relay hopped to a different lamppost because a delivery truck had blocked the first and now it mattered. Ciro's tape pointed a route that belongs in no diagram and every life. Yaoyorozu handed a jar to Recovery Girl without looking because she knew where the hand would be. Jiro's tone found a rhythm between panic and prayer and the floor liked it. Suyu said, ribbit, again. Which meant breath this time. Bakugo leaned into the belt like a doorstop made of fury and swore without nouns. Sukuna felt all that and inflated. Not ego, presence. It's tea. He thing gods do when the clock runs out on patience. They make the room smaller. The shrine draft pressed. The commons door bowed inward like a polite back. Izuku did the one thing kings loathe. He made it boring again. The commons stuffed itself with weekday. It hung a towel over a chair. It left a pen by the phone. It put a coaster under a glass. It set an extra plate just in case. It would have put on the radio, low. If Jiro hadn't already become radio. Sukuna's pressure ran into a life and was told to sit. He cut back fast, wicked at a thing no house expects. Apology. He tried to rename it permission. Izuku refused with a flush and a stubborn chin. We are not sorry, he said. So loud his mother would have tapped him but not actually told him to quiet down. We are careful. The R. Yule wrote itself on the edge of the table. Careful is not sorry. The king smiled, and it was almost affectionate. He is happiest when challenged and then it wasn't. He straightened. He lifted one hand. All mirrors in all water over a mile cracked just a little. He pushed his will to enter. The commons met it with receipt. This was the clause Izuku hadn't named out loud, the one he had been too shy, too decent. 216 to write without help. He felt All Might behind him like a shelf. He felt Mahito beside him like a terrible neighbor who pays the wa on time. He felt Nana above like a Ling fan that keeps a room from sweating out its purpose. He felt his friends like chairs. He felt Inko's note in his pocket. He felt the janitor's ring of keys. He felt the hot dog vendor's hup. He felt the old man's room held. Boy. He wrote on the door jamb. You pay to be here. Not money. Cost. Every second spent inside the commons. Every cut attempted against ask first. every laugh that tried to be a knife tithe. Ridiculous, Sukuna said, delighted, and paid. The table warmed. All Might felt 1 degree of reach return. Mirko's ankle forgave physics for a minute. Endeavor's right wrist stopped barking and started working. 13's lungs liked air again. Hawk's wings remembered themselves. Todoroki's left hand thawed without burning his right. Aizawa's eyelids stopped trying to betray him. Izuku swayed under the bookkeeping. Recovery Girl smacked his ankle with the umbrella and did not say don't be a hero. She said, biscuit, and he ate it, and the house took that as payment too. Houses love biscuits. Sukuna tried to brute force past receipt. He threw cuts like priests throw water. He used geometry like knives. He aimed kindness at the wrong parts of their faces. He laughed in regal keys. It kept costing him. Not much. He is cathedral and bone rich. Enough that a boy with a kitchen full of chairs and a line of ghosts humming in keys no cathedral acknowledges could say. TA ledger down and see the numbers favor them. Lanterns, Nana said again, soft this time. Sing, Izuku breathed, and they did not words, rules. Not melody, timing, not doctrine, habit, the kind the city recognizes faster than it recognizes itself in photographs. Outside, the line moved with the timing. All Might's fist found levers and didn't miss. Mirko broke a bad verb and left the noun standing. Endeavor healed the flame down. Genist stitched a warning onto the day. 13 vacuumed a mistake out of the sky. Hawks wrote a paragraph of air you could walk on. Todoroki drew a boundar, Y between scald and frost and stood astride it, calm. Aizawa pointed exactly once and saved 5 lives with a syllable. Inside, Sukuna committed to a cut that would have ended a roof and turned it to rain. Izuku yelled first, not loud honest. Hold, the house listened. The cut hit impact and sulked into weight. The roof stayed roof. The shrine draft finally admitted boredom with politeness and tried brute force again. Now, All Might said, and his voice wasn't loud either. It was a thumb under a teacup that was about to tilt, steadying. He stepped into a moment Izuku had made by refusing SP. Ectical and closed his hand on a plan that belonged to kings. The sound broke small and deep. It was not victory, it was check. Sukuna's smile pulled tight. For the first time, he looked like work. He stepped back, not retreat. Reassessment. He put his hand on the chair he'd abandoned and the chair did not fall apart, which is a different provocation than anyone expects. He watched All Might breathe. He watched the doorman stand. Palms on the table, fingers shaking less than the room had a right to ask. Dinner, he said, as if setting another course. Tomorrow, Izuku agreed, exhausted in the feet, awake in the chest. Sukuna nodded to the door. Ask first, still stamped where he tried to sand it. You will regret receipts, he promised, amusement intact. We'll keep them anyway, Izuku said. For taxes. Cute, the king said, and moved. He didn't turn. He didn't bow. He stepped through the threshold and let the shrine draft close over him like weather reclaiming time. The commons door slid shut on its rails without slamming. The paper smoothed where it had wrinkled. The rules on the wall scuffed into a patina that looked good on 10-year-old churches and better on kitchens. Outside, the bridge exhaled carefully. The anchors dimmed to porch lamp. The mesh lowered from choir to humming. The noodle slackened but did not disappear. The bracelets glowed steady and then, one by one, remembered that wrists like to be wrists without blinking. Mirko sat down on the curb like a queen who has invited herself to the floor. That all you got? She yelled into the wrong world, and then, softer to Izuku. Seatbelt. Table, he croaked back, and grinned, surprised by the taste of his own bravery. Endeavor looked at his hands and didn't look ashamed, for once, of how they trembled. Genist adjusted a cuff. 13 belched politely into the sky. Hawks did the math on what he'd failed to do and filed the failing as later. Todoroki held both his palms up at once and said nothing. And the nothing wasn't empty. Aizawa closed his eyes for exactly 2 seconds and opened them and frowned at any student who had witnessed tenderness. Recovery Girl put a biscuit in Izuku's mouth without asking, and he let her because it said ask first on the door, not ask always. Nezu refilled his tea and smiled like a loan shark who's in love with the idea of this city. And then the jars rattled. Not the angry rattle of Flex trying to become a word. A settling. Inside Sins, a little coil of glyphs had twisted into a new shape while nobody was watching. A receipt, street. Amped with a pattern that looked suspiciously like the king's fingerprint. Hatsume shrieked and dove and would have cracked it open like a child on a present if Aizawa's scarf hadn't caught her mid-swoop. We saved dessert, he said, dead-eyed, and she pouted, glowing. Izuku leaned on the table and let his knees tremble now that the room didn't need them to pretend. Mahito stretched in his chest, with the vertebral grace of a cat that's decided not to poison a house today. You did not let me eat him, he said, annoyed and deeply pleased. I did not, Izuku said. We're feeding him rules. Mahito's stitches pulled into a grudging grin. They're chewy. All Might stepped to his side and set his hand on the table, not like a blessing and not like ownership, like a man who has been hungry and approves of the bread. You did well, he said, and because he almost never says it that plain, Izuku let it count as morphine. Tomorrow, he said again, but this time the word didn't taste like a cliff. It tasted like a staircase with rails and rude carpet. Tomorrow, Recovery Girl echoed, and smacked him on the shin because you mustn't let a boy think he invented resilience. They dismantled the room slowly, like a play striking its set but leaving one bench up because someone's going to need it for lunch. The commons didn't vanish so much as fold. The lanterns dimmed without insult. The door slid into the frame with the satisfaction of a good drawer. The sign under the arch got smoothed down one more time because he is who he is, and the sign is what it is, and love is repetitive. Night swelled purple at the edges. The bracelet cooled against his wrist but didn't forget. The noodle curled around a stack of anchors like a cat. Izuku walked the perimeter once, touching lampposts, beads, tape handles, hands. Hatsume showed him a diagram with 8 fingers and 3 syllables he couldn't pronounce. He nodded because he trusts devils who build radios out of permission. Yaoyorozu drafted a new checklist labeled Aftermath. Iida organized a rota for the rota. Jiro tuned the PA to, "We're fine, keep walking." Suyu made sure the frog exit was still for everyone. Siro taped down a curl in the rug because the only enemy worth losing to is trifling, and they did not intend to. Kirishima ran a hand through his hair and told Bakugo he was proud without moving his mouth. Bakugo swore. He at the air and left a bottle of water by Izuku's hand when he thought nobody would notice. Inko came with a thermos. He saw the duck sticker before he saw her and breathed a ridiculous sigh only a son can make. Soup, she announced, because she had cut new stars just in case. Eat, don't argue. I am a rule. You are a rule, he agreed, and drank. When he lay down on a cot later, inside a CL's room that smelled like paper and ambition, the commons hummed in his chest like a house settling. He turned on his side, hand in his pocket around the folded note that said love you. Eating. He closed his eyes. The dream wasn't heroic. He set a table big enough for 3 ghosts and 4 friends and a janitor and a king who would never admit he was hungry. He put out biscuits. He put out rules. He put out chairs with names. He put his mother's note by his plate. He waited. He did not check the door. The door can take care of itself now. Between rooms, in a seam that had become no less wrong for being familiar. Sukuna looked at the faint bruise of receipt on his knot hand and smiled like a banker who has found a challenge in a ledger. Tomorrow, he said again, and his shrine draft nodded, eager. The city slept in layers. The mesh whispered yes in slow, steady pulses, like waves against a forgiving shore. The anchors blinked, one after another, like porches that love their streets. A fox crossed the bridge and didn't look down. The table bit back, and the king had teeth too, and the next course would be worse and better. But for tonight, the boy who built a door with ask first. Stamped down the side slept with the confidence of someone who knows exactly where he put his keys. Morning didn't creep. It clicked on, like a light you forgot you left on all night and decided to forgive. Ua woke to the smell of rice and disinfectant and ink. Hatsume's anchors blinked, their little porch lamp blinks all the way to the bridge. The noodle slept across a stack of cones like a cat that refuses to admit it's on duty. On the arch, the paper sign with welcome, ask first had curled at one corner in the night. Izuku smoothed it down with his knuckle and felt the house notice. Start promising me you'll be careful, Inko told him on the quad, thrusting a bento into his hands like a weapon that makes sense. You already promised you'd come home. That covers it. I'll come home, he said, and meant it so hard the words had edges. Mahito clicked his tongue in his chest, not unkind. We're making the table bigger, he reminded, as if the job were a hobby they'd picked up. All Might found Izuku on the roof. The old coat looked like a vow. We learned, he said simply. Now we apply. Aizawa prowled in their peripheral like punctuation. You make the room, he said, but you're not the story. Understood, Izuku said, And then, because you don't get points for lying to teachers who have saved your life, remind me. I will. They tested the seamlessly ridiculous thing they had built. One for all in his calves and shoulders. Mahito arranging his balance like a good friend moving a couch. The commons humming in his bones. The rules stacked like plates. Impact becomes hold. Noise becomes signal. Mockery becomes light. Path finds itself. Charge becomes listen. We don't enter rooms that don't want us. Repair is defense. Receipt. Your lock, recovery girl said. Tapping the umbrella handle against his sternum, is not a weapon. It's a habit. Keep it polished. He ate 3-star cut onigiri to prove he could be held by stupid kindness and still fight. By noon, the scar over the arch looked like a signature. The hairline over the bridge brightened in that way the day does when two worlds decide to stop keeping polite distance. Positions, Aizawa said, voice flat. Which meant the plan had decided to start. Pros took the lip. Mirko's knees smiled. Endeavor's flame trimmed itself. Best genus threaded. 13 zipped. Hawks ghosted. Todoroki folded silence. All Might stood where choices collide. Present Mike swallowed his shout and kept the beat in his heel. The class set the chorus. Bracelets snug, noodle under palms, anchors checked, jars labeled. Biscuits in the room kits because biscuits save lives. Nezu lifted a thermos like a toast to mischief. Phase 4, he said cheerfully. Try not to invent a Phase 5. Sukuna came without fanfare, which is worse. No trumpet of shrine stones. No prophecy. Just the day accepting him like weather. Hello again, he said to the river, the bridge, the house, the boy. He stepped forward, rode with the kind of grace that makes churches jealous and kitchens nervous. Ask, Izuku said from the threshold of the commons. No, the king said, every inch of him amused. All Might answered th. And with the most impolite courtesy he has. He arrived without asking the room for permission to hold him up. The punch was not loud. The punch was correct. It landed in the plan between Sukuna's ankle. And made the next step re-evaluate its life. Mirko came off the rail like end punctuation. Endeavor fed heat into structure without bragging. Genus tied a metaphor by the necktie and made it behave. 13 sipped a bad wind and told it to go think about what it had done. Hawks made air dig trenches. Todoroki drew a line between scald and frost that idiots and kings ignore at their peril. Zawa blinked a little too often and still made the world act like a classroom when he cleared his throat. Izuku set the floor and the walls and the membrane where impact becomes hold. He left beads of porch on bolts and breaths and habits. He told mockery to lighten noise to signal until both words believed him. Sukuna didn't test, he took. Cleave threaded between two rules ask and first and tried to reorder time. For 2 beats, the world thought permission was a suggestion you could apply retroactively. Izuku slapped the jam with an open palm. Guest rights, he said to the house, to the day. To the king words as old as anyone still owes anyone anything. You sit, you pay, you don't bring a knife to the table. The commons wrote it down like law. The door frame stamped itself. Guest rights observed. Sukuna smiled as if someone had folded an origami crane from a parking ticket. Charming, he said, and did not sit. Then pay at the door, Izuku answered, and the receipt clause slid into place like a drawer. Cost bled from the cut into the room. Not stolen exchanged. Chairs steadied, lanterns warmed. All Might's left rib stopped humming wrong. Mirko's ankle wrote later in the ledger with a flourish. Annoyed, Sukuna shifted and made the mistake of liking the rule for a breath. The house charged him. He felt it like a coin dropped into a fountain. He smiled wider, because E-kings enjoy novelty even when it bills them. Then he raised his hand and opened his palm. Malevolent shrine arrived like a pressure change. No stones, no meat. Definition. Every corner in sight decided to be a blade. The bridge remembered being an altar. The air tried on the idea of always cut and admired itself in a not mirror. Commons open, Izuku said, and his domain spread without swelling. The paper on the door brightened. The frame learned manners. Lanterns took their stations. Nana at All Might's shoulder. A stern old patience behind Iida. A quick hand on Jiro's volume knob. A slow W hand on Kirishima's reassure everyone reflex. Something like a fight choreographer at Todoroki's sternum, keeping heat and cold in dialogue. Lanterns, Izuku breathed, hold the rules. They did. Every time Malevolent Shrine tried to redefine path as a trick, the commons laid sidewalk. Every time it tried to rename hold as trap, The commons handed out towels and water and said we're fine. Eve, right time it tried to turn signal into lures. Jiro's beat-lined corridors like a spine. Sukuna laughed, finally entertained. He cut at the hinges instead of the doors. He slid a razor along the seam. We don't enter rooms that don't want us was written and whispered unless you're me. Izuku wrote no exceptions with a pen he didn't know he was carrying. The pen was the city. Hatsume's mesh sang over lampposts and hydrants. Bracelets glowed. Consensual relays hopped from kiosk to mailbox to the dragon sticker at the corner like gossip. The noodle doubled into a belt around the social body, not just the class. The old man 2 blocks over texted room held, boy again, and the relay made it into a stud in the wall holding their day up. Rotation. Aizawa snapped, hair floating, scarf alive. Mirko switched with Endeavor on a line Zero had taped on the ground like a rule the floor respected. Hawks dropped 2 civilians into the commons with the gentleness of bread. 13 drank a slice of atmosphere that thought it was art. Genus tied Sukuna's intention to a piece of municipal railing and apologized to neither noun. Sukuna had not come to lose. He pressed his will and asked the city to admire him. The city yawned. Izuku made it so. Mockery becomes light exit signs. Noise becomes signal walk, don't run. Repair as defense bolts tightened. Receipt charge chairs strengthened. Kings rage at boredom. Priests seethe. Moms smile. The day did the third. Pay, Izuku said again. And felt the coin drop. All Might's hands found a moment he didn't have. Todoroki's knuckles remembered discretion. Uraraka's jaw unclenched before she cracked a tooth on resolve. Sukuna tilted his head. He went small and mean. 2 cuts, quiet as bedtime regrets. One aimed at Ochako's rent, one at Bakugo's R's. If he could sour why. Their how would crumble. I won't pay, Ochako hissed at the empty fear, and then she heard herself and laughed, angry and bright. No, we pay rent, we invest. Her bracelet lit like a bank open to the right kind of customer. Bakugo didn't bother to answer out loud. He stepped into the belt and shouldered the commons from inside, taking weight the way he always does. Only this time the house treated it as consent, not arrogance. His wrist glowed, his mouth said, die, and his intent said, live. Good, Sukuna said, delighted and dangerous. Now let's eliminate your host. He meant you. Izuku realized a beat too late, when the cut came not at ribs but at definition. The outline the commons uses to decide where the boy ends and the room begins. An invasive surgery with a god degree. The noodle snapped taut. Uraraka's palm sealed to his collarbone. Jiro's tone dropped to ground. Tsuyu's ribbit became breathe. Ida's chop cut the path between panic and procedure. Kirishima braced the belt like a beam that has decided to be. Yaoyorozu pressed a jar into Recovery Girl's hand without looking. Zero's tape closed a hallway. Todoroki laid a ribbon of cold across the cut's arc. Nipping its curve, Bakugo slammed a small, controlled explosion into space, not face, shoving the idea aside. The cut grazed. It didn't gut. Izuku saw stars, which was inconvenient, because those were for soup, and swallowed it with a hiss that would have embarrassed his mother, and he did it anyway. I do not enter a room that does not want me. He included himself in tea. He wordroom and the cut slid off like a bad mood. Seatbelt, Mirko barked, knees spelling spite. Table, Izuku blew back, cheeks hot, fingers shaking, feet steady. Sukuna kept learning. He grasped receipt and tried to beat it at math. He fed cuts into the door fast, little ones, paid like pennies and leveraged the change into a bigger blade. It's a king's trick. Drown markets, buy cities. Izuku counterfeited boredom. He slowed transaction speed by stapling the fight to meals. Eat. Then we fight. Fight. Then we eat. He put a biscuit on the table in defiance of strategy. The house grinned and billed the laugh. Household sorcery, Sukuna said, hungry and amused. New to me. Homie see. Nezu chirped on the radio. A rigorous discipline. All Might seized 2 breaths, not his weapon as window. He moved into where Sukuna's attention wasn't and punched an assumption. The shrine draft, weary of being told to behave, tore at the corner. Izuku felt the rip as a new door, wrong on purpose. If it opened, it would be a throat. Lanterns, Nana said in his ear. No softness now. Pick it up. He did something he hadn't dared. He called them by name. Not their names as the world had pre-NTED them in textbooks, their roles in the commons. Windows, he said, and a light took the rip and made it a view, not a door. Stairs, and the angle stopped being a slide and started being a way up. Sink, and the bad air got washed. Table, and leverage came back to where hands were. They were not ghosts now. They were functions. The Miz of One for All didn't become swords. They became furniture that did not break. The city understands furniture. Sukuna realized how deeply he'd been insulted. He did the thing a king does when slighted. He stood. The chair named Duty did not fall. The chair did not creak. It held, and that might have been the worst insult of the morning. Enough, he purred, and malevolent shrine finally arrived for real. The weight of cut everywhere at once. The insistence that you are how I define you. Commons, Izuku whispered. Whole. It wasn't a shockwave. It was a neighborhood choosing not to collapse. Anchors flared. Bracelets glowed steady. The belt pressed. The lanterns hummed. The table warmed. The sign on the door gleamed. Ask first. The mesh shipped yes along wires tighter than any thread. The old man texted room held. Boy and felt ridiculous and righteous about it. Someone put a kettle on. Present Mike didn't shout and saved 3 throats. A janitor locked a door that had never been locked and didn't tell anybody why. Sukuna lifted a ND to erase first again and found the word bolted to the jam by 10,000 hands. He sliced it hold and found brace beneath it and by a minute beneath that and take turns under that and under that eat a biscuit and under that beloved. He changed tactics. He went for all might. Not a rib, a memory. Trophies, applause, a posture that had once been a statue and had learned to walk out of shame. He cut at the thought I must be the hero and tried to carve alone in the wood. All Might saw it coming, for once. He took a half step back, and Nana filled the space with a grin that dies after a good fight. He isn't, she said, and the Commons wrote we in 100 small fonts. The punch that followed wasn't plus ultra. It was housebrand, and it landed like a father knocking mud from his boots on the step before coming inside. Sukuna rocked. He didn't hide it. Now, Aizawa's voice cracked in a way that would cost him later. Push. They pushed. Heroes and students and anchors and BR. Acelots and lanterns and noodle and kites of air and tape lines and a bento with 2 stars left and a duck sticker on a phone and a bridge made of temper and apology, not pride. They pushed truth without drama. They pushed because. Sukuna stepped forward and paid for the step. He sat and paid for sitting. He smiled and paid for smiling. He cut and paid and paid and paid until even a king noticed ledger lines. He lifted his hand at last and wrote a line in the air that read eventually, which is the aristocrat's word for fine. The shrine draft receded 1 degree, not retreat budgeting. He looked at the door like a problem he would enjoy ignoring and then solving and then ignoring again. Dorman, he said, warm. You invented a tax code. Guest rights, Izuku said, throat raw, hands steady on the table. And house rules. Sukuna's grin widened into something like respect if respect were bloodied. Tomorrow, he said again, because the vow soothed him. Be more interesting. Bring a dish, Izuku said. Because sometimes courage is rudeness with manners. The king laughed, and the Commons charged him for it, and he let it, amused. He stepped back through a seam he'd made out of other people's fear. And this time the seam closed a finger width more than yesterday because the day had learned something about doors. Silence tried to be too much. Jiro tuned it to OK. Recovery G. IRL smacked Izuku's shin with the umbrella 1, 2 because he'd started to lean on the table like a hero. Count, Aizawa rasped. They did. Mirko. Limping and thrilled. Endeavor. Burned in manageable ways. Genist. Vocabulary intact. 13. Throat singed. Pride tidy. Hawks. Feathers short but humor long. Todoroki. Left hand tingling. Right hand steady. All Might. Still a man. Izuku. Still a boy. Which today was the bravest thing in the room. Hatsume slid under Aizawa's scarf to peer into the sins jar. He caught her by the hood. Inside, the flex had fused into something new, a stamp, CR. ISP is a receipt. 3 lines like a barcode that made no sense but would later. Do not lick, Yaoyorozu had written on the lid in bigger letters, because learning is cumulative. Home base, Aizawa ordered, not because the enemy was gone, but because the bell had rung. We'll do this again when the clock says. I like humiliating gods by keeping time. Uraraka bumped Izuku's shoulder with a grin. Rent, she said, breathless. Duty, Iida chorused, chopping the air and then shaking his hands out like anyone with blood knows to do. Truth, Todoroki murmured, which now meant we didn't lie. Enough, Tsuyu said. and it echoed in the commons in a way that made 4 chairs scoot closer. Practice, Jiro added, because now and forever. Neat, Zero said, and looped a new tape over a hydrant because there is always one more. Lawful, Yaoyorozu agreed, and ticked 3 boxes on Aftermath. Mine, Kirishima grinned, and then, as if he'd been waiting in line to say it all morning, ours. Bakugo didn't say anything. He set a bottle of water on the table and met Izuku's look until both of them looked away like idiots. All Might's hand warmed the wood for a breath. Good house, he said. Izuku pretended not to hear the edge of awe in it. The city exhaled. The mesh lowered to hum. The noodle tugged loose. The arch's paper sign fluttered one corner and flattened when Izuku touched it because he always would. Nezu sipped tea and said in the tone you use when ordering dessert for 75, phase 4.5, naps. Recovery Girl pointed at Izuku's chest. Don't dream of being a wall. I won't, he said, with the reckless faith of someone held up by 10,000 small yeses. I'll dream of chairs. He did. He slept with the bracelet warm against his pulse and note in his pocket and the table under his palm in the place where rooms go when boys close their eyes. He dreamed of Nana setting a dish down with the cocky competence of someone who has lost and still throws parties. He dreamed of All Might sweeping. He dreamed of a chair with guest burned into the back and a cat asleep there out of spite. Under the bridge, the stain breathed more shallow. Above the gate, the scar narrowed a question's width. In the seam between worlds, Sukuna examined the faint mark receipt had left on his knot hand and smiled as if he'd finally found a ledger that could hold his weight. Tomorrow, he told nobody, we eat the host. In the commons, the lanterns went dim, not out. The door slid, not shut, just decided. The rules hung like laundry. The house settled, with that little nighttime groan buildings make when they're proud of being heavy. Izuku rolled onto his side and mumbled in his sleep, ask first, and the room obeyed him even there, and kept watch. Morning arrived with its sleeves rolled, as if the day had already been doing dishes for an hour and didn't mind being seen. The arch's paper sign welcome. Ask first needed one thumb to smooth a corner. Izuku pressed it down and felt the whole campus notice, the way a house does when a hand touches a familiar doorframe. Inko found him there with a thermos. You didn't eat enough stars last night, she scolded, then kissed his temple and whispered, you'll come home. I'll come home, he said. And because he meant it, the word stopped being a promise and became part of the plan. Aizawa strode past without looking at either of them. Positions at 10, he said. If anyone invents a new plan between now and then, tell me after we run the old one. All Might met Izuku on the roof. The coat he wore had become a habit, and habits Recovery Girl had reminded them all are the true locks. Together they walked the roofline. Izuku tested the commons where it rubbed inside his bones. All Might watched for the wobble that means a boy has forgotten he is a boy. Walk, All Might said. Izuku did. Run, Aizawa called from the shadow of the vents. Izuku vaulted the rooftop gap, rolled, and came up in a circle of OK he hadn't consciously drawn. The floor caught him like a pot lid you save with your foot. He laughed once sharp, relieved and pocketed the sound for later. Recovery Girl arrived with the umbrella and a look. Your lock, she said, tapping his sternum with the handle, is not a weapon. It is a habit. He put his hand over the place and nodded. Ask first, he said to his own ribs, and felt the world agree to treat his body as a room with a door, not a hallway for anything that wanted in. By 11, the hairline over the river had thickened from rumor to handwriting. By noon, it pulsed like a wrist that had counted too long. Nezu stood on a pallet stacked with room kits and declared with the serene violence of a headmaster who enjoys good theater, phase final. Please do not die on school property. Hatsume's anchors blinked down the causeway with the patience of porch lamps. The noodle lay as a belt across the student line warm where dozens of hands had pressed yes into it. The bracelets glowed at wrists like tame moons. The jars on Recovery Girl's table sulked under neat labels. Sins, Flex, etc., do not lick. Mirko bounced. Endeavor trimmed his flame to competence. Genus tuned cable. 13 zipped a seam in the sky and whispered to it about manners. Hawks ghosted. Todoroki stood so calm Winter wanted to apologize. All Might took the hinge where two bad choices meet. Aizawa looked at everything once and then at his class for twice as long. Rent, Uraraka said. Palm to palm with Izuku glow. Duty, Iida glow. Truth, Todoroki glow. Enough, Tsuyu glow. Practice. Jiro glow. Neat. Siro glow. Lawful. Yaoyorozu glow. Mine. Kirishima grinned, then corrected. Ours, glow. Bakugo scowled until his bracelet obeyed in. D looked away so hard it counted as affection. If you start turning into drywall, I'm gonna yell, he said. If I start turning into drywall, nail me to a nap, Izuku shot back. They both looked mortally offended by their own joke and moved on. The river drew a breath that belonged to someone else. Hello, Sukuna said. It wasn't loud. It arrived like a verdict. Inevitable, practiced, precise. Malevolent shrine came without stones or meat-only definition corners choosing to be cruel, air admiring its own sharpness, gravity taking notes. The seam parted because something old enjoys pleasing kings. Ask, Izuku said from the threshold of the commons. No, Sukuna said, delighted. All Might answered by arriving in the spot where no becomes less impressive. His fist didn't roar, it co-rected a plan beneath the king's left foot. Sukuna's weight shifted a half-inch, and he laughed a sound that tried to be a cut and, because the commons had opinions, turned into an exit sign over a door someone had forgotten existed. Mirko landed, knee punctuation. Endeavor fed heat where sulk had settled in the wood. Genus tied a sentence around a draft and made it diagram itself. 13 in, hailed a strip of wrong air and made room for breath. Hawks cut wind into walkable blocks. Todoroki drew a boundary between scald and frost. Aizawa blinked dry fury and made the world obey like a classroom. Izuku laid the floor with the rules he'd learned to say as casually as names. Impact becomes hold. Noise becomes signal. Mockery becomes light. Path finds itself. Charge becomes listen. We don't enter rooms that don't want us. Repair is defense. Receipt. He left beads of hold on bolts and breaths. He set little paths where panics would try to go and then be embarrassed into better choices. Sukuna cut at time. He slid his razor between ask and first and tried to reverse the sentence. Izuku slapped the jam and spoke a word he'd been saving from the back pockets of 1,000 grandmothers. Guest rights. The house wrote it down like law. Guest rights observed stamped itself down the inside of the doorframe. Inside the commons, chairs warmed. Lanterns brightened without spectacle. Outside, bracelets glowed steady and the noodle tightened around 100 ribs like a belt that deserves its name. Charming, Sukuna said, and declined to sit. Then pay at the door, Izuku answered, and receipt slid into place. Every cut that crossed the threshold paid a tithe in the only currency the world respects after pain. Minutes for allies, degrees of reach, breaths that didn't have to be borrowed. It annoyed the king. It pleased him. He loves novelty almost as much as he loves ending it. He opened his hand. The shrine came down everywhere, corners snarling, lines insisting, spa. CE inscribing itself with the arrogance of a boy who has never cleaned the floor he walked on. The bridge remembered being a throat and trembled. Commons open, Izuku said. The door slid, the paper brightened and the commons spread without swelling. It didn't try to be bigger than the shrine. It tried to be truer. It hung towels. It laid plates. It set the rules where hands could reach them. Ask first at eye level. Repair is defense over the sink. Mockery to light stamped into the switch. Lanterns took posts. Nana behind All Might's shoulder. Calm beside Kirishima's good-humored strength. Rhythm under Jiro's foot. Restraint at Todoroki's sternum. Steadiness at Uraraka's jaw. Patience at Ida's spine. A little arrow hovering at the exact height Bakugo's temper lives, pointing home. Sukuna smiled. Domestic blasphemy, he said. Delighted. Teach me how it breaks. He went small and wicked. 2 cuts like bedtime regrets. One at rent, one at ours. If he could sour the why, the how would starve. Ochako's face went still with the insult and then softened into fury. No, she told the room, the rule, herself. We invest. Her bracelet lit like a bank doing the right kind of business. Bakugo didn't talk. He leaned into the belt while pretending he wasn't and took weight from the inside until the belt stopped creaking. His wrist glowed white hot. He said, die, and meant live. E-House charged the difference to the king. Sukuna hissed through his smile and aimed for Izuku's outline. The seam the commons uses to decide where the doorman ends and the door begins. His blade readed toward boy with a surgeon's curiosity. The noodle snapped. Uraraka's palm found collarbone. Jiro's tone dropped to ground. Tsuyu's ribbit meant breathe. Iida chopped air. Kirishima became beam. Yaoyorozu loaded a jar into recovery girl's hand without looking. Shiro taped a boundary where the room forgot it needed one. Todoroki laid a ribbon of cold across the cut's curve. Bakugo threw a controlled blast at space, not face. Moving the idea, not the man. The cut grazed. It did not gut. Izuku hissed like a countertop burn and forgave himself the noise. I do not enter rooms that do not want me. He told the pressure and included himself in the definition. The edge slid off like a mood after soup. Sukuna stopped playing with why and committed to how. The shrine wanted to be every room. It pressed into classroom and corridor, into the old janitor's closet, into the kitchen where someone had made tea and left the towel skewed. The commons met it with boredom. Seating charts and block schedules. Tea towels folded into restraint. Rotation. Aizawa rasped. Now, Mirko and Endeavor swapped on a line Shiro had taped and the floor recognized as law. Hawks dropped 2 civilians dazed, ordinary into the commons. The door took them in, gave them chairs, pointed at exit, refused to let their fear become the scene. Sukuna watched the swap, the rudeness, the domestic audacity. He put 2 knot fingers in his knot mouth and whistled. A corridor in the shrine opened toward a place nobody had the right to go. Izuku turned corridor into queue. It lined, politely, and waited its turn. The king's laugh sharpened. The house turned it into light above a stairwell somebody had never seen until now. Outside, the bridge failed a little the way old things do when you ask them to be young. Endeavor's wrists complained. Genist's thread sang one note too tight. 13 swallowed acid and smiled into their mask. Todoroki's right hand flirted with scorch. Aizawa blinked and kept the day from changing channels. House, Izuku whispered, and pushed repair as defense off the counter and into the world. Only objects, only if they say yes. Nails shifted with pride. Bolts tightened because a boy asked. Paint tucked itself under rain. It didn't stop a god. It bought time for a city. Sukuna felt receipt and tried to outspend it. Little cuts like pennies, poured fast through the door, too. RNED into a larger blade leveraged on change. Izuku countered with ritual. Eat, then fight. Fight, then eat. Recovery girl shoved a biscuit into his mouth without asking because rules include exceptions for grandmothers. The house grinned and billed the laugh that escaped him. Now, Nana said, not unkind, when the shrine tore at a corner of the commons in a way that wanted to make a throat. Izuku did the thing he had been shy about. He called the lanterns by function. Windows, he said, and a rip became a view. Stairs and slipping became a way up. Sink, and the bad air rinsed. Table, and leverage came back to where hands were. They came not as heroes carved in marble, not as ghosts with swords but as furniture that didn't break, in a house that refuses to apologize for being useful. The city understands furniture. The king finally looked like work. He stood. He left his chair intact and the chair enjoyed being left intact. He reached for the door with a hand that intended to teach the world to skip first. Izuku wrote something new down the jam, not invented, remembered. Common law, a line of little rules nobody respects in poems and everybody uses to stay alive. Take turns. Bus cue. Kettle first. Hold the rail. 2 hands. Mind the step. Ask first. Sukuna pushed. The commons met him with receipt. Not money cost. For every moment inside this room, every cut attempted against ask first. Every laugh weaponized, the house issued a bill. 1 breath for All Might, 1 degree of rotation for Mirko, 1 beat of rhythm for Jiro, 1 sip of good air for 13, 1 knot that held for Genist. 1 sane wind for Hawks, 1 centimeter of road for Todoroki, 1 polite tape line obeyed for Shiro, 1 yes that didn't have to be loud for everyone. Izuku felt the ledger tally along his bones. Ridiculous, Sukuna said, delighted, and yet, he reached into the shrine and pulled limit out with his fingers like thread from a seam. He wound it around his wrist, grinned, and stepped fully into their world. The door held, the frame protested, the sign over the arch fluttered, the noodle groaned with sincerity, the mesh screamed and harmonized because Hatsume's in. Chores refused to be interesting the way gutters refused to be poetic. Stubborn, correct, everywhere. The cut came that ends things. It was not big. It was right a stroke at the hinge between boy and room, city and shrine, host and guest. A blind spot so small only someone who had watched a child hang a sign over an arch would know to guard it. Izuku didn't block. He invited. Come, he said to the cut. Voice calm as a mother waving a neighbor inside. Under the rules. The blade struck ask first and rang like a spoon on good china. The door didn't shatter. It sang. The commons took the cleave. And because it had learned from a terrible neighbor whose stitches had practiced patience, turned it to seam. Mahito stood up inside him, eyes bright, not mocking. Needle, he said. Fred, Izuku answered, and reached. All Might stepped behind him like a thimble, not to blunt the blow, to steady the hand. Nana's lantern looked down and somehow smiled more when the room brightened than when the fight did. Chorus now, Aizawa whispered over broken glass that didn't exist. The city said yes, not all at once, not loud. Sure, okay then. A cop's half salute, a baker's doorbell, the hup of a hot dog vendor lifting a tank, the janitor clicking his ring of keys, the old man 2 streets over thumbing room held, boy with the stubborn tenderness of someone who refuses to update his phone. The commons stitched, not soul's edges, not people plans. The shrine's ripped throat closed into a scar the way stitches become pride on knees. Sukuna's knot hand-flexed and came away marked with a faint receipt. Impossible to wash off without paying more. His laugh came sharp, hurt pride, hurt joy. You will make a bad god, he said, approving and cruel. I'm not trying, Izuku said. The needle passé. D threw the last place kings keep for themselves and didn't stop because the house had consent and the city had rhythm and the boy had friends and the needle was becoming a very good tool. Sukuna S. tamped one more definition into the air. Eventually his aristocrat's word for fine. He stepped back a single step the way men step away from the last bite of food they refused to admit they wanted. Malevolent shrine receded, budgeting its attention, promising it would come with more coins tomorrow. Tomorrow, he said. Ritual saving his pride. After, Izuku answered, and put his palm flat to the door, to the commons. To the city that had built itself around a sign with Ask First stamped down the jam. The seam shuttered, not closed, stitched, not gone, healed wrong on purpose, like every SC. AR the world survives with on its knees and forearms and somewhere soft. Sukuna looked at the bruise on his knot hand where receipt had written itself and smiled like a banker facing a ledger that finally tells the truth back. We will meet again, he promised. You'll knock, Izuku said. The king laughed, and the commons billed him for it. And he let it, amused and angry in a way the day can afford. He left. The shrine's pressure slid off the bridge like a storm told to come back after dinner. The anchors dimmed to porch. The bracelets cooled. The noodle loosened but didn't vanish. The RS on recovery girl's table rattled, the way children do when dessert is promised and bedtime wins. Silence tried to be too much. Jiro tuned it down to okay. Aizawa said, count, and nobody argued. Mirko, limping and incandescent. Endeavor, blistered in honorable places. Genist, composure pressed and ironed. 13, throat sanded, pride tidy. Hawks, fewer feathers, jokes on layaway. Todoroki, hands alive, voice intact. All Might, breathing like a staircase that still takes you where you meant to go. Izuku, still a boy. Which, today, was the bravest thing in the room. After, Ua didn't go back to normal. It recalibrated. Hatsume's anchors got real names, common lamps and a budget line. You could request one from facilities the same way you sign out a projector. Bracelets stayed voluntary and popular for reasons nobody wanted to make a speech about. The janitor got a new set of keys and used them in ways that made problems smaller 2 hours before anyone else noticed problems. Nezu put porchwork on the schedule. Hatsume tried to name the course, Consensular Practicum version 3.0, and Aizawa wrote, in long-suffering dry erase, no. The class learned to say hold like a verb instead of a wish. They staffed shelters during storms, not because the sky was angry but because people like chairs. A city ordinance appeared without a news conference. Ask first at thresholds that matter: hospitals, schools, kitchens, graveyards, bridges. Not law with teeth. Law with habit. It worked better. A week later, Izuku helped a paramedic carry a boy down a stairwell that had learned from the commons how to be present. The boy's mother cried in apologies and he said, "Careful isn't sorry," and then blushed because he had quoted himself at a stranger. She laughed and pressed his hand, and the stairwell, pleased, made its landing wider without anyone noticing. A jerk in a suit complained on television about bracelets and softness. The next morning, the hot dog vendor taped a cartoon do or to his cart and wrote welcome in marker under it. He didn't write ask first because anyone with a shred of sense knows you don't need to tell someone to knock on a food cart. People lined up more neatly anyway. A museum sent a polite request to Ua asking for one of the jars, not the contents, the jar, "Do not lick" label intact. They wanted it for an exhibit called Small, Stubborn Things That Saved Us. Yaoyorozu produced one with satisfaction, took a receipt, and called it a lesson about paperwork. The old man with the dragon sticker mailbox never stopped texting room held, boy, half joke, half pulse. Izuku never stopped feeling it. Mirko rehabbed better with a porch under her feet. Endeavor wrote 3 letters he didn't send and 1 he did. To a city that answered with "We see you. Do your chores." Genist launched a line of kept promises, and told nobody it was charity. 13 taught a seminar called What Not to Inhale. Hawks brought seed to the school lawn and said it was for birds. Todoroki figured out how to warm a hand and cool a brow in the same breath and refused to be proud of the trick. All Might stood with his hand on the arch one morning, coat thrown over one shoulder like a promise he could finally set down for a minute. "Good house," he said. Izuku, beside him, vibrated between blush and grin. "Good landlord," he shot back. All Might didn't flinch at the word. He let it land on him and stay. Aizawa crossed the quad and didn't smile at either of them. "Porchwork midterm," he said. Expression that would have withered any lesser plant, "is a nap. Pass, fail. You'll fail if I catch you trying." "Lawful," Yaoyorozu sighed. "Pen already writing nap on 3 schedules." "Practice," Jiro hummed quietly, setting tone for the day. "Rent," Uraraka said to nobody and everyone. "Stacking anchor shells in a bin." "Duty," Iida chopped just once because contentment also needs discipline. "Truth," Todoroki murmured, and the word had lost its sting and kept its edge. "Enough," Tsuyu said, and the frog exit got another sign, not because you need a sign to know a hallway is for everyone, but because signs help. "Neat," Siro declared, taping down a rug URL that would have offended God if the shrine were the kind that cared about tripping hazards. "Mine," Kirishima grinned, punching air for the pleasure of being held by it. "Ours," Bakugo said a TLE of water on the table without looking at Izuku and stomped away in a direction that just happened to keep the skyline in view like a dare. Mahito hung back in Izuku's chest like a neighbor who learned that the cul-de-sac throws block parties on the first Friday and you can bring a beer without being asked 3 times. "You made me a wall," he said, more impressed than resentful. "No," Izuku answered. "Honest. You became one, and because honesty took courage too," he added. "Thank you." Mahito's stitches pulled into a reluctant grin. "You're rude," he said. "And I approve." The seam above the arch became a scar. Not gone, no one demanded that kind of lie. Painted around it by students, by faculty, by a janitor who wanted to confess his secret talent grew a mural. A table with 8 chairs. Each with a name burned into the back. Duty, rent, truth, practice, enough, neat, lawful, ours, and a 9th with guest carved above a cartoon cat asleep on the seat. The commons stopped needing to be dramatic. It lived in hallways and kitchens and at the corners of teachers' lounges. The bracelets made fewer appearances because once a habit lives in a wrist, you don't need a light to remember. Hatsume ran wiring through 3 more neighborhoods because she can't stop building radios from permission. Nezu, in a speech nobody recorded because he likes speaking to rooms that don't offer applause, said, "When you invent a rule that keeps kings from becoming gods, please write it down on a napkin and tuck it into your pocket for later." The room laughed, because they already had. One evening, when the river wore good light and the bridge had decided to live another world's worth of days, Izuku and Bakugo stopped at the crosswalk that had once been a classroom for fear. They waited the full red. Mid-street, Bakugo didn't grab Izuku's elbow. He walked 1 pace ahead, which is how he says "I am here" when he isn't willing to be nicer about it. "You built a house," Bakugo said, still not looking. "We built it," Izuku answered. "Shut up," Bakugo replied with fair tenderness. "I said you." Izuku laughed, and the city made a little more room in his pocket to hold it. Later, on the roof, All Might poured tea. The cup steamed between them like a truce they didn't need because they weren't fighting. Night slid toward them steady and tired. The good tired. The might sleep with the window open tired. "Do you think he'll knock?" Izuku asked. All Might looked at the arch, the sign, the scar, the mural, the lamps, the bracelets draped over a chair back like laundry, the noodle coiled on a shelf like a pet that had decided the couch was also a bed. He smiled the way mountains do in postcards. "Kings don't knock," he said. "But houses teach manners." Izuku stood, stretched, and felt the commons resettle. Boy, not building. Host, not wall. Floor, not blade. He tucked the duck sticker note back into his pocket where his wrist knew it would be and walked down the stairs back. Oz taking the long way home had become a ritual that beyond anything else kept rooms true. At the arch, he smoothed the sign again, because love is repetitive and signs need thumbs. He rested his palm on the stone. Welcome, he said to no one in the city. Ask first. In the scene between worlds, something old and amused brushed its fingers together and counted the faint ink on its palm. It did not knock, it did not force, it remembered. That is enough, sometimes, to keep kings polite for a season. Izuku walked home with keys in the same pocket, his mother's thermos in the other hand, the door he had built for the city standing behind him like a fact the day would not let go of. He slept, he dreamed of chairs, he woke to light, the table ridiculous, ordinary, miraculous waited. And if, some morning in a later year, a laugh pressed to the glass of the world like a cat's nose, the house would fog there and someone, maybe Izuku, maybe someone he taught, would write with one steady finger. Welcome, under it, smaller, truer. Ask first, and the door would hold. Thanks for watching.